A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Google for Mobile 2015. Hope you're all enjoying the experience zone at the back of the hall. This is just to draw the attention of those of you who haven't had breakfast. This is to inform you that breakfast is being provided at the food court. So if you haven't eaten breakfast, we'd like to request you to please quickly jump over, get something to eat, and head back. Thank you.
I don't know you, Big Buffet Boy 85. But if you think you can humiliate me and take my gold, think again. Oh, I'm coming for you with lots of barbarians and dragons. I can't wait to destroy your village while you beg for mercy. But you will get no mercy. I will have my revenge.
Liam? I have a scone for Liam?
Over here. It's, Liam. You will regret the day you crossed Angry Neeson 52.
Angry Neeson 52.
You can ask Google almost anything except the future. We can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow, but we can observe what's going on today. Today, 3 billion people are online. That's almost half of the world's population. In many parts of the world, people are not just online once in a while. They're online every single day. But that's not as surprising as how we're online. Across ages and nationalities, more and more people use smartphones to go online, like her, and him, and them, and this little guy. In the United States, there are now more people who prefer to use their smartphone instead of their computer and tablet. This is also the case for people in India, Italy, Spain, and many other countries. And in Korea, people are 10 times more likely to go online on smartphones than on computers and tablets. Whereas the digital age started with a computer for many people, newcomers to the internet today skip this step, going straight to mobile. 90% of Thais under 35 use smartphones, while only 40% also use computers. Only every fourth smartphone user in South Africa owns a computer, and 2 out of 3 smartphone users in India don't have a computer. Smartphones are becoming man's new best friend all over the world. More than 300 million people got their very first smartphone last year. That corresponds to 10% of all online users. We already think mobile first. Should we start thinking mobile only? The number of connected devices per person is on the rise, and that changes the way we spend time together. At an ordinary evening at an Irish family, for instance, 2 out of 3 family members go online on their own device while watching TV. The youngest family members prefer using their smartphones as their second screen, while the older generation is more likely to use a tablet. Actually, most of the internet usage is not related to the TV program they're watching. People have different tastes, but does that mean we can't be together? With the whole world accessible by our fingertips, we are not only entertaining ourselves, we also educate ourselves like never before. In several countries, more than 75% of the population under 35 go to the internet when they need information. How will that change the education of the next generation? And how do we become wiser when we already have all the world's knowledge at hand? The internet has changed the lives of the first 3 billion people online. How will it change the lives of the next 5? Data inspires us to see what questions we need to ask.
Okay, here we go. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. And flip it. No.
down.
When we were trying to name Google, we actually went through thousands of names.
The name of the company has now become its own verb in the dictionary.
Let's Google
You
it.
can Google it.
Put the Google on the internet machine.
6 simple letters on a plain white page.
Being able to do searches in any language about any country.
When you're putting in a question, they'd finish your question for you.
We have been working on organizing the world's information.
Our goal is to digitize all the books.
Today, Google announced Gmail. Email for everyone for free.
Google is mapping the entire world to make it more accessible to people everywhere.
Google is jumping into the mobile market.
Android was built as an open platform for everyone to use and build on. This is Chrome. It's a faster, safer browser for the open web.
Google is unveiling what they call the knowledge graph. We needed to understand the world the way you and I do, as objects and relationships between objects.
Today, Google got another useful feature with Google Now.
We are providing you with answers before you've even asked for them.
One of my favorite cards is the one that shows traffic data for your commute to and from work.
Think about how far Google has evolved from the 10 blue links.
We asked ourselves, how can we assist you right when you need it?
Okay, Google, call the Walker Arts Center.
It's not just desktops, phones, and laptops anymore.
오케이 구글, 유진이한테 5분 늦는다고 문자 보내줘.
It's watches with displays, car consoles with displays.
Okay, Google, let's go to the aquarium.
How can we help you get things done in as few steps as possible?
Okay, Google.
Okay, Google, show me my photos of Lucas with the pumpkin.
But we have to remember, we have a long way to go. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Inside the massive hangars at Moffett Federal Airfield, Google is attempting to do something that balloon experts deemed impossible: deliver high-speed internet access to the most remote corners of the globe.
The first 60 or so balloons we launched all burst when they got to altitude, which was very sort of disheartening.
This is something that has never been asked of balloons before, to be reliable and to do what we expect them to do. Before, it was just sort of like a vehicle to gain knowledge. Now we're trying to make a business.
Launched in 2012, the first 2 years of Project Loon were a process of rapid iteration. The team had to prove it was possible to deliver reliable internet access to specific locations in the most remote parts of the globe. They began with the simplest possible approach: electronics stuffed into a styrofoam beer cooler floating at the edge of outer space. When that didn't fail, they kept moving forward.
The way Google X works is we try to prove that it can't work. So the first thing we did was took a router, flew it on a weather balloon up to 10 kilometers and see if you could still get a signal. And that part worked. And since then, it's been a continuous process of trying to stretch the envelope a little bit more every time to see how far it would go.
Last year, the team made a critical decision: switching from a wireless router to an LTE antenna.
We are just like a cell phone tower, but in the sky. And the same way that their central office of the telco interacts with all their cell towers, they will interact with our balloon. Another way to think about it is, if you drive down the highway on a phone call, you will switch between cell towers. What we're doing is kind of flipping that on its head. So you're standing still on the ground with your LTE phone, and as one balloon goes overhead, another balloon comes in range, and you're switching between one balloon to another without dropping the call. The balloons today can cover 5,000 square kilometers on the ground. You can get 15 megabits per second to your phone, or if you have a little 40 megabits per second.
So have you guys considered just selling this as like a toy for children's parties and stuff?
Yeah. I'm gonna need the hanger to go with it.
Yeah. So Mahesh, tell me what it is we're seeing here.
So what you're seeing here is a test of our next generation balloon. We are doing a ground-based inflation, trying to mimic what is happening in space.
I remember when we were building balloons, it would take us a week to build them, and they would go up and pop and come back down.
When we first launched, it was pretty nerve-wracking. Our balloons were lasting anywhere from a day to day and a half, maybe 2 days. If you had like a 5-day balloon, it was like eureka. But as we went along, one of the first objectives was, what is our goal? Our target is 100 days, ideally, for us to have a very commercial business here.
I have a fashion design degree. It's a lot of working with textiles, flat patterns, working into 3-dimensional space. We do a lot of different tests with balloons built in different ways. They might be a different shape, they might have an extra feature, we might change the dimension of a feature and try and figure out what works and what doesn't.
Rather than reinventing and starting all over from the start, we were looking for industries where we can actually leverage information from. One of the areas we looked at was food packaging industries, agricultural industries, even down to the condom industry. And so these are the places where we need to actually figure out even the tiniest pinholes that matter can actually limit the lifespan of the balloon by like 15, 20 days.
Our longest lasting balloon was up for 173 days until we brought it down. Now we've gotten to the point where most of the balloons will last over 100 days.
Done. Here we go, and we're awake. Ta-da! Don't put your fingers in there.
Yeah.
What you're seeing is a balloon inside a balloon. We have a unique way of actually adjusting the altitude in these balloons.
This balloon has a constant volume, and there is helium in it, right? So the helium brings the balloon up. And now, if we want to change altitude, we have another balloon inside the balloon that we fill with air. And as we add more air in there, the mass is going to increase, and the balloon is going to go down.
Okay, this is called Hans. And we named it that because there was a Saturday Night Live skit, which was Hans and Franz, that's gonna pump you up. And what it does is it's a little fan, and it pumps air into the balloon. It's easy to steer the balloon by picking up different winds and different wind directions at different altitudes.
By doing small change of altitude, you can do something like this. You go up, use this wind, then go down, use this wind, and go up, down, up, and down.
So this balloon has straps holding the apex up, and that balloon did not.
Right, which is why it's sitting down there.
Yeah, because yesterday when we were filling it up, it got in a twist to the point where it just did that. That's what happened. There you go. So we just popped the ballonnet because it was twisted. That was the test here.
Over the last 6 months, Google has run tests with Vodafone, Telstra, and Telefonica, utilizing their networks to provide connectivity to customers who normally live with little or no internet access. Loon believes that it can provide service to these remote regions at a fraction of the typical cost.
Communication satellites are typically pretty expensive, hundreds of millions of dollars to build and 100 million plus to launch, whereas the balloons are an order of magnitude or two cheaper to operate on a sort of daily basis. It's too expensive to build wires and cell towers and fiber optics out to all these remote rural regions, but the balloons are very cost effective. This gives the telco a way to reach everyone in their country with a cost-effective way.
Right now, Loon mostly operates in the southern hemisphere, where it's had better luck securing overflight permissions. But the project has potential applications for developed nations with widespread internet access as well. Because the balloons live in the stratosphere, they have a unique advantage over terrestrial internet infrastructure.
There's no weather in the stratosphere, which means if there's a hurricane or a typhoon that knocks out power or internet connectivity to people on the ground, even in places like Japan or China or other places around the world. The balloons provide a very exciting ways to immediately let people have connectivity 10 seconds after the natural disaster occurs. As long as they have a battery-powered phone in their pocket, people will be able to instantly get access to the balloon network. Sometimes people think of Google X as a research lab that's not necessarily a business, but that's not true. All of the projects on Google X have to have a business plan, a business case, and the business case for Project Loon is really exciting. It's still early stages in our project in terms of figuring out how big it can grow. It's great for bringing internet to 4 billion people on Earth who don't have it and bringing all the benefits, education, medical information, weather reports, but it's also a business in itself, a very good business. If many of these 4 billion people even paying what they can afford, 1 or 2% of their monthly income, can now afford to have internet access, and it's a very good business in itself. Increasing the internet penetration by 10% in a country will increase the GDP by about 1.4% per year. So in many ways, technologies that can increase internet penetration of 10 or 20% can double the growth of standard of living of half the countries in the world.
It's a big thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, hi, Nick. This is Neil Parford at Barmax Homestead. Could I order some dog food for my dogs, please?
Throughout history, there have been a series of innovations that have each taken a huge chunk out of the friction of moving things around. Project Wing aspires to take another big chunk of the remaining friction out of moving things around in the world.
We're in Australia. The goal of being here is to show that the hard work over the last 2 years has resulted in a reliable system that can do autonomous delivery. And we also really just want to get out and learn what it's like to actually deliver to the neighbor Neil and see what it's like from their perspective. It's years from a product, but it is sort of the first prototype that we want to stand behind.
The next phase is to take the momentum and the enthusiasm that we've built internally and now drive it towards enabling the dream of delivering stuff more quickly with proper and due safety.
Working together, we can get to this future, I think, surprisingly quickly.
June 28, 2013.
Dear Khan Academy, I'm 72 years old, and I am now taking up learning where I left off.
Thank you so much for all your hard work.
Your team is doing nothing less than changing the world. Thank you. I always knew I wanted to be a part of educational technology, and Khan Academy is this chance to impact people's lives in a meaningful way and at scale.
Khan Academy's mission is a free world-class education for anyone, anywhere, and we're really focused on learner outcomes. Google Cloud Platform allows us to stay focused on those learner outcomes because our infrastructure has become this invisible layer that we don't have to worry about anymore.
Google Cloud Platform is a pretty neat suite of tools that you can use to get your service running from supporting one user who's visiting per day to like hundreds of thousands and millions of users per month.
We've had certain very large press events, that have driven a lot of traffic quite quickly to our site, and we have the support of Google. We're not going to be diving in and restarting a bunch of servers. It's a comforting thing. As a developer on Cloud Platform, you kind of have a number of dashboards built in that are really helpful. I mean, we can look at things, we can edit things.
One of our core philosophies is shipping beats perfection.
We ship every day, and the transitions when we ship a new version should be seamless for new users. Google's put a lot of effort into making sure that the switch from the old version to the new version is well handled. When we go run an experiment and make a small change to our site, we can increase learning for millions of students, and that's you get these letters and you get these individual letters, and that tells a big story, and then you think about the bigger picture of how many people are experiencing some of these changes, and that's a hard experience to beat in terms of one's impact on the world.
The world is made with tiny bits, with invisible stuff and weightless things.
The world is made with DNA, drawn together into tigers and cathedrals and snow cones.
The world is made with bits of language, letters and spaces and numbers, organizing nations and brunch and love.
The world is made with you, unreplicable, particular you.
who are made with tiny bits and words strung together, you whose effect can be enormous, life-changing, history-making, world-better-making.
The code to change is also made with tiny bits and bytes drawn together. To dig wells, to share a joke with millions, to get directions.
You are a girl who understands bits exist to be assembled.
And when you learn to code, you can assemble anything that you see missing.
And in so doing, you will fix something.
Or change something.
Or invent something.
Or run something.
And maybe that's how you will play your bit in this world.
Grinding sound when you turn the key?
Hi. Okay. We do everything pretty much on mobile.
They've brought complete disruption into a number of different technologies and industries.
Apps are slowly replacing the internet.
They are transforming the way we play.
Or to make your life better in some way.
The app market is exploding because everybody has a device in their pocket.
The phone 20 years ago was like just a piece of plastic, you know?
Just having a smartphone by itself isn't that necessarily interesting.
There are a lot of developers who have great ideas. Consumers are downloading more and more apps.
App market is growing fast because smartphone is the primary device for a large group of audience today, whether they're working or whether they're looking for entertainment.
A good app idea is something that solves a problem.
Because if it's not, it's probably not a great app idea. Any entrepreneurs, any developers who wants to create an app should first answer this question.
A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining us. As you may know, the city traffic is quite chock-a-block this morning, and we have received emails from some of our key delegates who are stuck in traffic requesting us to wait for them. While you wait, we hope you enjoy the videos and case studies being played on the AV screens, and we request the rest of you to please explore the experiential zones and the quiz pods. Just to remind you, we have some very exciting prizes going out during the course of the day. For more details, please get in touch with our team at the quiz pod section, and also once again requesting you, especially those of you who haven't explored the experiential zone, to please do so. Thank you once again.
Engaged. Don't rest on initial success of an app.
Every app needs funding.
If you feel that it has potential and you really want to work on it.
If I want to grow rapidly, taking chances, I would look for an external investment.
When you're at the point where funding is actually going to help you scale your audience.
Where you will be looking for funding also depend on the kind of project you are aiming for.
Until you really have that locked down, it's probably premature to raise money for your app.
The type of company that you are will determine where you go with your funding.
Angel investors invest at very early stages. Pros are that angel investors provide high-risk capital. Now you have partners in place. But you have to recognize also that now you have an outsider who's vested in your business, and you have what they call fiduciary responsibility to them, and to make sure that your objective is to increase the value of the company.
Try to get into an incubator, and the incubator kind of give them like a 101 on startup. You know, they know people, they can put you in touch with the right people, and so there's some value there.
Self-funding for an app is incredibly difficult. However, with that said, I will say it depends on the type of genre that you're approaching. You might see a smaller user base that monetizes much higher, which will be fine for your success overall, as opposed to a more casual approach, which would be more mass market, in which case you need to do loads of marketing, you need a lot more funding to go to a wider number of people, but you'll monetize on a smaller percentage of them.
Another way is crowdfunding. Kickstarter and all those platforms are really popular.
There are a number of pros and cons to crowdfunding. The pro is, when it works, nobody owns your business and nobody owns the IP. You control everything. However, the con is it only works for people who have a brand around their name or around the brand that they're creating.
First, build a great team. Investors invest in people.
Nobody funds based on an idea anymore.
Pitch to as many investors as they can.
The best way to get an investor on board is to have them use the product and become a user and a fan.
Continue to iterate in the markets to look as sexy as possible before going to funders. Simply sketching out the idea of the app.
Prototype, alpha, beta, soft launch 1, soft launch 2.
We do the first iteration of user testing based on what's working and what's not working.
Understanding what they call the back end of development. What are you going to build on?
What's the version that you can build that you can finish as quickly as possible and that you can get out the door quickly?
Make the first 10 seconds of the user experience the most engaging and the best experience for the user.
Something that your users can figure out in 30 seconds or less.
Great app design is not how good the design of the app is. It matters how the users react to it.
Try not to overload the app with too many features early on.
It should be easy to use. It should be easy to navigate.
That the user is embedded into that experience and that the flow doesn't break their experience.
The name should be something original, it should be fun.
The most important quality is not to get the user once, but to get them coming again.
With your relative, family, or friends.
We find targeted users.
Start tracking user behavior as soon as you possibly can.
We can measure true engagement by testing in Canada. And then if we want to test how an app monetizes, we usually go to Australia. Those users behave very similarly in spending patterns to the US. Until you see how users in a testable market are reacting, you won't know how to iterate on the design.
There are too many features that we want to add.
How to build it on multiple platforms without having to duplicate the code.
Remembering to build in scalability into the back end. Oftentimes you're not prepared for the influx of millions of users.
I think the biggest challenge is to stay focused.
Be concerned about the feedback you got from your users. The different ways you can monetize your app are premium. With premium, you will have high volume at the beginning and then a big drop. What is mainly popular now is a freemium model.
You have a free version that people can try out, and then you have the premium version that they can upgrade to if they want additional features.
If you look at the top 100 grossing games, all of them are freemium now, so there's been a big shift over the last 2 or 3 years.
One way to monetize an app is through in-app advertising. Once you learn how to use in-app advertising, it's the same across any number of apps that you do, so it's fairly repetitive. Some users complain about using advertisements in an app, no matter what. So if you provide an in-app purchase to get rid of ads for them, they would be a happy customer too.
You can absolutely combine multiple monetization models. In fact, some of the newer apps that are grossing very high in the store right now are premium apps that also have in-app purchases. But this only works if you have a very strong brand. In-app purchases, generally speaking, monetize much higher than apps that are for sale.
When a user buys an in-app product, he's still staying in the app, so you can monetize the user further.
It comes down to what the goal of your app is. Are you a consumer app? Are you a business app? Is your objective to cast as wide a net as possible to get as many users? What's
in the store right now are premium
Because both our clients as well as our team members are spread across locations. We also work in different time zones, so some people work from home, some people work from office. So it's very difficult to have all the team members in a room at the same time. So technology is absolutely essential for us to collaborate, whether that's on conference calls or on documents or in meetings or whatever it may be. So we started using Google Apps about a year ago. Within 3 months, I think everyone had switched over. So we have tasks which are color-coded, and we usually have people assigned to different tasks. And then whoever's sharing the document, we can see who is sharing and we can see who's edited which part of the document. Recently, in fact, a lot of our senior management team in India and the US were interacting on what the vision of Absolute Data should be. There were a lot of fancy words flying back and forth, and it's difficult to do a discussion on what a vision should be unless you see something in written. So then someone whipped out a Google Doc, typed in their vision, and before we knew it, there were 3 different people typing on the same document. And by the end of the discussion, we actually had a nice vision worked out with people from across the globe working on one document. A lot of our clients are sensitive about data security, but fortunately, Google has a combination package with Postini, so we got that. So we're able to comply with a lot of client data security norms as well. When we are presenting data or results to a client, we don't want to just show the good part of it. We want to show the good and the bad because they're making business decisions which are dependent on the data which is being provided to them. So it's absolutely essential that we're honest to our work, that we're honest to our data, that we're honest to our clients. And that's something which I've learned is one of the most important things when doing business.
I feel like I am living out my 12-year-old dream, which is to have created an interesting gaming company, and we get to create product that people care about and that resonates from an emotional standpoint with a very broad range of folks. Backflip Studios started about 6 years ago with a small group of people, and we went to market quickly. We started it with the idea that mobile was going to change sort of the landscape and ecosystem of gaming. So we created all these free, engaging, casual games, and we had this huge audience, but at the time, we weren't really sure how we were going to monetize it and how we were going to create a sort of a sustainable gaming company out of that.
When you're creating a mobile business, you have to focus on the stability, and you have to be able to scale that operation. Without Google, we would have to work with about 20 different partners to be able to accomplish what we do today.
We use the Android platform in addition to App Engine, and we've really seen our sort of live products be able to scale with the server infrastructure and back-end infrastructure of App Engine.
We then monetize those games with in-app purchases, virtual goods, as well as advertising revenue. And we use DFP to run our internal ad network, and then we monetize using AdMob.
In order to do that, we have to acquire users at a very low cost and at a very large scale.
So we know that 90 to 95% of our users are not going to spend within the game. Google allows us to segment our users in order to maximize the value we can get from folks who are spending in the game, as well as advertising revenue from folks who are not spending in the game. On the Engage side, we have Google Cloud Storage to scale our game as it grows. We post our game in the Google Play Store.
Being able to target users based off of demographics, spend behavior, makes it so we have a better relationship with the customers we're trying to reach. And AdWords is the first platform that we have used that allows us to target directly customers who are guaranteed to have made a purchase.
The idea that Google has a number of different tools that we can leverage, it's allowed us to sort of manage a portfolio of varying products with different revenue models on each.
Google's product roadmap is really impressive, and it's really become the Swiss Army knife for us in terms of monetization, and we're excited to see what else they're going to come out with.
Edromax was founded as a dream of transforming ideas into realities.
Edromax is a video game company that is located in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
I love doing things for millions of people, and I think together with social networks, games are that thing that everyone can use and understand.
So the company started creating Trivia Crack, and I have never witnessed such a level of success. Trivia Crack has been downloaded over 160 million times. Since we're working with Google AdMob, we are monetizing on the two main platforms, and that is iOS and Android worldwide.
This building is my father's building. He has a clothes company, he has a factory. And when we started, we just needed a place to be. And when we started growing, we started taking more space, and now we're more people than in the factory, actually. I love Argentina. I think it's a great place to grow something from scratch, and that's what we're doing.
When we first started, we were focusing on the Spanish-speaking world, and now over 60% of our users are from the US. So our market right now is the whole world. Google has helped us to build a global company. Android is huge in Latin America. We are a Latin American company, so there was definitely no way that the game became so viral without being on Google Play and on the Android platform.
We think that AdMob is the best ad platform in the world. It has been very useful for us because if you don't have a partner that can feel all your impressions, that can help you understand your user, then it's much more difficult.
Users are already aware that free apps are going to have advertising, but if you're able to put that in different phases of the game where it makes sense, you're not going to have any problems. Our product is global, so we need to have impressions served worldwide. We need very, very big volumes. And AdMob is one of those partners that can really do that.
We recently made an exclusivity deal with Google for providing ads in the application, which is very important for us. Before we had many partners, and that brings a lot of inefficiencies.
You have to contact very small and very local ad networks. By doing this with AdMob, we can achieve the same result by working with only one partner.
The real key challenge for Edromax is to continue innovating. I think the future comes with these native ads, which are a way of putting the ads in the context of your application.
We're testing that with AdMob as well. The results so far have been great.
Once you achieve success, if you think that at the end that you are now successful and nothing's going to change, you are wrong, because the world changes and it changes faster than ever, so you need to continue being the best.
It's very important that we have a partner like AdMob, because the more that we can focus on our core business, the better the games that we're going to make.
And the whole idea of Edromax, it's not even a gaming company, it's a great idea company.
We are mobile. We travel through our days constantly connected. Free to connect with the things we care about. Mobile moves us. We can share a laugh at the bus stop or window shop from the backseat of a cab. We can discover and play with new products. Plan a date night while out at lunch. We can even take a stroll through Wonderland. Bring your big ideas to life on mobile. Move people to choose your brand.
Everywhere you look in India, there's inspiration.
Our dream is to share what's fun about India with the whole world.
I always get drawn back to the magnet. This is the Bollywood magnet, our first design. If this one piece can make me laugh, or we can do a whole bunch more and make a company built on this.
This is my husband Vivek.
That's my wife Shubhra.
And we started Chumbak.
So 2009 in the beginning, we sat in the room trying to figure out how we do it. I mean, we had no clue. The web is a startup's best friend. It just makes everything a level playing field. AdWords is pretty cool because it helps us reach out to consumers that I physically can't go to and say, hey, please come in and buy. The idea is to get people who are searching for something different and have them stumble upon Chumba. We look at AdWords quite differently. So what we decided with AdWords is that, listen, let's step back a bit and let's look at the categories that maybe less people search for, but let's make sure that we are the leaders in that. AdWords help us spread the word. And now each time I meet people, they know Chumbak.
You're the Chumbak guys, you know, like, it's fantastic. Coffee mugs,
Fridge magnets,
postcards,
USB drives,
bobbleheads,
keychains,
t-shirts,
boxer shorts,
storage tins,
and a whole bunch of stuff. It's just the web that's taken us there, and we wouldn't have been able to do this 10 years ago. We believe in what we're doing. It makes us happy. Chumbak is our dream come true.
Everybody loves everyone. Every girl and every boy. Kutta billi hati guy. Everybody loves everyone. Chumbak.
I don't know you, Big Buffet Boy 85. But if you think you can humiliate me and take my gold, think again. Oh, I'm coming for you with lots of barbarians and dragons. I can't wait to destroy your village while you beg for mercy. But you will get no mercy. I will have my revenge.
Liam? Have a scone for Liam?
Over here. It's, Liam. You will regret the day you crossed Angry Neeson 52.
Angry Neeson 52.
You can ask Google almost anything except the future. We can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow, but we can observe what's going on today. Today, 3 billion people are online. That's almost half of the world's population. In many parts of the world, people are not just online once in a while. They're online every single day. But that's not as surprising as how we're online. Across ages and nationalities, more and more people use smartphones to go online. Like her, and him, and them, and this little guy. In the United States, there are now more people who prefer to use their smartphone instead of their computer and tablet. This is also the case for people in India, Italy, Spain, and many other countries. And in Korea, people are 10 times more likely to go online on smartphones than on computers and tablets. Whereas the digital age started with a computer for many people, newcomers to the internet today skip this step, going straight to mobile. 90% of Thais under 35 use smartphones, while only 40% also use computers. Only every fourth smartphone user in South Africa owns a computer, and 2 out of 3 smartphone users in India don't have a computer. Smartphones are becoming man's new best friend all over the world. More than 300 million people got their very first smartphone last year. That corresponds to 10% of all online users. We already think mobile first. Should we start thinking mobile only? The number of connected devices per person is on the rise, and that changes the way we spend time together. At an ordinary evening at an Irish family, for instance, 2 out of 3 family members go online on their own device while watching TV. The youngest family members prefer using their smartphones as their second screen, while the older generation is more likely to use a tablet. Actually, most of the internet usage is not related to the TV program they're watching. People have different tastes, but does that mean we can't be together? With the whole world accessible by our fingertips, we are not only entertaining ourselves, we also educate ourselves like never before. In several countries, more than 75% of the population under 35 go to the internet when they need information. How will that change the education of the next generation? And how do we become wiser when we already have all the world's knowledge at hand? The internet has changed the lives of the first 3 billion people online. How will it change the lives of the next 5? Data inspires us to see what questions we need to ask.
we go. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. And flip it. Nice.
Down, up, down.
When we were trying to name Google, we actually went through thousands of names.
The name of the company has now become its own verb in the dictionary.
Let's Google
You can Google it.
Work the Google on the internet machine.
6 simple letters on a plain white page.
Being able to do searches in any language about any country.
When you're putting in a question, they'd finish your question for you.
We have been working on organizing the world's information. Our goal is to digitize all the books.
Today, Google announced Gmail. Email for everyone for free.
Google is mapping the entire world to make it more accessible to people everywhere.
Google is jumping into the mobile market.
Android was built as an open platform for everyone to use and build on.
This is Chrome. It's a faster, safer browser for the open web.
Google is unveiling what they call the knowledge graph.
We needed to understand the world the way you and I do, as objects and relationships between objects.
Today, Google got another useful feature with Google Now.
We are providing you with answers before you've even asked for
One
them.
of my favorite cards is the one that shows traffic data for your commute to and from work.
Think about how far Google has evolved from the 10 blue links.
We asked ourselves, how can we assist you right when you need it?
Okay, Google, call the Walker Arts Center.
It's not just desktops, phones, and laptops anymore.
오케이 구글, 유진이한테 5분 늦는다고 문자 보내줘.
It's watches with displays, car consoles with displays.
Okay, Google, let's go to the aquarium.
How can we help you get things done in as few steps as possible?
Okay, Google.
Okay, Google.
Okay, Google, show me my photos of Lucas with the pumpkin.
But we have to remember, we have a long way to go. This is just the tip of the iceberg.
Inside the massive hangars at Moffett Federal Airfield, Google is attempting to do something that balloon experts deemed impossible: deliver high-speed internet access to the most remote corners of the globe.
The first 60 or so balloons we launched all burst when they got to altitude, which was very sort of disheartening.
This is something that has never been asked of balloons before, to be reliable and to do what we expect them to do. Before it was just sort of like a vehicle to gain knowledge. Now we're trying to make a business.
Launched in 2012, the first 2 years of Project Loon were a process of rapid iteration. The team had to prove it was possible to deliver reliable internet access to specific locations in the most remote parts of the globe. They began with the simplest possible approach: electronics stuffed into a styrofoam beer cooler floating at the edge of outer space. When that didn't fail, they kept moving forward.
The way Google X works is we try to prove that it can't work. So the first thing we did was took a router, flew it on a weather balloon up to 10 kilometers and see if you could still get a signal. And that part worked. And since then, it's been a continuous process of trying to stretch the envelope a little bit more every time to see how far it would go.
Last year, the team made a critical decision, switching from a wireless router to an LTE antenna.
We are just like a cell phone tower, but in the sky. And the same way that their central office of the telco interacts with all their cell towers, they will interact with our balloon. Another way to think about it is, if you drive down the highway on a phone call, you will switch between cell towers. What we're doing is kind of flipping that on its head. So you're standing still on the ground with your LTE phone, and as one balloon goes overhead, another balloon comes in range, and you're switching between one balloon to another without dropping the call.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to request you to kindly take your seats as the main session is about to begin. We'd like to request those of you seated behind to please occupy the empty pockets in front. We would request you to please put your mobile phones on silent during the entire course of the event. Do have a look at the screens for the fire safety plan. If you have friends who haven't been able to make it to the venue today, you can ask them to go to the website. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting in a very short while from now. Kindly requesting those of you not seated to please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting those of you not seated to please take your seats and settle down. We'd like to request those of you at the experiential zone to please move forward and occupy the empty pockets of seat. We're about to begin. Thank you. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are here to share the latest trends and product developments which impact your mobile-led innovations. Get ready for a fun-filled, inspirational day here at Google for Mobile 2015. Mobile is the core of all tech innovations today. It gives incredible power and insight to developers and startups to create personalized experiences for everyone. We at Google have been working to create platforms to enable you to innovate in this space. Today, we will take you through an exciting journey about how mobile is transforming the world around you. We may call it the small screen, but increasingly, it is the only screen that matters. We have with us Sandeep Menon, Director Marketing for Google India, to share some insights on the mobile landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him on stage.
Good morning, everybody. Can you all hear me well? At the back? Excellent. Thank you for coming for Google for Mobile 2015. I know you all have busy schedules, so we really appreciate the fact that you took time from your busy schedule to make this event. I also want to apologize for the delayed start. We planned for a lot of stuff, as you can see, but unfortunately, our planning for what Bangalore traffic can cause needs some more work. But we have a very exciting agenda ahead of you. We have some fascinating speakers, so I hope you have a fantastic day. So, I truly believe that we are at a very, very, very unique position in the history of India when it comes to technology. I believe that all of us, especially the developer community, is truly privileged to be part of a juncture in time when the internet economy in India is really exploding. There cannot be a better time to be a developer in India. But I thought, before I start and talk about all the fantastic stuff that is happening, that we should take a quick look back at how the Indian tech landscape has evolved. I want you guys to think back to the mid to late 80s. And I know it might be tough for some of you, especially those of you who are relatively younger. But less than 30 years ago is when television started taking off in India. At that time, we had very, very few choices when it came to channels. Like essentially, there was just one national broadcaster. When I talk about it to my colleagues who are young, they don't even remember that, because by 90s, in about 10 years' time, we had the satellite television revolution in India. Suddenly, millions of Indians across the country could watch hundreds of channels, and the entertainment industry in India took off like never before. In 2000, when the dot-com bubble happened, there was a joke that it never hit India because there were less than 2 million people at that time in India who were online. But the first decade of this century, something really monumental happened. The mobile revolution happened. For the first time, Indians who used to wait 5-10 years to get a landline connection could just walk up and get a mobile phone connection. That fundamentally changed the way we Indians communicated. If the first decade of this century was the century of mobile, this decade, especially the last few years, is when we are seeing internet economy really happen in India. So, the interesting trend that you see here is that everything is accelerating. This is a very interesting graph from one of Mary Meeker's annual reports, which looks at how long it does take for each technology to hit the 1 billion user mark. These are global numbers. And what's fascinating is that while fixed line telephony took more than 100 years to hit 1 billion users, television took half of that. Mobile phones, even less. Internet hit 1 billion users in 14 years. And the smartphone revolution, which is what is really driving internet in India, took just 8 years to hit the 1 billion user mark. But it has just started. So I think this is very important for all of us to remember, because there is a tendency in technology, and this is something which our founder Sergey always mentions, that we have this tendency of overestimating the impact that technology can have in the very short term. But we completely underestimate the impact that technology can have in 5-10 years. So what does the next 5 to 10 years hold for us? How will our economy be? What is the impact that technology will have on the lives of billions of Indians? What goes without saying is that at this point in India, we are at an inflection point. What you see here is the rate of growth. This is the growth of internet users in the US, in China, and in India. What you see is that very clearly, India right now is at a juncture where China was in 2008. We are just about to see the start of the hockey stick growth. At that point in time in China, we had catalyst companies like Tencent, Alibaba, etc. taking off. They were there before, but that's when they started really, really growing. The question is, what are these catalyst companies in India? Our hope is that many of these catalyst companies will be founded by people like you. Many of you have started those companies, and we hope that these companies will essentially be the ones driving the change in India. Very exciting times. I talked about how back in the early 2000s, internet was non-existent in India. We are already at 350 million internet users in India. There are 350 million Indians who have at least used the internet once. And we believe that in the next 5 years, by the end of 2020, we will have 700 million Indians not only using the internet, but using the internet on a daily basis. And that is quite phenomenal. And I mentioned this before. The one single thing that is driving this phenomenal growth is the rise of smartphones. Even if you look at 3 to 4 years ago, in 2011, we just had about 25 million to 27 million smartphones in India. That was just about 20 to 25% of the total internet users in India. Currently, 50% of the internet users in India have a smartphone. And we believe that by 2020, that number will be almost 100%. And we are seeing signs of that. The apps that you guys develop make us already one of the top 5 markets on Google Play by downloads. Top 5 globally. Every month, we have over 300 million apps downloaded in India on Google Play. This is phenomenal, but this is just the start. Before, I think while all of this is fantastic, and before we get all excited and starting to pat ourselves on the back and thumping our chest, I want all of us to pause for a minute. I think that is great, but the fact of the matter remains that in spite of all this fantastic stuff that I talked about, less than 2% of the top 1,000 apps globally are Indian. Less than 2%. We do not have even a single app in the top 100 list. So, while we are at this critical juncture, while we are seeing this phenomenal growth, I think we all need to put our heads together to see what does it take to change this. What I want to do for the next couple of minutes is to share with you some of the areas that we at Google have been thinking very hard about when it comes to making sure that we develop products that not just work for 10 million Indians, 100 million Indians. We need to develop products and apps that work for 1 billion Indians. And that requires a fundamental change in our mind shift. What are these things that we believe are critical for each one of us to think about when it comes to developing products for India? What are the things that we believe are critical to help us get to a stage where our apps are indeed among the top 100 apps globally? Let me start with one thing which is really, really passionate and which I'm passionate about and close to my heart. It's the problem of language. While the growth of the internet in India has been phenomenal, it is unfortunately very much an English-driven internet. One interesting anecdote that I share sometimes is that our friends in Wikipedia did a study a couple of years ago where they compared the corpus of content in Hindi and found that Hindi, with a population of 400 million speakers, has less content online than Estonian with just 1.5 million speakers. That is changing fast. That is changing fast, but it is very important for all of you to really think hard about this problem. As you develop your solutions, how do we make sure that your products and solutions address this untapped market? This is huge, folks. We believe that by 2020, there'll be at least 500 million Indians, 500 million Indians, who will be primarily using local language on the internet. And we are seeing the first signs of that. I have shown here the example of Daily Hunt. It's an app which has really done a good job of this. And they are one of the fastest growing Indian apps with over 90 million downloads already. On our part, we are also thinking hard about this problem. We, along with our partners, have launched the Indian Language Internet Alliance with a specific aim to make computing work in local Indian languages. We are also doubling down on our efforts to make our products and services work well in local languages. I believe that this is a truly unique opportunity for each and every one of you to build apps and solutions which will then see fantastic growth. The good news is that some recent data suggests that this revolution is already underway. Currently, if you look at the last 6 to 10 months, we have seen that the consumption of Hindi content is 5x faster than the growth in consumption of English content. You all need to think about what is it that you are doing to contribute to this, what you are doing to tap and get into these users. The second point, which in fact is tied to the first one, because of the complexity of entering and interacting with local language keyboards and stuff like that, because of the fact that while English has only 26 alphabets, a language like Hindi has 56 without even including the matras, what we are seeing is that for the millions of Indians who are coming online, voice is going to play a critical role. We, on our part, have invested very heavily in this. Over the past 12 months, the first thing we did is, it might sound simple, but we love our voice search product, but it only used to work with American accents. We first got it to work with our accents, with Indian accents. So it works well with my Malu accent, it works well with all our Indian accents. That was the first step. The second step, which we are doing a lot of progress on, is to make sure that it not just works in English, but you can do voice searches in Hindi. In fact, we have made a lot of progress on that. And we hope to see much more traction in that area. What is really heartening to note is that there has been a 10x growth in queries over the last 18 months on voice. This is far outstrips the growth in search. This is an important trend that all of you need to think hard about. The next one is an interesting one. While we all get very excited about the fact that there are all these Indians who are coming online on smartphones. I talked about the 6 million Indians who come online every month on smartphones. The challenging part of it is that the phones that we have at this point in time for a bulk majority of Indians, especially those Indians who are buying their first smartphone, shifting from a feature phone, have very limited memory capabilities. Even now in India, close to a third of the shipments are of devices with 512 MB RAM or less. In fact, our data suggests that close to 60% of the installed base have less than a GB of RAM. So what this entails happens is that the number of apps the average Indian can have on their device is first limited. And we also see that there is a very, very high uninstall rate, especially for apps that are either heavy or the user believes do not serve their needs accurately. While the tendency in markets where you have devices with very high computing power is to have maybe 100 apps on your phones, this is very different in India. So we have been investing in this space, but I think it's also important that we work jointly on this problem. And as developers, you really, really obsess about the size of your apps. And what goes hand in hand with that is my next point. If size of apps and memory utilization is one thing, the other thing you need to be paranoid about is how much data your apps consume. We are lucky to have one of the lowest rates when it comes to data charges and stuff like that. But that is just in absolute terms. We did this study where we compared the average starter mobile data pack with that of US. What you see is that if you compare it against median income, which is a real measure of purchasing power, the average data pack in India is almost 6x more expensive than the US. This is an area that we have been working very hard on. But I think it's also an area that everybody needs to think. You need to obsess about how much data your product uses. You need to obsess about making sure that you also convey it to your users, because this is something which is very, very important for them. On our side, since we introduced Data Saver on Chrome, we have seen millions of Indians opting for that feature. And that really helps in reducing the amount of data that is consumed using server-side compression. What is also interesting is that we launched this feature called Searchlight and Weblight, which essentially enables faster searches and web page loads, especially on slow networks like 2G networks. We launched it in India and Indonesia, and the numbers are very, very encouraging. What we found is that in Indonesia, during the initial trial period, we were able to reduce the size of the first page loaded by almost 80%, which means that the page loaded 4 times. But what is more interesting for all of you is the point that we almost doubled consumption. So people started visiting those web pages almost double the time that they were visiting earlier. So it's really, really important that whatever you do, and I have seen a lot of good Indian app developers do this really, really well. We need to make sure that, and this, by the way, like we can all hope that data will get cheaper and cheaper, but this problem is going to persist because as new users are coming in, those users, when we talk about having 700 million Indians online, for them, the cost of data will still remain an important issue. It goes without saying that what goes hand in hand with this is the fact that we do have challenges when it comes to connectivity. And it's not just call drops I'm talking about. Even now, more than 70% of all Indian mobile internet users use 2G. Hopefully that'll change. But what is very, very clear is that any person who is out to develop an app in India has to develop for not one stage, which is the online state, but actually 3 states. You need to make sure that your apps work well when it's online and you have good connectivity and stuff like that. But it also needs to make sure that it works well when you have flaky connections, which is a vast majority of the time when people are on the move. And even more importantly, and a little bit revolutionary, you need to build for the offline case. We realized this last year, which is why we spent a lot of time building offline functionality into our products. We launched YouTube offline at the start of this year. And we've been amazed at the impact that has made in terms of consumption. We've been amazed at the speed at which Indian consumers have adopted that feature. We are working hard to make our other products like Maps offline. As app developers and as founders of companies that develop innovative products, which are essentially targeted at the mobile consumer, you got to nail this. You got to nail this, because if you miss this, you're not going to get users in India. So I talked about a bunch of stuff that is needed for us to make sure that we build apps for not just the few million, hundreds of million who are online currently, but to make sure that we build apps and services that suit the needs of 1 billion Indians. And we have very exciting times ahead of us. We at Google passionately believe in engaging actively with the developer community. We at Google believe that our success is tied to that of the developer community. And we have truly exciting days ahead of us. By 2018, our developer community, the Indian developer community, will be the largest in the world with over 400 million developers. This is huge, guys. We have a very, very, very exciting future ahead of us. And we really need to work together jointly to make sure that we make the most out of this opportunity. I think it's time that we changed our thinking. I think it's time we said bye to incrementalism. I think it's time we said bye to small changes. I think it's time for us to think 10x. What we believe is that it's time for us to work together and think 10x, such that when it comes to 2020, and when we are having Google for Mobile 2020, we'll have 20% of the top 1,000 apps global which are Indian. And I also hope that these apps will be developed by people in these rooms. I want to close today by sharing a philosophy which is very, very core to the Google DNA. We call this moonshot thinking. It's this thinking which helps us build fantastic products. It's this thinking which motivates us to go for really, really ambitious goals. I hope that you like this video, and I want to thank one and all of you for taking the time to come for Google for Mobile 2015. Thank you.
The actual moonshot is wonderful, inspirational, poetic, beautiful, involved great technical challenges, genuine heroism. It brought the world together. But think about the Polynesian islander on the dugout canoe, deciding one day they were going to go that way. No one had ever been that way before. No one even knew if there was anything that way before. It was amazing, and it changed the world.
People can set their minds to magical, seemingly impossible ideas, and then through science and technology, bring them to reality. And that then sets other people on fire, that other things that look impossible might be accomplishable.
Galileo is such a hero, in thinking big, and what he represents to me is both curiosity and wonder that humanity had, that pushed him and drove himself to invent and work on the first telescopes that allowed us to see the moon, and here we are.
These aviation pioneers were figuring it out as they went. No one really knew how to build an airplane, right? No one knew how to fly an airplane. It was amazing and crazy and wonderful, and they wanted to explore.
Many years ago, the great British explorer George Mallory, who was to die on Mount Everest, was asked why did he want to climb it. He said, because it is there.
There's so many challenges in the world, and you could feel daunted by that, and sort of oppressed by that, or you kind of say, how might we think differently about this?
Everyone else in the world is working on the next 10%. If you can be the one that delivers that 10 times improvement, you have a chance to really change things.
If you want cars to run at 50 miles per gallon, fine, you can retool your car a little bit. But if I tell you it has to run on a gallon of gas for 500 miles, you have to start over.
You need a lot of courage in this work, and you need a lot of persistence. One of the things that's really critical is not only having the courage to keep trying every day or thinking big, even if you don't really 100% believe it's possible, like you might think this might be possible, have the courage to try. That's how the greatest things have happened.
You don't spend your time being bothered that you can't teleport from here to Japan, because there's a part of you that thinks it's impossible. Moonshot thinking is choosing to be bothered by that.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Humanity's progress has been a series of amazing, audacious things, from the very small and personal up to the great, big, and grand. And we are a species of moonshots. And to me, that's like the really amazing, poetic, and inspirational thing.
I think our ambitions are a glass ceiling on what we can accomplish.
When you find your passion, you're unstoppable. You can make amazing things happen. It's been true through all of history.
I believe in the human spirit, and I believe that there are always going to be crazy people who will get out of bed one morning and say, you know what? I think I can build a space elevator, and let's go and do it. But I think that if we become afraid to take these great big risks, we stop inspiring people. We stop achieving things. And the biggest nightmare scenario is that we won't have what it takes to solve the really big challenges.
When Kennedy said that we would put a man on the moon, it's about the fact that he said, we don't know how to do this yet, and we're gonna do it anyway. And that sends chills up everybody's spine. Because if that happens, what couldn't we do?
Thank you, Sandeep. We hope to take those insights and build better products for our billion Indians. I would like to now welcome Scott Scheffer, Vice President, Publisher, Business Solutions, Google, to talk about global trends in the mobile space. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming onto stage Scott Scheffer.
Good morning. How are y'all doing? My name is Scott Scheffer, and I have a team of about 350 people worldwide at Google that works with over 2 million developers and publishers around the world. Our colleagues in the product development and engineering teams provide us with all sorts of great products and services, and it's really our goal to help all of our developer partners and web publishing partners to be successful with those products. I've been at Google for more than 9 years, and it's been an amazing journey in the last near decade of my time at Google. The industry has changed dramatically in that period of time. I can remember 9 years ago when we were talking about the mobile web being WAP, and now here we are in a world of 4G data plans and mobile apps and moving into artificial intelligence. It's been an amazing journey over the past 9.5 years. I'm glad to be here again this year. It's great to see some of you from last year, and there's even more of you here today. And what I thought I would do today is talk a bit about the world on a small screen. I'll cover some general trends in the world. No surprise, this is all going to be mobile-based. But what I'm really fascinated about is the potential for dramatic acceleration in the mobile business, in the mobile world in the next couple years, given certain conditions which apply mostly in Asia Pacific and in India in particular. After that, I'll talk a bit about the next billion users and lay out some keys for success in order to capture those next billion users. And overall, what I'm going to try to do, as I think I mentioned last year, is set the stage for the rest of the talks during today and kind of whet your appetite for what's coming later. So I'm the intellectual amuse-bouche. I'm not going to fill you up. I'm just going to get your appetite going for the rest of the day. And one of the best parts of my job is to come to events like this. I go around the world. My passport is getting extremely thick over the last couple years. I'm here today. I was in the United States last week. I'm in China on Thursday. I'm in Europe next week, talking to partners like you about how we can help you grow your business and sharing some international global trends around the world. So with that, why don't we get started? So today, the internet is global, and I think that's a fairly obvious statement. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised by that, but it certainly wasn't the case 20 years ago. When I first got on the web in 1993, 1994, 61% of internet users were located in the United States. Today, in 2015, only 10% of internet users are located in the United States. So where's the rest of that growth come from? Well, it's come from Asia Pacific, where more than 51% of users on the internet are located in the Asia Pacific region today. And certainly we know that the internet is mobile. In 2014, the number of mobile connected devices worldwide actually exceeded the world's population. So there were about 7.4 mobilely connected devices in 2014, compared to about 7.3 billion, give or take 100 million or so people there. And the majority of that growth, 88% of the growth in 2014 from connected devices came from smartphones. So we're seeing massive growth in mobile devices concentrated in the smartphone area. And of course, there's a massive proliferation of devices of all shapes, sizes, scale, and capability in the smartphone space. Mobile first, right? Everyone talks about mobile first. And again, it seems obvious given the proliferation of mobile devices that are out there. But even 5 years ago, developers were still predominantly focusing on desktop applications. And this prompted Eric Schmidt, who was Google's CEO in 2010, to say at the time, the phone is no longer the phone. It's your alter ego. It's the extension of everything we are. Now is the time for us to get behind this. We understand that the new rule is mobile first. So this is really a rallying cry for developers to put mobile first instead of putting desktop first. And ignoring mobile put your business at peril. It may mean that you might fall behind. In addition to mobile first, I think we all recognize that many people have multiple devices. So show of hands, I'm assuming everyone in the room has a mobile device. How many of you have 2 mobile connected devices with you today? Okay, how many of you have 3 with you today? Okay, there's a couple. This guy's laughing because it's good. How about 4? 4 devices, anyone? There's a couple over there. 5 or more? Okay, this guy, you have 5? 5 or more, okay, how many? 6, he's got 6. So again, if you think about the proliferation of devices, form factors, it's a mobile-first world, and increasingly, as I'm going to talk about a little bit later, it's becoming a mobile-only world. That's what this next slide says. So if you think about the business cases that are out there, there are all sorts of businesses that are either not even starting on desktop or starting on mobile web and starting and moving to app only, or they're shutting down their desktop and their mobile web businesses. So a good example of this is Myntra, which saw that like 95% of their traffic were coming from their mobile app. So they shut down their desktop and they focused just on their smartphone app. So what this chart shows is for the US market, some data reaching up to March 2015. It shows single platform users' share of the total digital population. And what you can see here, the red line, is desktop-only users dropping precipitously over the last year, and mobile-only users actually becoming a larger share of the population compared to desktop-only. Now this is the United States, and if you think about where Asia Pacific and India are, they're far ahead of that, significantly farther, where desktop ownership is much, much lower. So by now I think we're all familiar with the concepts of mobile first and mobile only. And today what I'd like to do is introduce a new phrase, a new term, mobile momentum, which is really the conditions that must exist for massive accelerated growth to happen on mobile devices. And it really describes a convergence of three things, as you can see here on the screen. The first is owners. Is there strong mobile device adoption in a given market or region? The second is engagers. So are a high percentage of users accessing the internet through their mobile devices? And finally, the third, and possibly the most important, given you're all here today, is creators. People with the skills to create relevant mobile experiences for a high percentage of mobile developers in any particular region. So I think Asia Pacific certainly has all of these characteristics, and it's got significant mobile momentum. So let's take a look at what that means. So the first one, let's take a look at device ownership. So by 2019, in APAC alone, we expect 1.4 billion smartphone users, which is about 400 million more than what there are today. This is going to be more users of smartphones than all other regions combined. That's an amazing statistic. And in fact, in less than 2 years, India will actually overtake the US in smartphone sales, being number 2 right behind China. So again, massive device ownership, lots of people having smartphones, lots of people having access. That's the first condition for mobile momentum. Secondly, let's talk about engaged users. Many, many mobile internet users. By 2019, about 40% of APAC users will access the internet through a mobile phone. So they're going to be engaged, they've got devices, they're accessing through mobile phones. Again, 2 of the 3 conditions being met for mobile momentum. And finally, let's talk a bit about creators. This chart shows developer populations by region and by platform across the world. And what you can see is there's roughly about 20 million developers in the world today, and about 10.5 million of those are developing for mobile. APAC has the most mobile developers in the world, and it's the only region that has about 30% more developers on mobile compared to the web. And as mentioned in the previous talk, India alone will surpass the United States in terms of mobile developers by 2018. So these are all very strong foundations that point to a massive, bright future for the region. And many of you are already building mobile experiences on your devices. But I think the real question that some of these points have brought up are, how broadly are you thinking about your user base? Are you thinking about countries outside of India? Are you thinking about countries outside of Asia Pacific? One of the things that I notice on all my world travels is that Asia Pacific developers tend to have a much more expansive view of the world than developers in the United States or even Western Europe. They tend to think internationally from the get-go, and in many cases, that's put them ahead of the crowd and has great potential for the future. So much of the innovation over the last couple of 5-10 years in the digital space has come out of the US, but given all these characteristics and mobile momentum in particular, we expect the next 10 to 20 years to be driven mostly from an innovation perspective from Asia Pacific. And to a large extent, that's really already happening today. So if you think about trends that are starting in Asia Pacific and going global, messaging apps is certainly an example of that. Messaging apps are just on fire in Asia and spreading rapidly throughout the world. And WeChat is a really good example of this. Massively successful in China, but they already have 100 million users outside of China. So just think about what other trends or opportunities are likely to develop first here in India, in Asia Pacific, and then spread around the world. And how can you tap into that massive user base beyond your particular region? Let's try, there we go. Okay, so I think there's probably a question on your mind here, which is how do we capture the next billion users? So if I said that there was a magic trick that would enable you to capture and grow your business 50, 60, 100% year over year, we'd probably be very interested in hearing that. Unfortunately, there's no magic trick, there's no magic formula. But there is a massive opportunity. We've already talked about the fact that there's going to be 1 billion more smartphone users coming online by 2020. So there's going to be about 2.6 billion smartphone users in 2020 compared to about 1.5 billion today. So whether you're developing for a mobile app or a mobile web or both, there's just a massive opportunity for you to take advantage of that number of users coming online. And really, if you think about it, mobile's the only platform in the history of the world that presents the opportunity to scale a business that rapidly. And so again, while there's no secret formula or secret recipe to actually capture that next billion users, what I thought I'd do is outline some thoughts about how you could think about winning and capturing those users. So the first one is really defining your demographics. The fan is turned off. So I think it's human nature really to design products based on your perception of what the world actually wants. But thinking about what your users need and segmenting your users across the world or cross region is critically important. It was Walt Disney who said, and the quote's up here on the screen, "You can design and create and build the most wonderful place in the world, but it takes people to make the dream a reality." Now, Walt was talking about theme parks in the United States in the 1950s, but the point remains relevant for us today. You can build a beautiful site or an app, but if people don't come to it, it's just not going to be successful. So the real question here is, what group or segment of users are you targeting? And perhaps even more importantly, how will my personal experience as Scott Sheffer from your offering be tailored to me rather than the middle-aged, bearded US male demographic that you're shooting for? How can you customize that experience on a user-by-user basis? So that's the first thing, demographics and thinking about your users. And certainly in terms of demographics, youth is driving mobile momentum around the world. Whenever I travel, I'm just astounded by the statistics of young people and what's driving mobile adoption in many, many regions around the world. Asia Pacific, Latin America, or what have you. So again, some statistics up here on the screen. In Latin America, 47% of mobile internet users are 24 years or younger. I was just there in July. It's a massive opportunity, massive market, just scaling up. 50% of mobile users in India are aged between 18 and 23. 60% of mobile internet users in China are under the age of 29. Compare and contrast that to the United States, where 25% of mobile internet users are under 24. So when you're building your mobile app or mobile web or application, think about the demographic that you're catering to. And in addition, if you think about what these next billion users are going to be doing 5 years from now, it's likely to be very different than what they're doing today, and the apps and the capabilities that exist today. So just for example, 5 years ago, we didn't have message that's self-deleted after a period of time on your phone, and we didn't have social networks based purely on sharing pictures. So what's that dramatic 400, 500, 600 million user opportunity going to look like 5 years from now? It's probably not going to look the same as it is today. And in addition, in such a crowded landscape, how are you going to make your application, your opportunity stand out from all those around you, right? So just take a look around. There's a lot of developers here. How are you going to make your application stand out from the application of the person to your left, to your right, and the person behind you? So later today, we're going to hear from App Annie talk a bit about what makes apps appealing to the users of today. So I'm really looking forward to that talk. So second key for success to capture the next billion users, build for a connected world. So what does going online mean for the next billion users? For some, it could mean a Google search on their phone or even their watch. It could mean playing a game on their tablet. For others, it could mean booking a taxi with their app, booking their train ticket with their app. It could mean downloading content so that they can save on their data plan, or adjusting the thermostat in your house as you drive home, in the case of Nest. So I think the notion of going online is probably going to fade away, and more people are going to be just connected. Now, there are certainly some geographies where the cost of bandwidth and data and the technology that's currently deployed limit the amount of time that people can actually spend 100% connected. But I can guarantee you that 5 years from now, when that next billion users are online, the world will be even more connected than it is today. So how does that change how you're thinking about developing for those users? A really good example of this is a service such as Google Now, which builds on this concept of being connected all the time very, very well. So if you haven't used it, it's like having a personal assistant right on your phone that gives you the information that you need, in some cases before you even need it. So for example, if I need to drive to a meeting in California and my phone knows my calendar, it's able to tell me the route conditions and the traffic that's happening right then and there, and actually alert me to leave early early if there's an accident or traffic on the freeway. It would have been nice to have that earlier today, because I know we got stuck in traffic coming on the way over here. So it's just working in the background as a service to me to give me the information that I need when I want it before I even realize that I need it. And this is really all about technology getting out of the way and delivering useful content, information, or help to users. Another really good example of this is wearable tech t-shirts. So this is one that was just launched by Ralph Lauren. It's got sensors woven into the shirt that can track your workout and sends your performance data directly to an app on your smartphone, right? So basically, you get all the benefit of being online without having to think about it. And the only thing you have to exert yourself in is your workout. So just think about the different kinds of services that you'll be able to build for your users who will be constantly connected, or even more connected than they are today in the next coming years. Because that next billion user segment is certainly going to expect technology to do a lot more for them than it is today. And there's some great examples of apps today that do this work for you. A couple examples up here on the screen. Zomato, which is a restaurant finder with more than 1 million restaurants in over 22 countries. Ixigo, which really allows you to book trains, flights, hotels, travel packages that work for you. And then there's Truecaller, which is a massive success, especially in India, that allows you to identify callers even if they're not in your phone book, and will block them for you. So these, again, are just apps that do the work for you without you really having to think about it and take care of you. The third thing that we probably want to think about to capture the next billion users is, what is your business model going to be? Now, you're all looking to monetize your business. Maybe there's a couple people out there who are interested in giving everything away for free, but I think all of us are interested in finding a way to grow our business and grow revenue. And there's certainly many models that you can use to do that. There's advertising, there's paid app downloads, there's subscriptions, there's in-app purchases, and there's probably going to be a couple more models that will emerge in the next couple of years. So ultimately, the business model that you success really depends upon the app that you're designing and your target market segment. So let's take a look at a couple examples of apps today that fall into those 4 buckets. Lots of great examples. We have some up on the screen here as well. Excuse me. So Clash of Clans, it's a top revenue-generating app of 2014 and earns significant dollars using in-app purchase. Pandora, it's a top music streaming app, subscription-based. Swipe, which is an enormously successful customizable keyboard with over 1 million installs on Google Play. And then there's Fruit Ninja, which was created by Halftime Studios based in Australia. They're actually going to be here today talking this afternoon, for whom advertising is an important revenue source. So again, you've got IAP, you've got subscriptions, you've got paid downloads, you've got advertising, and more models to come. The other interesting thing, as I mentioned earlier, is you really need to think about who your target demographic is. Monetization models are going to perform differently in each region. So if you think about, most of the next billion users that are coming online are coming from countries where the average GDP is about $13,000 per person per year, right? That compares to roughly $44,000 per year per person in richer markets. So if you think about, what does that mean for how you're going to monetize your app? Does it mean you're going to lean more towards an ad-driven model, more towards a paid download, or micropayments on content download, or something like that? So do you have a plan for monetizing your app with users with lower disposable incomes? And really testing different models might be the best way to figure that out. Of course, at Google, we're strong believers in advertising and the value that it can provide to users, advertisers, and developers. And there's enormous potential for mobile advertising to grow, with projections saying that it'll grow from about $70 billion worldwide in 2015 to almost $200 billion in 2019. So massive opportunity here. And again, our belief is the right ad at the right time to the right user creates massive value for users and for advertisers and for developers. And there's just significant room for this marketplace to grow. So what this chart shows, this is a chart from Mary Meeker focused on the US advertising market in 2014. The blue line is the amount of time, that users spend on a particular medium, right? So from left to right, we got print, radio, TV, internet, and mobile. And the green is the amount of advertising spend that's actually spent on that medium, right? So you can see here in the United States, and the arrows, by the way, indicate whether those times and spends are going up or down. So you can see here in the United States that while print only takes up 4% of user time, it still receives 18% of advertising spend, which is astounding to me. I'm not quite sure why that's the case. Radio is about even. TV, while about even, is actually decreasing over time. And you can see mobile, with 24% of user time in the United States, only receives about 8% of advertising spend. So if you look at that, just in the United States alone, that means there's a $25 billion gap opportunity for mobile advertising just in the United States, right? So as a developer, there's a great opportunity for you to build experiences that draw users. And as Google and as other advertising companies think about this, our job is to help you monetize those users and make the case to advertisers, marketers, and agencies to spend more money where users are actually spending their time. So later today, Arun Balaraman, who's a product manager for our AdMob platform, is going to talk a bit about the new features in AdMob that will make this a possibility. So finally, let's talk a bit about devices. Google is certainly committed to making the mobile ecosystem flourish. One of the challenges today for the next billion users is device affordability. So in 2014, there were about 1 billion Android phones shipped around the world. Android One, which is Google's flagship lower-cost device, is all about bringing high-quality, affordable devices to as many people as possible with an always up-to-date operating system that runs the latest Android release. So we went from one country, India, which was launched last year in September, right around the time of this event last year, to about 6 countries today, with more coming. And we started with 3 OEM partners last year and now have more than a dozen. And just to put this in perspective, thinking about which devices your users are likely to use, in the latest quarter, about 1/5 of the smartphones sold in China were under $100, while in India, almost 50% of all smartphones shipped during the same period were in this price segment. So Google is really investing heavily in building the platforms to help you have success across your user base. We really want to help you develop applications, engage users, and earn revenue across Android, iOS, and the mobile web. And it's all part of our ongoing commitment to really support mobile and the developer community. And we're very, very thankful to have you all as partners. There's my bill: develop, engage, and earn. So over the rest of the day, you'll be hearing from some of our best experts at Google about how we can help you develop, engage, and earn, and take advantage of mobile momentum. So I hope that I whetted your appetite for the rest of the day. This is an exciting time to be in this space. It's probably the most dramatic change that I've seen in the last 9 years in this industry. And it's going to be an exciting time over the next 5 years as those billion new users come online. So thank you for your attention, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Scott, for that insightful presentation. The mobile world today is definitely moving towards apps. All of us love apps. They make our lives fun, easy, and productive. Developers are creating beautiful experiences, making users spend more time on their phones than ever before. To know the latest on developer and consumer trends for apps, let's welcome on stage Hyundai Yu, Asia Pacific Head, App Annie.
Hello, everyone. Are you okay? Okay. That's good. I'm okay, too. So I don't have a Mi Band for everyone, but I hope to have a lot of good data for everyone today. Okay, so my name is Junda. I'm from App Annie. Thank you very much, Google, for inviting us to this tremendous audience, tremendous stage here in Bangalore. This is actually my 2nd year at this event. It's far bigger than last year. Okay, so today we're going to do 2 things. First one is 3 things, actually. First, a simple introduction of our company, very fast, very quick. Then secondly, an overview of some global trends that are happening today in this very fast developing mobile market worldwide. And then lastly, we take a look at how the Indian market has developed over the past 1 year. Okay, So firstly, simple introduction of App Annie. Today, we are the biggest company in providing mobile analytics, mobile market data globally. We started actually in Beijing, China. But today, we are headquartered in San Francisco, and we have 14 offices worldwide. Our 2 recent offices are Paris and Mumbai. Okay? And we also have the biggest we have a huge VC funding from the biggest internet investors like Sequoia Capital, IDG, IVP, and so on. Okay, so these are just a sampling of our biggest customers worldwide in every vertical, in every region. So this means that every company, no matter what industry they're in, which location they're in, they all benefit from our data. And this is a quick overview of the free products that we provide. So on the left side, App Analytics, we provide you a lot of analytics without an SDK, no SDK integration needed. It shows you a lot of data about your own apps on iOS and Google Play, and also on all the major advertising platforms as well. In terms of free market data, we have store stats. This helps you check out any app in the world, your own app, your competitor's app, some app in the US. You can look at their reviews, rankings, history, anything, all for free. Okay, and in terms of our premium products, today we have 3 premium products. There's Store Intelligence. This provides downloads and revenues estimates on any app in the world. And then Audience Intelligence is focused on providing demographics and related apps of your competitors' apps as well as your own apps, like male, female, what age group, and so on. And Usage Intelligence is talking about the usage activity, the MAU, session time, sessions per week of every app in the world. So note that this is focused on providing every app in the world, not just providing about your own app, because you all probably know a lot about your own app already. Okay. So moving on to the more interesting stuff. So we start with some App Store trends, and then country trends, category trends, and then focus on India. Okay. So firstly, let's take a look at a big overview of Google Play and iOS. On the left side is downloads. On the right side is app revenues. Okay. So Google Play downloads are bigger than iOS by 85%. And this excludes China, because China doesn't run Google Play. So if we add China, this is going to be substantially bigger as well. And Google is leading because of why. Later we will see why, because you can see where this traffic is coming from, where all this download activity is coming from. In terms of revenue, Google Play is at 70% of iOS revenue, but also with a larger growth rate. Because if downloads is a proxy to users, then I'm personally confident that users would translate to revenue. This is a matter of time, matter of technology, matter of working with carriers. Okay. Okay, next, I want to talk about country trends for apps. So one thing that I'm very personally excited about apps, about mobile, is that mobile apps, this industry turns everything around. What do I mean? In the internet industry, in the TV industry, who used to have TVs? You look at US, every household has a TV, and look at Japan, look at Singapore, and if you look at internet, a lot of very high penetration in those countries and Western Europe as well. But today, if you look at mobile, largely because of Android, a lot of the cheaper phones, but very high quality as well, look at which are the top countries in the world. So these are top 10 countries in the world by app downloads in the month of July 2015. On the left side is Google Play. On the right side is iOS. So look at the top 10 in the world. You have Brazil, you have China, you have India, Russia, Mexico, Indonesia, Turkey. And if you go from 11 to 20, you see a lot of countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, Philippines, and so on. So this, what I'm talking about turning things around is the US and Europe are no longer the biggest markets in the world. Biggest markets in the world are markets that have population, that have market size. So India will be eventually #2 market in the world. By population size, by market size. And this, Google is enabling a lot, because you can see a lot of Google Play downloads, cheaper phones, but high quality as well. You can enjoy Clash of Clans on a Google phone, as well as on a cheap Android phone, as well as a iPhone 6 Plus. Okay? And China, you can see here, doesn't run Google Play. Another interesting fact is China is now the #1 iOS market in the world by iOS downloads. Okay. Next, what about revenues? These countries are generating downloads, but what about revenues? So, okay. So left side, again, is Google Play revenues. Right side is iOS. a few trends here to take a look at. So firstly, Japan is the #1 market in the world now by revenues, not US. This is driven by a lot of very high ARPU for games. Okay? Next is US, and next you see that China, a lot of people think that, okay, people in China download things but they don't pay. This is no longer true. They are #3 in the world, just on iOS revenue, not including Android revenue. Most people might extrapolate or estimate Android revenue in China to be 2 or 3x of iOS. So this is also very substantial. Okay, and then what happened here is that you don't see a lot of the previous, the countries here, top download countries like Brazil, India, Mexico, Russia, and so on. They are not yet here. Why is that so? I personally think it's because a lot of the cheaper phones, you can get users, but credit card penetration is still low. On the other hand, I'm very encouraged because I do see that in a lot of countries where Google Play has worked with carriers, the growth has been amazing. And secondly, if you think about mobile revenue is driven mainly by games first. And if you look at mobile gaming audience today, who's playing mobile games? It's not the gamers who 10 years ago played Counter-Strike, played League of Legends, Warcraft. A lot of people who are playing Candy Crush or Clash of Clans today, they were not gamers 5 years ago. They were not gamers 10 years ago. My dad plays Candy Crush on both the phone and the Facebook platform. Yeah. So this is a far bigger market than traditional games. So this eventually, when carrier billing is up, this can drive a lot of revenue, especially in the developing regions. And if you look at maybe 5, 10 years ago, when we had feature phones, which audience demographic were buying ringtones and new subscriptions and small games? It was not the rich people either. It was the masses. So this is cheap entertainment, more accessible entertainment to a lot of people, and I truly believe this will be unlocked when we have more easier billing. We already have very accessible technology, very accessible apps and phones. We just need accessible payment. Okay. So just now we saw where the countries are today. Let's look at how they are growing. Because one very important thing about analysis is that you don't just look at who is top today, but you look at, are the top people still growing? And next, who are the others that are growing? Okay, so this is a summary of iOS. The only growth for over 1 year, so the only growth you see is China overtaking the US, and then Korea, maybe because iPhone 6 Plus has been taking market share away from Samsung and LG, and Taiwan as well. And Taiwan is because of increasing ARPU. In terms of Google Play, there's much more growth. So you see India today is the third market, third sized market in terms of downloads on Google Play. And then you followed by Mexico, Indonesia, Russia, Turkey, Vietnam. Yeah. And one very interesting thing that I would share as well is that a lot of the top apps in these regions don't really have multiple languages. They only have English. So what works in India could also work in a lot of these other countries. So this is something that I always encourage developers to do. If you used to be on internet or PC online, if you have a business, you want to expand it globally, you need to find payment solutions, you need to find partners, servers, and a lot of other stuff in every country. Today on app stores, you just upload and instantly you sell globally. You offer downloads to global audience. So this is something that I would definitely encourage a lot of developers here to take advantage of. India is a big market, yes, but there's a lot of opportunity worldwide. And I will show you what the Chinese companies are doing as well. Okay. Next, we look at categories. If you have a lot of ideas, which should you focus on if you're doing a global app? Okay, so this is iOS. Naturally, games are the top category on both downloads and revenues. And then overtaking entertainment is photo and video on iOS. You will see that this behavior is a little bit different from Android phones. And then in terms of revenues, social networking is driven by a lot of revenue from apps like the Tinder, Line, WeChat, and so on, buying stickers. And then music has been starting to take off as well. Music has been driven by a lot of revenue in the US. And entertainment, rising to #2, is also a lot of US and Western country revenue. And also recently, in China, a lot of entertainment apps, a lot of the big video sites have also started to offer payment through the App Store. They're willing to give Apple 30% of the cut. And this is actually doing quite well, even in China. Okay, next let's look at Google Play. So very interestingly, Google Play Tools is number 2. Tools is nowhere on iOS, maybe number 20. No. Okay, so Tools is number 2 on downloads, and even on revenues is making money. It's now risen to number 4. And then after that, you have communication, which is all your communication apps like WhatsApp, Line, WeChat, and so on. And then photography also consistently also is high on iOS, also high on Android. And health and fitness, you can see is gone up 3 spots to be number 10 on revenues. This is maybe because there are more, because Android is open source, so there are a lot more Android fitness trackers around. Okay. Next, we'll show you the App Annie Index. This is something that we publish on our App Annie website every month, and it's completely free, so you can check it out on your own as well. So here we will just show you quickly top apps in the world, worldwide. Because if you look at the chart, you can only see, normally you can only see top apps in India. So here, this is top apps worldwide for the whole month of July. So you can see these are mostly US and Chinese apps. And all these Chinese apps, they are mostly tools, and they are, I can tell you, they are driving, the traffic is coming from more than 80% of the traffic is coming from outside of China. It's coming from also a lot of countries like India, Brazil, Mexico, because these are the fastest growing regions. When you want to invest in a country, you want to invest in a very high growth country because the momentum will keep you up there. Okay? So you can see, but you can also see what kind of companies are making this up, making this chart up. You see, there's Facebook, and there's Google, doing a lot of social apps, and the Chinese companies are all making tools for developing countries. Security tools for Clean Master, browser, and launcher tools. In terms of revenue, there's not so much revenue for non-games yet. So firstly, this is a chart for non-games. I forgot to highlight just now. So there's Line selling a lot of stickers, and then there's Spotify and Pandora and HBO selling entertainment revenue mainly in the US. Okay. Next, we look at top games worldwide. So number 1, having shot up a lot of ranks is Agar.io. This is a Flash game. Actually, we have seen a lot of Flash games that are converted to mobile, doesn't require that much effort, but have driven a lot of downloads. And another thing that you can see from the top downloaded apps, a lot of them are simple games. You don't have to make a crazy game and spend a lot of ad budget to be on the top. You see, the Subway Surfers, this is not a huge team. You see Temple Run 2, that's also not a huge team. And 8-Ball Pool, how much effort does it take? I played it, it's actually quite sophisticated, but it's not a very advanced concept. You're not talking about Game of War or Clash of Clans here. Okay? In terms of revenue, not much has moved over the past few months. There are a few new games like Clash of Kings entering and the White Cat project, but you can see that there are mainly two types of companies. Western companies with global huge hits, and Chinese and Japanese companies, because these Chinese and Japanese companies are very familiar with monetizing their local audience, local market very, very well. Next, we look at top apps in India. Top apps excluding games in India. This is for the whole month of July. So you see, there's only one Indian company, Flipkart. So India is a huge market, but the bigger corporations, bigger companies worldwide are jumping in on this. So this is something that we definitely hope to see more Indian companies do something here and also worldwide. Okay, and in terms of revenue, we're starting to see interesting revenue trends. So for non-games, you have entertainment apps, entertainment and music apps, video apps making top revenue here. And after that, interestingly, is Tinder and LinkedIn, 2 different kinds of social networking. Okay, and then of course you have Shadi as well. Okay, next, top games in India. These are quite similar to the top games worldwide. The only exception would be Teen Party, of course. Okay, and you look at most of these are non-Indian publishers, and they mostly only have Indian language. Okay. Next, lastly, we look at quick summary of the trends, the differences I've seen comparing July 2014 to July 2015. Okay, first, two numbers. 5 to 4, 34 to 36. What are these numbers? Okay, the first one, India's iOS and Google Play downloads country ranking worldwide. India was number 5 at this point of time. Now India is number 4 in terms of app downloads worldwide. And in terms of revenues, India was number 34 last year, last July this July, India is number 36. But don't get me wrong, India is still growing. The total revenues are still growing. It's just that maybe the other countries around India's market size are growing a little bit faster. So two possible reasons I see here. First is I've seen a lot of countries adopting carrier billing. And this has really unlocked mobile payment. This, I think, is still under progress here in India. Yeah, last year, I met a friend at Bharti, BSP. He said, it's coming very soon, but shh, don't tell anyone. And then this year, I think it's the same. Don't tell anyone. Yeah. The second thing is that I've seen that social messaging platforms like WeChat, Line, Kakao have really also helped a lot to unlock market in many countries. And how do they unlock market? They unlock the market by unlocking a lot of first-time payers. Because, like I said, a lot of the gamers today are not gamers 5 years, were not gamers 5 years ago, 10 years ago. So but because WeChat, Line, Kakao, they have huge audiences in their local countries and also in countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand. So they use that huge social penetration to introduce casual games. Why casual games? Because casual games can be played by anyone without any prior experience in gaming. So when you play a casual game, and it's very social, very sticky, because you play it and then you see the top score chart, it's all your friends' names, all your friends' profile photos. This is a huge difference from looking at another scoreboard that has just stranger names and no avatar. So you're driven by these social games to make your first payment. And those of you who have paid for games, you know, after the first time you paid for a game, that's it, the floodgate is open. So this, I don't think, has been unlocked yet in India as well. So two things, carrier billing and also the huge social platform. There is definitely WhatsApp, but WhatsApp is not as social and sticky as WeChat, Line, Kakao. Okay. So next, on the topic of revenues, just a simple number. So this is number of teen party games last year in the top 100 grossing, now number of teen party games this year. And also, I didn't put here, but interesting stat, I looked at the month of Diwali last year. 24% of the entire year revenues were generated during the month of Diwali. 24% in India. Okay. Next, we look at top categories by downloads in India. Like I said previously, if you want to be building apps across many categories, a lot of big companies now build apps a lot of different categories. So you want to invest in the categories that are still growing or are very fast growing. So this was it last year. What is it like this year? So tools is up 1 position, and other apps that are up a lot positions, like categories, lifestyle and music audio. Yeah, so the lifestyle app actually includes a lot of shopping apps as well as the free calls where you do some action and they reward you with free airtime. This kind of apps as well. That's a lifestyle. Okay, next we look at top apps by usage penetration. Usage penetration meaning what is the percentage of their usage market share amongst all the active users in India. But note from here, in this view, I actually excluded a lot of apps from Google. Some apps on Google are also in the top 10, but here we focused on the third-party developed apps. Okay, so this was the top apps by usage last year. And what's it like this year? So your top messengers are still there. And then Flipkart has gone up 8 places, I think because now they force everyone to go to mobile. And then there's Book My Show as well, huge growth. And Share It is an app actually owned by Lenovo. It's gone up 200 spots. Because it's very important to look at usage penetration, not just downloads. Downloads is a sign of marketing activity. After people download, do they use it? This is the next question. OK. Next, we look at top publishers in India by downloads last year and this year. So you see last year, there were no Indian companies in the top 10. Oh, sorry, number 2, Bharti SoftBank, yes. And then the rest are made up of mainly US and Chinese companies. This year, there's a lot of growth here, a lot of new companies realizing that this is a huge market and they need to spend marketing budget here. They need to get users here. They need to, it's a land grab here. The foreign companies are definitely looking at this, as well as local companies. So you see Flipkart is up there now, Times Internet as well. Lenovo is up there with Share It, and then you also see the launcher companies coming in here. Alibaba Group, their main app is UZ Browser. OK, the last slide I have is the next one. And it's a very, very important thing that I always, what I encouraged previously, I encourage everyone to go global. So let's look at which are the top Indian companies with downloads overseas. Which are the top most global Indian companies? So these were the top 10 global Indian companies. Global meaning that I take their global downloads minus their Indian downloads. So this is purely overseas downloads. So you see that it's not really, you don't have to be a big company. There's a huge market out there. You don't have to be a big company. You just need a decent, good product. And the growth of Google platform will help a lot with that, because the Indian market is quite similar to many developing markets, fast developing markets like China, Brazil, Mexico, Russia, and so on. OK, and this month, July, yeah. So you see, some of them are very small companies, but they're doing very good stuff overseas. OK, so that's all I have to share for today. So we have a lot of free resources on our website. Please feel free to check them out. Thank you very much, India. Yeah.
Thank you, Yunde. Now I'd like to call Kunal Soni, Head for Apps and Games, Google India, Southeast Asia, and Australia, to shed some light on how each one of us can build a successful business on Google Play. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kunal Soni.
Yep, all right. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Kunal, and I look after the apps and games business for Google Play in India and Southeast Asia. Welcome. It's great to be here this morning to talk to you about the exciting world of mobile apps. At Google Play, one of our most important objectives is to work with you all, empower you all, our developers, our partners, to create and distribute high-quality apps and high-quality games, apps that touch people's lives, improve lives, delight users, and in the process, help you build successful businesses on Google Play. Over the next 30 minutes, what I'm going to do is going to talk to you a little bit about how you can improve the success of your apps on Google Play by focusing on smarter insights, latest product developments from Google, and of course, the unparalleled reach that Google and Android offer you today. So let's jump right in. We're seeing incredible momentum in the Android ecosystem today. With over 1 billion active Android devices, 84% of the world's smartphones and 66% of the world's tablets run on Android. So clearly, that's a very, very exciting opportunity. What's even more exciting is the fact that smartphone penetration in a lot of markets, including India, still has a lot of headroom to grow. So clearly, I think if you put those things together and the fact that a lot of smartphone growth is going to come on the back of Android, there is a very, very interesting opportunity for developers. Through Play, today, you can actually distribute your apps in more than 190 countries globally, sell your apps in over 130 countries globally. So clearly, I think all that comes together to put together a very large and rapidly growing commercial opportunity for all of you. Developers on Google Play are making money. Guess how much? Any guesses? Well, last year, we paid $7 billion. That's 45,000 crore rupees to app developers who built really good quality apps and games on Google Play. Really a testament to the quality of work which is going on across the world. So what does it take to succeed? Right? I'm sure there are three important things at the top of your mind as you think about scaling your presence on Google Play. And those are the three things that I'm going to talk about today. Right? Firstly, how do you start thinking about building a high-quality app that users are going to love to engage with? Secondly, very importantly, how do you think about discoverability, user acquisition, and most importantly, retention? Because ultimately, what really matters to long-term success is not just user acquisition, but the ability for those users to actually come back and keep on re-engaging with the content that you have. And the third piece that I'm going to talk to you about today is how you can unlock monetization efforts for your content on Google Play and participate in this new app economy which is taking shape. In each of these three areas, I'm going to talk about some specific initiatives that we are driving at Google and some specific things that you can do starting today to make your apps even more successful. All right? Let's start with the first one. Now, I think we're all spending a lot of time, resources in building apps, but fundamentally, one thing remains paramount. First things first. For long-term success on Play, the one thing that really matters is quality. And we found that time and again. When we looked at all the apps across the Play ecosystem and put them into different buckets based on their ratings, we found what we did believe to be true all along. Better quality apps, apps which have higher ratings, and ratings, by the way, as you all know, are a very powerful public signal of perceived quality. Right? So what we found was that apps with good ratings end up making most money on Google Play, right? As expected. So apps that fall typically in the 4 to 5-star bucket, as you can see, end up making 4 times the amount of money in in-app revenue compared to those in the lower bucket, and so on and so forth. So clearly, I think quality has to be important, not just because users love it, but also because quality translates into very specific, clear, tangible benefits for all of you. Okay? So how do you think about quality? How many people here have heard of alpha beta testing? How many people? Great, that's awesome. How many people actively use alpha beta testing? Excellent, good to see that. I also see about 40% of the hands didn't go up today, and I think it's a good point for me to get into this discussion at this point, simply because alpha beta testing are very, very important tools that we provide to empower you with the right insights to build quality apps that users will love to engage with. As you can see from here, what we found is that about 80% of users will actually not open your app after 2 early-stage crashes. So the window of opportunity that you have to really connect meaningfully with users is relatively short. And therefore, you need to make some smart choices about the kind of features that you're implementing and make sure that you're getting feedback upfront as and when you roll out these features. We also looked at a sample of the lowest 1-star reviews on Google Play, right? We looked at a sample of apps that got 1-star ratings. And what we found that more than half of those poor reviews were due to quality issues that are, to a certain extent, addressable by you all. So for example, bugs, crashes, network-related app performance. All those things were sort of frustrating users, which was leading to poor reviews for these developers. So with alpha beta testing, I think there is a great opportunity for you to start thinking about how to use these tools and make your apps perform better in emerging market conditions, especially in India. With alpha testing and beta testing, what you can do is essentially roll out early versions of your app to a trusted group of testers, early adopters, and catch bugs, crashes, feedback early on. And the one point to note about alpha and beta testing is that while you're doing this, users cannot give you public ratings or reviews. So you can test your app in a relatively risk-free environment without worrying about users giving you poor ratings, right? So that makes it even more interesting. So while these features have been around for a while, right, there are 2 important things that we've announced very recently, which I'm particularly excited about and I wanted to call out today. One, as you know, with beta testing, the way it worked earlier was that you had to rely on Google Groups or Google Plus communities to actually get feedback. Well, actually, we've done away with that limitation, right? So now you have the flexibility to decide whether you want to have an open beta, which anybody can participate in, or you want to restrict it to a group of trusted users who will try the app, give you feedback through whatever channels you want. That's a very, very important change which has happened, which I'm sure will make your testing a lot more powerful and flexible. There is another important change related to testing, and that's what I want to talk about now. How many people here agree that testing on real physical devices is an important part of the app publishing journey? Fantastic. We do too, right? We also know that it's very hard for you all to actually go out and test on all the Android devices which are available in the market, especially in a market like India, where you have a very, very wide range, right? So to make this easier for you, what we've announced this year is something known as the Cloud Test Lab. The Cloud Test Lab is a new Google product which will allow you to run automated testing across a farm of popular Android devices in the market as soon as you upload your app to the alpha or beta channel, right? So essentially what we will do is we will run these tests, give you very specific feedback on where the app crashed, where it launched successfully, and therefore hopefully help you save time and resources and make your testing a lot more impactful. The product currently is being rolled out. It's in beta. What you can do is sign up through the developer console to be part of the initial pilot, and we'll roll it out to all developers over the next few months. Again, like I said, it's fully integrated into the developer console, and like most things at Google, it's free. Okay. All right, so we've spoken enough about testing and the impact testing can have on the quality of your app. Now what I want to do is spend a few minutes talking about design. And clearly, I think everybody, I'm sure, does agree that design plays a very, very important role in how users interact with your apps and games, and therefore, the kind of ratings and engagement that they show. How many people here have heard of material design? Fantastic. And how many people are working on material design apps? Very encouraging. Great, fantastic. So material design essentially is a new visual language that we announced last year. What it does beautifully is that it synthesizes the classic principles of good design with the technology solutions which are available through Google today. More specifically, what it does, it gives you a very comprehensive guide of how visual, motion, and interaction design should work on your apps, enabling users to interact more immersively with your content. There are 4 things which go into a good material design app, right? First, material design apps have a bold, print-like aesthetic, right? The UIs think of UIs as pieces of digital paper, which can be arranged at varying levels of elevation and therefore help drive focus and attention that users have. The third thing, very importantly for material design, is motion. Motion has a very, very important role to play in material design. What it typically does is it helps you maintain a sense of visual continuity as users move across app states, app contexts, and it gives them feedback, right? So a simple thing like ripple effects. If you touch the app, if you touch the screen and you see these ripple effects, there is very clear touch feedback going back to users, and therefore is helping them remain engaged with your content. So those are some important elements which go into it. All this comes together with the goal of delivering a seamless experience across form factors. So for example, not just smartphones, but going beyond smartphones to new devices like wearables, Android TV, tablets, all come together to deliver the same consistent experience for your app through material design. So in case you're not doing it, there are very, very strong reasons for you to now start thinking about implementing material design principles in your app. I want to actually talk about these 2 examples. The first example that you see there is, both are from India, right, as you know. Cookbook is an app developed by Riafi Technologies in Kochi. It's a beautiful app. They've integrated material design principles extremely well, and the app works really well across devices, across phones as well as Wear. right? The next one, of course, popular brand Snapdeal. They just launched their material design app very recently, integrating all the principles that I just spoke about. So it's not just good because the design is good, it's also good because it translates into very specific revenue and engagement impact for you. So what we found is developers globally are seeing some interesting results. I've got two examples here for you to look at. The first one is a productivity app called Trulia, which is in, Trello in the US. What they did was they implemented material design, and they found a spike in the average activity time per session after implementing material design. The second one is an app called B&H. It's a very popular photography-focused shopping app. And after implementing material design, they saw a 5x increase in in-app orders, right? So those are some interesting examples of how material design has led to some strong impact for developers globally. For more reference, for looking at more examples, I suggest you make a note of this link. It's g.co/material showcase. It has a repository of all popular material design apps that you could look at for reference as you think about integrating some of these principles in your app. Great. So you've built a good quality app. You've integrated all these principles. You've tested. It's time to acquire users. I'm sure everybody thinks about acquiring users, retaining them, engaging with them all the time. This is top of mind that I hear all the time. So what are some of the things that you could do to make this process easier and more impactful for you? Let me spend some time on this. At Google, I want to talk about three examples, three specific initiatives that we are driving to make discoverability and user acquisition easier for you. The first one that I want to talk about is something known as guided search. Now, on Play, there are various kinds of queries or terms that people use to search for content, right? For example, I could go onto the Play Store and type in food, right? Or type in a broad term like shopping. Now, with these broad terms, it's very hard sometimes to figure out what the intent of the user is, right? So for example, if I type in food, I could be looking for restaurant apps. I could be looking for recipe apps. I could be looking for an app which gives me coupons at various restaurants or whatever else, right? So now what we're doing is for some broad generic terms, such as food, such as shopping, and a host of others, we are launching something known as guided search, wherein we will cluster search results into various groups to narrow down the user's intent and help them discover new content which they may not have discovered otherwise. And it's good for developers because developers get a chance to actually showcase new innovative apps which may not have featured earlier in the normal search listings. The second area where we're making a lot of investment right now is on personalized browsing. We have a ton of rich signals available through our algorithms, as well as through some manual curation to make sure that the right set of content, the right set of collections are available to users when they log in based on their interests. And this clearly we've seen result in a strong improvement in app install and acquisition. The third thing that I want to call out is something that you guys can do actually immediately. We launched it a few months ago at I/O to be precise, something known as developer homepages. So all of you, and this becomes very relevant at least for people who've got more than one app, right? You can actually have your own branded destination, your own homepage on Google Play. You can brand it, you can put in your images, you can put in your own text, and essentially showcase the entire catalog that you have through the developer homepage. Right? So go ahead, create these homepages for yourself through the developer console, and find new ways to actually sharing this with users. The next thing that I'm going to talk about is a very, very interesting, simple, but very impactful way of driving installs. Now, I'm sure everybody in this room has apps, right? That's why you're here. But let me ask you another question. How many people here also have mobile sites or desktop sites? OK, so about 30% of the room. Right. So this is a question which I get asked often by developers. You know, we've got our mobile site as well. We've got our desktop site as well. We still get a lot of traffic on these channels. What can we do to drive these users to the app, to drive these users to install the app? This is what you can do. Have you heard of over-the-air installs? What you can do is by getting users to log into your mobile site or your desktop site through Google Login. You can now push your apps over the air. Now, over the air means essentially that the user does not even have to go to the Play Store to download the app. The moment they log into your website, you can actually ask them if they want the app, and if they say yes, within a few seconds, the app appears magically on their phone, right? What I have here is an example of Fitbit. So Fitbit's essentially asking users to log in, and if you don't have the Fitbit app, and if you say, yes, I want one, essentially they push it over the air, and for the same user who signed into their phone, the app appears on the phone automatically. Right? So great way to drive installs. It's free, it's organic, and it's a nice way to leverage any organic traffic that you currently have on your mobile site or your desktop site. Useful? OK. Right. So how many other people here who are developing content for children, families, family-friendly content, games? OK, a few hands going up. Great. So for those of you who do, here's some good news. As a father of a 4-year-old, I know the challenges in trying to discover safe, trusted, high-quality content for children. Right? And now what we're trying to do is solve that problem through something known as Google Play for Families. Google Play for Families is essentially a new discovery experience that we've launched across all our verticals. So apps, games, movies, books. Right? If you have apps for this audience, and if you opt into the Design for Families or the Google Play for Families program, we will be able to showcase your apps here. And this essentially provides a very trusted, high-quality environment for parents to discover content which may be right for their children, supported by third-party content ratings, as well as other parental controls to make sure that the experience is safe, trustworthy, and seamless. We also have, as you can see, character pages. So we've actually launched character pages for a lot of popular characters for children and families, wherein these pages will actually host all the content which pertains to these popular characters, right? So we've spoken enough about acquisition, discovery. What are some of the simple things that you can look at doing to improve the way you acquire users? What I'm going to talk about now is something more fundamental, but very, very important, right? Irrespective of whether you rely on paid traffic or organic installs, your Play Store listing is an extremely, extremely important asset that you have. Simply because in most cases, this will be the first touch point that most users will have with your app. You'll be surprised that many users still decide or sort of assess the quality of the app based on what they see in the Play Store listing. Right? And that becomes a decision for them whether to install the app or to reject it. So I think it's worth your time and effort to spend some quality time figuring out how you can make your Play Store listing more impactful, unique, and scrappy. Right? So for example, it's very important to make sure that you have a high-quality image or a video at the header. Very important for you to have a very specific, precise description of the app, which tells users very clearly what the app does. Right? Make sure your icons are sharp, differentiated. Right? And make sure that you have high-quality screenshots of your app uploaded as part of your Play Store listing. And if you are building for tablets as well, make sure there are tablet-optimized screenshots as well which go into the listing. Right? So some of these things may seem simple and intuitive and logical. You'll be surprised how many people still don't do it. And this is a simple way of driving better user acquisition by just focusing on getting your listing right. How many people here have experimented with changing your listing? For example, I don't know, just a question, right? Something as basic as, will a blue icon work better for me than a red icon? I'm sure that thought, yeah, I can see some hands going up. I'm sure that thought's crossed a lot of minds, right? If I change my description, will it make an impact? Will it help me get more users? Well, now you don't have to rely on your intuition to do that. What we've launched a couple of months ago is something known as store listing experiments, right? So what you can now do is try variations of various aspects of your Play Store listing. Could be the icon, could be the description, could be the video that you have. Try out variations and show those variations to different user groups, A/B testing, what we call, and figure out which is more impactful in converting visits to installs. So in this case, for example, you can see the developer trying out 4 different icons, running them as experiments, and see what has a higher impact in driving installs, and then sort of going ahead with that. So what we want to do is empower you with the insights and the data that you need to make these decisions rather than rely just on instinct or intuition. You can do that. You can run these experiments currently through the developer console. Go back, give it a try, and see if it works for you. The other exciting thing, again, which I'm sure everybody in this room cares about, is the quality of the traffic. All of you, again, like I said earlier, rely on multiple sources, multiple channels of user acquisition. Some of them may be paying for, some of you may be paying for users, some of you just rely on social campaigns, et cetera, et cetera. What we've launched now is something known as the acquisition and conversion funnel on the developer console, which will help you assess the relative contribution of various channels to your overall user acquisition efforts. So for example, if you get 100 users on your app, you will know through this tool how many of these users are coming in from organic Google search, how many of them are getting discovered or discovering your content through Play, and how many of them are coming in through paid AdWords campaigns. And not just that, you will also know which of these channels is driving better outcomes for you. So for example, out of the 10 people who came in from Google search, what was the percentage of those going in to actually purchase the app or purchase an in-app item, and how many of them actually came back again and bought more stuff? So now you know exactly how different channels of acquisition impact the quality of the users that you're getting. It's a free tool available through the developer console again. So again, we've spoken about insights around user acquisition. We've spoken about different things you can do to boost discoverability. But let's face it, ultimately what matters is engagement, right? You can spend lots of money trying to get users, but if they don't stay with you, if they don't engage meaningfully, then your business goals will not be fully met, right? One of the most important ways, one of the most popular ways in which developers try to drive retention and engagement is through notifications. I'm sure all of you. Show of hands, who all use notifications? Yeah, great. So notifications are a great way to drive engagement with users. But as a general rule of thumb, try and use notifications only when you have new, timely information. Right? You have new, time-sensitive information, which is driving users to take some action. Also, on the formats, I would recommend that rather than just going with plain text notifications, you could try out richer formats. You can try out actions, for example. If you have a video streaming app or a music streaming app, you may benefit by integrating the action button as part of the notification itself so that the user can take the desired action without actually without launching the app. Just take the action directly from the notification itself. So it's a great way to boost engagement. All these features, templates are available to you through developer or android.com. Now, notifications are extremely important. They are an extension of your app's UI into the Android ecosystem, into the Android device. And because they are so powerful and so impactful, you need to treat with caution. You need to treat them with caution and use them sparingly. So there are some do's and don'ts that I want to talk to you about. Like I said, make sure you're using notifications only when you have new time-sensitive updates. Right? You don't want to be spammy. You don't want to be sending 10 notifications to the same user every day. Notifications or unnecessary notifications can be a significant factor in driving high uninstall rates. You want to make sure that the action that you want them to take is very clearly linked from the notification drawer itself. So you want to make sure that when a user clicks on your notification, the app takes them, or the notification takes them to the right place within the app where they can take the action that they want him to take. Manage notification priority. There are a bunch of different priorities that you can assign to different types of notifications. As a good practice, I would recommend that you manage and assign the right priority to your notifications. And stack your notifications. How many people have got irritated seeing 10 notifications from the same developer in one day? I have. right? And lots of users do get irritated. So it's very important, in order not to frustrate users, you stack your notifications, which means that you summarize your notifications. If a developer X wants to send out 5 different messages to the same user, you could stack them so that they appear as a single item within the notification drawer for users. That's a good practice. What not to do, very important to note. Like I said, please do not use notifications just to get noticed or just to get the user to launch the app. Right? That is not the recommended use case. If you have no new or time-sensitive updates, I suggest you use features like widgets instead of notifications to engage users. Notifications now work on wearable devices as well. So if you are building for Android Wear, notifications will automatically appear on Wear as well. So that's something important to keep in mind as you think about engagement. Another extremely powerful way of driving engagement. How many people here have heard of app indexing? Fantastic. So app indexing is a very powerful way of making your app discoverable or searchable within Google search results at the right moment of relevance. So for example, if I, as a user, I have a travel app downloaded on my phone, and I typically book travel maybe once in 2 months, when I'm actually booking it, and I go back to Google search, and I forget that I had that app on the phone, I go back to Google search, searching for flights from Bangalore to Delhi, at that moment of relevance, you as a developer can remind me that I have that app on the phone. App indexing allows you to do that, right? So we've spoken about user acquisition, retention, and engagement so far. I'm going to now jump into the third final piece, which is really about making money. How do you unlock the monetization, the scale of monetization that apps can drive for you? As far as monetization is concerned, there are broadly four popular business models that most of you, I'm sure, have considered or are running. You could choose to monetize through ads. You can choose to monetize through paid apps or in-app purchases. Or if you are, for example, a music streaming or a video streaming company or a news app, you could monetize through subscriptions as well. Broadly, those are the 4 important ones. And clearly, I think the choice of which model is right for you is a function of your overall business strategy, your overall business plan. So for example, if you are looking for consistent, recurring revenue streams, subscriptions are a great model. But then, for you to manage subscriptions successfully, you need to be able to invest in content periodically so that people subscribe. And if you can't do that, subscriptions maybe is not the great model for you, right? Similarly, if you are building mid to hardcore games, in-app purchases probably will be a good model for you. If you're building casual games, you could look at a hybrid between ads and in-app purchases. So clearly, I think there are lots of questions which you need to address before figuring out which model is the right model for you. For those of you who are thinking about in-app purchases or are already running in-app purchases, I've got good news. I've got 2 very, very exciting developments that I want to talk to you about. The first one is about something that most of you have been asking us for a long, long time. And that was the ability to price digital products within your app at prices which will resonate with Indian users. I'm super excited to let you know that last month we announced micro-billing in India, which essentially allows you all to price your digital products at 10 rupees only. We've heard this term, sachet pricing. You got it, right? So this is what you asked for. I'm very happy that we have it in place. India is actually the first country in Google Play to actually launch this new pricing model. And I hope you use this opportunity to really accelerate your user acquisition and monetization efforts through in-app purchases. The second big announcement. We all know that lots of people in India still rely on cash transactions, right? Very, very happy to let you know that last week we announced Google Play gift cards with 5 leading brands across the country. 4 of them offline retail and 1 online retailer. Google Play gift cards will essentially allow users to pay for digital content on Google Play through the Google Play card, which will essentially have a balance, and that comes in various denominations. Play cards are now available at 500 retail stores across 22 countries with these 4 brands: Spice Hotspot, Vijay Sales, Planet M, Sangeeta. And we also launched this online last week with Snapdeal with a cash on delivery option. Right? So clearly, I think this is a very, very exciting new opportunity for you to engage, to get users, to pay for content, which we know they will be more comfortable paying at times with cash transactions. How many people here are building for users outside India? Are you creating apps for users outside? OK. Good. Fantastic. So for those of you who are, and for those of you who are thinking of, I think it's very important to note that we are unlocking new forms of payment globally. We are working very, very hard to activate new forms of payment that will get users to pay for your content and therefore help you grow your business. Cards are available in 29 countries, India being the last one to launch. Direct carrier billing is available in 35 countries. PayPal, not relevant for India, but it is available globally in 24 countries. Right, so we've spoken about a lot of things today. I wanted to sort of end this with a quick summary of what I think are some of the big themes that I hope you can go back with. We've spoken about 3 things. As far as building high-quality apps is concerned, please use Google Play's powerful testing solutions, which are available for you to actually improve the quality of your app. Look at integrating material design principles to drive better in-app engagement. Start thinking about new form factors beyond smartphones. So Wear, TV, tablets, all those are going to be increasingly important, and it's a great time to start thinking about as you think about scaling your efforts on Play. As far as user acquisition and engagement is concerned, store experiments now live. You can test various variations of your Play Store Play Store listing to figure out what converts better for you. Make sure that you are driving over-the-air installs for those of you who still have a lot of website or mobile site traffic. And use things like app indexing and rich notifications to drive better engagement. For monetization, there are lots of locally relevant forms of payment available. In India particularly, we are very excited about the 10 rupee pricing launch and the launch of gift cards. Use these opportunities to think about growing your in-app business in the country. In the end, I'm going to conclude by saying that our success, Google Play's success, is very, very closely tied to your success. I hope that you found the session in terms of the new product interventions, the new initiatives, the new insights that you can use useful, and therefore this will help you in creating, hopefully, better quality apps that users will love, and therefore help you be more successful on Play. Thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Kunal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see a lot of us tweaking our Google Play strategies to make our businesses successful. Well, folks, we would like to give away some amazing prizes to the winners of our quiz pods right now. I'd like all of you to please give our 2 winners a huge round of applause, and in random order, the winners are Abhishek Kumar Gupta and Apurva Sharma. I'd like to request both the winners to please come up to the stage area. Once again, the 2 winners in random order, Abhishek Kumar Gupta and Apurva Sharma. I'd also like to welcome Scott Sheffer, Vice President, Publisher Business Solutions, Google, on stage to give away these prizes. Congratulations, guys. Well, we have a lot more prizes to give away. For the rest of you, do give the quiz pods a try. I know a lot of us were expecting Kevin Mitchell to attend today. Unfortunately, he had to pull out of the event yesterday night. Hence, we'll break early today, giving you time to have lunch and network with the 100-plus Googlers present here. Before we break, a few house announcements to make. In the afternoon session, we will have 3 tracks. Develop, which will be in this room itself. Engage, which will be in the room Gulmohar, and Earn, which will be in the room Jacaranda. The rooms for Engage and Earn track are located opposite to the food court. Our volunteers will guide you to the rooms. The Engage track has exciting speakers from Google Play and Google AdWords. They also have a panel with Practo, ClearTrip, Help Chat, and Ola Cabs. In the Earn track, you'll learn about making money from AdMob and Google Play. The Develop track, hosted by Sunil, will have the founders of Firebase, our cloud and Maps for Work team, speak about building apps. After the breakouts, we will have a fireside chat between Ronnie Screwvala and our very own Rajan Anandan later during the day. So pour in your questions on Twitter with hashtag GFM2015 now. Lunch will be served at the food court, ladies and gentlemen. You can use the exits on the left to go directly to the food court. We will reconvene at 1:30 p.m. for the 3 breakout sessions. Remember, Develop is here, Engage in Gulmohar, and Earn in Jacaranda. Guys, once again to remind you that after the breakouts we have a fireside chat between Ronnie Screwvala. We'd like to request you to please tweet your questions to hashtag GFM2015 in the meantime. Once again, we'd like to remind you to tweet your questions to Ronnie Screwvala for the fireside chat that's soon after the breakout sessions at hashtag GFM2015.
When I was a child, so I've recently taken that up again. Last year I started taking keyboard lessons, so I do that whenever I can. Absolute Data is in the business of helping companies make better decisions through the use of intelligent analytics. My name is Suhail Kapoor and I'm an EVP and co-founder of the company. In our business, collaboration is probably the most important enabler of how we work. The reason is because both our clients as well as our team members are spread across locations. We also work in different time zones, so some people work from home, some people work from office. So it's very difficult to have all the team members in a room at the same time. So technology is absolutely essential for us to collaborate, whether that's on conference calls or on documents or in meetings or whatever it may be. So we started using Google Apps about a year ago. Within 3 months, I think everyone had switched over. So we have tasks which are color-coded, and we usually have people assigned to different tasks. And then whoever's sharing the document, we can see who is sharing and we can see who's edited which part of the document. Recently, in fact, a lot of our senior management team in India and the US were interacting on what the vision of Absolute Data should be. There were a lot of fancy words flying back and forth, and it's difficult to do a discussion on what a vision should be unless you see something in written. So then someone whipped out a Google Doc, typed in their vision, and before we knew it, there were 3 different people typing on the same document. And by the end of the discussion, we actually had a nice vision worked out with people from across the globe working on one document. A lot of our clients are sensitive about data security, but fortunately, Google has a combination package with Postini, so we got that. So we're able to comply with a lot of client data security norms as well. When we are presenting data or results to a client, we don't want to just show the good part of it. We want to show the good and the bad because they're making business decisions which are dependent on the data which is being provided to them. So it's absolutely essential that we're honest to our work, that we're honest to our data, that we're honest to our clients. And that's something which I've learned is one of the most important things when doing business.
I feel like I am living out my 12-year-old dream, which is to have created an interesting gaming company, and we get to create product that people care about and that resonates from an emotional standpoint with a very broad range of folks. Backflip Studios started about 6 years ago with a small group of people, and we went to market quickly. We started it with the idea that mobile was going to change sort of the landscape and ecosystem of gaming. So we created all these free, engaging, casual games, and we had this huge audience, but at the time, we weren't really sure how we were going to monetize it and how we were going to create a sort of a sustainable gaming company out of that.
When you're creating a mobile business, you have to focus on the stability, and you have to be able to scale that operation. Without Google, we would have to work with about 20 different partners to be able to accomplish what we do today.
We use the Android platform in addition to App Engine, and we've really seen our sort of live products be able to scale with the server infrastructure and back-end infrastructure of App Engine.
We then monetize those games with in-app purchases, virtual goods, as well as advertising revenue. And we use DFP to run our internal ad network, and then we monetize using AdMob.
In order to do that, we have to acquire users at a very low cost and at a very large scale.
So we know that 90 to 95% of our users are not going to spend within the game. Google allows us to segment our users in order to maximize the value we can get from folks who are spending in the game, as well as advertising revenue from folks who are not spending in the game. On the Engage side, we have Google Cloud Storage to scale our game as it grows. We post our game in the Google Play Store.
Being able to target users based off of demographics, spend behavior, makes it so we have a better relationship with the customers we're trying to reach. And AdWords is the first platform that we have used that allows us to target directly customers who are guaranteed to have made a purchase.
The idea that Google has a number of different tools that we can leverage, it's allowed us to sort of manage a portfolio of varying products with different revenue models on each.
Google's product roadmap is really impressive, and it's really become the Swiss Army knife for us in terms of monetization, and we're excited to see what else they're going to come out with.
Ethermax was founded as a dream of transforming ideas into realities.
Ethermax is a video game company that is located in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
I love doing things for millions of people, and I think together with social networks, games are that thing that everyone can use and understand.
So the company started creating Trivia Crack, and I have never witnessed such a level of success. Trivia Crack has been downloaded over 160 million times. Since we're working with Google AdMob, we are monetizing on the two main platforms, and that is iOS and Android worldwide.
This building is my father's building. He has a clothes company, he has a factory. And when we started, we just needed a place to be. And when we started growing, we started taking more space, and now we're more people than in the factory, actually. I love Argentina. I think it's a great place to grow something from scratch, and that's what we're doing.
When we first started, we were focusing on the Spanish-speaking world.
Taken that up again. Last year I started taking keyboard lessons, so I do that whenever I can. Absolute Data is in the business of helping companies make better decisions through the use of intelligent analytics. My name is Suhail Kapoor and I'm an EVP and co-founder of the company. In our business, collaboration is probably the most important enabler of how we work. The reason is because both our clients as well as our team members are spread across locations. We also work in different time zones, so some people work from home, some people work from office. So it's very difficult to have all the team members in a room at the same time. So technology is absolutely essential for us to collaborate, whether that's on conference calls or on documents or in meetings or whatever it may be. So we started using Google Apps about a year ago. Within 3 months, I think everyone had switched over. So we have tasks which are color-coded, and we usually have people assigned to different tasks. And then whoever's sharing the document, we can see who is sharing and we can see who's edited which part of the document. Recently, in fact, a lot of our senior management team in India and the US were interacting on what the vision of Absolute Data should be. There were a lot of fancy words flying back and forth, and it's difficult to do a discussion on what a vision should be unless you see something in written. So then someone whipped out a Google Doc, typed in their vision, and before we knew it, there were 3 different people typing on the same document. And by the end of the discussion, we actually had a nice vision worked out with people from across the globe working on one document. A lot of our clients are sensitive about data security, but fortunately, Google has a combination package with Postini, so we got that. So we're able to comply with a lot of client data security norms as well. When we are presenting data or results to a client, we don't want to just show the good part of it. We want to show the good and the bad because they're making business decisions which are dependent on the data which is being provided to them. So it's absolutely essential that we're honest to our work, that we're honest to our data, that we're honest to our clients. And that's something which I've learned is one of the most important things when doing business.
I feel like I am living out my 12-year-old dream, which is to have created an interesting gaming company, and we get to create product that people care about and that resonates from an emotional standpoint with a very broad range of folks. Backflip Studios started about 6 years ago with a small group of people, and we went to market quickly. We started it with the idea that mobile was going to change sort of the landscape and ecosystem of gaming. So we created all these free, engaging, casual games, and we had this huge audience, but at the time, we weren't really sure how we were going to monetize it and how we were going to create a sort of a sustainable gaming company out of that.
When you're creating a mobile business, you have to focus on the stability, and you have to be able to scale that operation. Without Google, we would have to work with about 20 different partners to be able to accomplish what we do today.
We use the Android platform in addition to App Engine, and we've really seen our sort of live products be able to scale with the server infrastructure and back-end infrastructure of App Engine.
We then monetize those games with in-app purchases, virtual goods, as well as advertising revenue. And we use DFP to run our internal ad network, and then we monetize using AdMob.
In order to do that, we have to acquire users at a very low cost and at a very large scale.
So we know that 90 to 95% of our users are not going to spend within the game. Google allows us to segment our users in order to maximize the value we can get from folks who are spending in the game, as well as advertising revenue from folks who are not spending in the game. On the Engage side, we have Google Cloud Storage to scale our game as it grows. We post our game in the Google Play Store.
Being able to target users based off of demographics, spend behavior, makes it so we have a better relationship with the customers we're trying to reach. And AdWords is the first platform that we have used that allows us to target directly customers who are guaranteed to have made a purchase.
The idea that Google has a number of different tools that we can leverage, it's allowed us to sort of manage a portfolio of varying products with different revenue models on each.
Google's product roadmap is really impressive, and it's really become the Swiss Army knife for us in terms of monetization, and we're excited to see what else they're going to come out with.
Edromax was founded as a dream of transforming ideas into realities.
Ethermax is a video game company that is located in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
I love doing things for millions of people, and I think together with social networks, games are that thing that everyone can use and understand.
So the company started creating Trivia Crack, and I have never witnessed such a level of success. Trivia Crack has been downloaded over 160 million times. Since we're working with Google AdMob, we are monetizing on the two main platforms, and that is iOS and Android worldwide.
This building is my father's building. He has a clothes company, he has a factory. And when we started, we just needed a place to be. And when we started growing, we started taking more space, and now we're more people than in the factory, actually. I love Argentina. I think it's a great place to grow something from scratch, and that's what we're doing.
When we first started, we were focusing on the Spanish-speaking world, and now over 60% of our users are from the US. So our market right now is the whole world. Google has helped us to build a global company. Android is huge in Latin America. We are a Latin American company, so there was definitely no way that the game became so viral without being on Google Play and on the Android platform.
We think that AdMob is the best ad platform in the world. It has been very useful for us because if you don't have a partner that can feel all your impressions, that can help you understand your user, then it's much more difficult.
Users are already aware that free apps are going to have advertising, but if you're able to put that in different phases of the game where it makes sense, you're not going to have any problems. Our product is global, so we need to have impressions served worldwide. We need very, very big volumes. And AdMob is one of those partners that can really do that.
We recently made an exclusivity deal with Google for providing ads in the application, which is very important for us. Before we had many partners, and that brings a lot of inefficiencies.
You have to contact very small and very local ad networks. By doing this with AdMob, we can achieve the same result by working with only one partner.
The real key challenge for Ethermax is to continue innovating. I think the future comes with these native ads, which are a way of putting the ads in the context of your application.
We're testing that with AdMob as well. The results so far have been great.
Once you achieve success, if you think that at the end that you are now successful and nothing's going to change, you're wrong, because the world changes and it changes faster than ever, so you need to continue being the best.
It's very important that we have a partner like AdMob, because the more that we can focus on our core business, the better the games that we're going to make.
And the whole idea of Ethermax, it's not even a gaming company, it's a great idea company.
We are mobile. We travel through our days constantly connected. Free to connect with the things we care about. Mobile moves us. We can share a laugh at the bus stop or window shop from the backseat of a cab. We can discover and play with new products. Plan a date night while out at lunch. We can even take a stroll through Wonderland. Bring your big ideas to life on mobile. Move people to choose your brand.
Everywhere you look in India, there's inspiration.
Our dream is to share what's fun about India with the whole world.
I always get drawn back to the magnet. This is the Bollywood magnet, our first design. If this one piece can make me laugh, or we can do a whole bunch more and make a company built on this.
This is my husband Vivek.
That's my wife Shubhra.
And we started Chumbak.
So 2009 in the beginning, we sat in the room trying to figure out how we do it. I mean, we had no clue. The web is a startup's best friend. It just makes everything a level playing field. AdWords is pretty cool because it helps us reach out to consumers that I physically can't go to and say, hey, please come in and buy. The idea is to get people who are searching for something different and have them stumble upon Chumba. We look at AdWords quite differently. So what we decided with AdWords is that, listen, let's step back a bit and let's look at the categories that maybe less people search for, but let's make sure that we are the leaders in that. AdWords help us spread the word. And now each time I meet people, they know Chumbak.
You're the Chumbak guys, like, it's fantastic. Coffee mugs,
Fridge magnets,
postcards,
USB drives,
bobbleheads,
keychains,
t-shirts,
boxer shorts,
storage tins,
and a whole bunch of stuff. It's just the web that's taken us there, and we wouldn't have been able to do this 10 years ago. We believe in what we're doing. It makes us happy. Chumbak is our dream come true.
Everybody loves everyone. Every girl and every boy. Kutta billi hathi guy. Everybody loves everyone. Chumbak.
I don't know you, Big Buffet Boy 85. But if you think you can humiliate me and take my gold, think again. Oh, I'm coming for you with lots of barbarians and dragons. I can't wait to destroy your village while you beg for mercy. But you will get no mercy. I will have my revenge.
Liam? I have a scone for Liam?
Over here. It's, Liam. You will regret the day you crossed Angry Neeson 52.
Angry Neeson 52.
I used to play piano when I was a child, so I've recently taken that up again. Last year I started taking keyboard lessons, so I do that whenever I can. Absolute Data is in the business of helping companies make better decisions through the use of intelligent analytics. My name is Suhail Kapoor and I'm an EVP and co-founder of the company. In our business, collaboration is probably the most important enabler of how we work. The reason is because both our clients as well as our team members are spread across locations. We also work in different time zones, so some people work from home, some people work from office. So it's very difficult to have all the team members in a room at the same time. So technology is absolutely essential for us to collaborate, whether that's on conference calls or on documents or in meetings or whatever it may be. So we started using Google Apps about a year ago. Within 3 months, I think everyone had switched over. So we have tasks which are color-coded, and we usually have people assigned to different tasks. And then whoever's sharing the document, we can see who is sharing and we can see who's edited which part of the document. Recently, in fact, a lot of our senior management team in India and the US were interacting on what the vision of Absolute Data should be. There were a lot of fancy words flying back and forth, and it's difficult to do a discussion on what a vision should be unless you see something in written. So then someone whipped out a Google Doc, typed in their vision, and before we knew it, there were 3 different people typing on the same document. And by the end of the discussion, we actually had a nice vision worked out with people from across the globe working on one document. A lot of our clients are sensitive about data security, but fortunately, Google has a combination package with Postini, so we got that. So we're able to comply with a lot of client data security norms as well. When we are presenting data or results to a client, we don't want to just show the good part of it. We want to show the good and the bad because they're making business decisions which are dependent on the data which is being provided to them. So it's absolutely essential that we're honest to our work, that we're honest to our data, that we're honest to our clients. And that's something which I've learned is one of the most important things when doing business. I used to play piano when I was a child, so I've recently taken that up again. Last year I started taking keyboard lessons, so I do that whenever I can. Absolute Data is in the business of helping companies make better decisions through the use of intelligent analytics. My name is Suhail Kapoor and I'm an EVP and co-founder of the company. In our business, collaboration is probably the most important enabler of how we work. The reason is because both our clients as well as our team members are spread across locations. We also work in different time zones, so some people work from home, some people work from office. So it's very difficult to have all the team members in a room at the same time. So technology is absolutely essential for us to collaborate, whether that's on conference calls or on documents or in meetings or whatever it may be. So we started using Google Apps about a year ago. Within 3 months, I think everyone had switched over. So we have tasks which are color-coded, and we usually have people assigned to different tasks. And then whoever's sharing the document, we can see who is sharing, and we can see who's edited which part of the document. Recently, in fact, a lot of our senior management team in India and the US were interacting on what the vision of Absolute Data should be. There were a lot of fancy words flying back and forth, and it's difficult to do a discussion on what a vision should be unless you see something in written. So then someone whipped out a Google Doc, typed in their vision, and before we knew it, there were 3 different people typing on the same document. And by the end of the discussion, we actually had a nice vision worked out with people from across the globe working on one document. A lot of our clients are sensitive about data security, but fortunately, Google has a combination package with Postini, so we got that. So we're able to comply with a lot of client data security norms as well. When we are presenting data or results to a client, we don't want to just show the good part of it. We want to show the good and the bad, because they're making business decisions which are dependent on the data which is being provided to them. So it's absolutely essential that we're honest to our work, that we're honest to our data, that we're honest to our clients. And that's something which I've learned is one of the most important things when doing business.
I feel like I am living out my 12-year-old dream, which is to have created an interesting gaming company, and we get to create product that people care about and that resonates from an emotional standpoint with a very broad range of folks. Backflip Studios started about 6 years ago with a small group of people, and we went to market quickly. We started it with the idea that mobile was going to change sort of the landscape and ecosystem of gaming. So we created all these free, engaging, casual games, and we had this huge audience, but at the time, we weren't really sure how we were going to monetize it and how we were going to create a sort of a sustainable gaming company out of that.
When you're creating a mobile business, you have to focus on the stability, and you have to be able to scale that operation. Without Google, we would have to work with about 20 different partners to be able to accomplish what we do today.
We use the Android platform in addition to App Engine, and we've really seen our sort of live products be able to scale with the server infrastructure and back-end infrastructure of App Engine.
We then monetize those games with in-app purchases, virtual goods, as well as advertising revenue. And we use DFP to run our internal ad network, and then we monetize using AdMob.
In order to do that, we have to acquire users at a very low cost and at a very large scale.
So we know that 90 to 95% of our users are not going to spend within the game. Google allows us to segment our users in order to maximize the value we can get from folks who are spending in the game, as well as advertising revenue from folks who are not spending in the game. On the Engage side, we have Google Cloud Storage to scale our game as it grows. We post our game in the Google Play Store.
Being able to target users based off of demographics, spend behavior, makes it so we have a better relationship with the customers we're trying to reach. And AdWords is the first platform that we have used that allows us to target directly customers who are guaranteed to have made a purchase.
The idea that Google has a number of different tools that we can leverage, it's allowed us to sort of manage a portfolio of varying products with different revenue models on each.
Google's product roadmap is really impressive, and it's really become the Swiss Army knife for us in terms of monetization, and we're excited to see what else they're going to come out with.
Ethermax was founded as a dream of transforming ideas into realities.
Ethermax is a video game company that is located in Buenos Aires, Argentina.
I love doing things for millions of people, and I think together with social networks, games are that thing that everyone can use and understand.
So the company started creating Trivia Crack, and I have never witnessed such a level of success. Trivia Crack has been downloaded over 160 million times. Since we're working with Google AdMob, we are monetizing on the 2 main platforms, and that is iOS and Android worldwide.
This building is my father's building. He has a clothes company, he has a factory. And when we started, we just needed a place to be. And when we started growing, we started taking more space, and now we're more people than in the factory, actually. I love Argentina. I think it's a great place to grow something from scratch, and that's what we're doing.
When we first started, we were focusing on the Spanish-speaking world, and now over 60% of our users are from the US. So our market right now is the whole world. Google has helped us to build a global company. Android is huge in Latin America. We are a Latin American company, so there was definitely no way that the game became so viral without being on Google Play and on the Android platform.
We think that AdMob is the best ad platform in the world. It has been very useful for us because if you don't have a partner that can feel all your impressions, that can help you understand your user, then it's much more difficult.
Users are already aware that free apps are going to have advertising, but if you're able to put that in different phases of the game where it makes sense, you're not going to have any problems. Our product is global, so we need to have impressions served worldwide. We need very, very big volumes. And AdMob is one of those partners that can really do that.
We recently made an exclusivity deal with Google for providing ads in the application, which is very important for us. Before we had many partners, and that brings a lot of inefficiencies.
You have to contact very small and very local ad networks. By doing this with AdMob, we can achieve the same result by working with only one partner.
The real key challenge for Retromax is to continue innovating. I think the future comes with these native ads, which are a way of putting the ads in the context of your application.
We're testing that with AdMob as well. The results so far have been great.
Once you achieve success, if you think that at the end that you are now successful and nothing's going to change, you are wrong, because the world changes and it changes faster than ever, so you need to continue being the best.
It's very important that we have a partner like AdMob, because the more that we can focus on our core business, the better the games that we're going to make.
And the whole idea of Retromax, it's not even a gaming company, it's a great idea company.
We are mobile. We travel through our days constantly connected. Free to connect with the things we care about. Mobile moves us. We can share a laugh at the bus stop or window shop from the backseat of a cab. We can discover and play with new products. Plan a date night while out at lunch. We can even take a stroll through Wonderland. Bring your big ideas to life on mobile. Move people to choose your brand.
Everywhere you look in India, there's inspiration.
Our dream is to share what's fun about India with the whole world.
I always get drawn back to the magnet. This is the Bollywood magnet, our first design. If this one piece can make me laugh, or we can do a whole bunch more and make a company built on this.
This is my husband Vivek.
That's my wife Shubhra.
And we started Chumbak.
So 2009 in the beginning, we sat in the room trying to figure out how we do it. I mean, we had no clue. The web is a startup's best friend. It just makes everything a level playing field. AdWords is pretty cool because it helps us reach out to consumers that I physically can't go to and say, hey, please come in and buy. The idea is to get people who are searching for something different and have them stumble upon Chumba. We look at AdWords quite differently. So what we decided with AdWords is that, listen, let's step back a bit and let's look at the categories that maybe less people search for, but let's make sure that we are the leaders in that. AdWords help us spread the word. And now each time I meet people, they know Chumbak.
You're the Chumbak guys, it's fantastic. Coffee mugs,
fridge magnets,
postcards,
USB drives,
bobbleheads,
keychains,
t-shirts,
boxer shorts,
storage tins,
and a whole bunch of stuff. It's just the web that's taken us there, and we wouldn't have been able to do this 10 years ago. We believe in what we're doing. It makes us happy. Chumbak is our dream come true.
Everybody loves everyone. Every girl and every boy. Kutta billi hati guy. Everybody loves everyone. Chumbak.
I don't know you, Big Buffet Boy 85. But if you think you can humiliate me and take my gold, think again. Oh, I'm coming for you with lots of barbarians and dragons. I can't wait to destroy your village while you beg for mercy. But you will get no mercy. I will have my revenge.
Liam? Have a scone for Liam?
Over here. It's, Liam. You will regret the day you crossed Angry Neeson 52.
Angry Neeson 52.
You can ask Google almost anything except the future. We can't predict what's going to happen tomorrow, but we can observe what's going on today. Today, 3 billion people are online. That's almost half of the world's population. In many parts of the world, people are not just online once in a while. They're online every single day. But that's not as surprising as how we're online. Across ages and nationalities, more and more people use smartphones to go online. Like her, and him, and them, and this little guy. In the United States, there are now more people who prefer to use their smartphone instead of their computer and tablet. This is also the case for people in India, Italy, Spain, and many other countries. And in Korea, people are 10 times more likely to go online on smartphones than on computers and tablets. Whereas the digital age started with a computer for many people, newcomers to the internet today skip this step, going straight to mobile. 90% of Thais under 35 use smartphones, while only 40% also use computers. Only every fourth smartphone user in South Africa owns a computer, and 2 out of 3 smartphone users in India don't have a computer. Smartphones are becoming man's new best friend all over the world. More than 300 million people got their very first smartphone last year. That corresponds to 10% of all online users. We already think mobile first. Should we start thinking mobile only? The number of connected devices per person is on the rise, and that changes the way we spend time together. At an ordinary evening at an Irish family, for instance, 2 out of 3 family members go online on their own device while watching TV. The youngest family members prefer using their smartphones as their second screen, while the older generation is more likely to use a tablet. Actually, most of the internet usage is not related to the TV program they're watching. People have different tastes, but does that mean we can't be together? With the whole world accessible by our fingertips, we are not only entertaining ourselves, we also educate ourselves like never before. In several countries, more than 75% of the population under 35 go to the internet when they need information. How will that change the education of the next generation? And how do we become wiser when we already have all the world's knowledge at hand? The internet has changed the lives of the first 3 billion people online. How will it change the lives of the next 5? Data inspires us to see what questions we need to ask.
Okay, here we go. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. And flip it. No.
down, up, up, down.
Ladies and gentlemen, would request you to kindly take your seat as the develop track would be starting shortly. Also, for the ones who'd like to attend the Engage and Earn tracks at Gulmohar and Jacaranda, would request you to kindly move towards those halls as well. We're going to be starting these sessions right after this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Sunil, and I lead the developer relations and startup ecosystem for Google in India. And I wear multiple hats. And now, currently, my job is to wake you up. OK? So people sitting in the back, there are so many free chairs out here, empty chairs. So please, can you move a little bit in the front, please? Can you just move a little bit in the front? It'll be much more easier. OK, good afternoon. So I'm incredibly fortunate to be working with such brilliant people at Google. I've been with Google for the last 3.5 years. And it's really a great feeling to be working with the passionate developers like you. I've seen people, someone I bumped into him this morning, he had come all the way from Ahmedabad. There are people from Chennai, there are people from Nasik, there are people from Porbandar. So let's give a huge round of applause to these amazing people who are coming all the way to be here for this conference. This is your conference, guys. So you guys have been really pushing us really hard to come out with great developer tools and improve the developer experience across a wide variety of products. In the last 24 months, we have done over 70 Google-led developer conferences in India, and our 45 Google developer groups have done over 550 events in India alone. So a huge round of applause, again, to all the Google developer group community out here. Through this program, we touch close to 60,000 developers directly, right? So in last 24 months, we have just grown the developer community from close to 35,000 developers whom we are directly interacting to around 70,000, 60,000 developers currently. And this makes us the third largest developer community for Google globally. So we do recognize the inherent complexities and efforts that takes for a developer to make applications work seamlessly across different form factors and make them work on low bandwidth and patchy networks. So India is a very important country for Google, and we have seen some really great success stories from our homegrown startups. Any idea in terms of what kind of investment did the startup community attract in last 2 quarters in India? Any idea of that in terms of billions of dollars? $3.5 billion of investment in Q1 and Q2 of 2015, which is close to $500 million more than China. So a huge round of applause again to all the startups out here who are developing some incredibly great products. And this year, at the given run rate, we'll be having close to 1,200 startups incorporated from India alone. And last year, we had 950 startups. So these startups are really keeping us busy, and we want to give them the right tools and educate them on the existing tools so that they do not reinvent the wheel, so they have a faster go-to-market strategy. Today, we would like to cover topics of interest ranging from Android, Chrome, Maps, and best practices for designing apps. As this is a developer track, be ready for in-depth technical content and code, along with some relevant demos. As a startup, it becomes very important for you to build a robust, scalable application in the most optimal time. Coming to our first topic, how cool will it be if I have a tool which will help me as a developer where I can power my app backend using data storage, user authentication, static hosting, and much more. You as a startup concentrate on creating extraordinary user experiences, and we'll take care of the rest. Any idea of which tool I'm talking about? Shout it out. It's called Firebase. So Google acquired this fantastic company last year in October 2014 and brought along 30 of the brilliant engineers to Google. And I'm happy to introduce to you my friend Andrew Lee, who's the co-founder at Firebase and the engineering manager at Google. Andrew is responsible for engineering for Google's developer offering for storage, authentication, and hosting on mobile. So in his talk, Andrew will cover Google's platform for rapid mobile application development and how it can help you build and scale your mobile apps. He'll be covering the app architecture that makes sense in a mobile-first world, and then deep diving into Firebase real-time database, as well as the authentication and hosting services. Over to you, Andrew. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, it's his first trip to India. Over to you, Andrew.
Namaste. Hello, Google for Mobile 2015. Thank you, Sunil, for the very warm welcome. I'm very excited to be here today to meet with all of you. So, as Sunil mentioned, this is my first time to India. I flew in last Thursday. I've spent the last 2 days meeting with developers and startups in the local ecosystem. Sunil thinks I'm here to talk about Firebase, but I have a confession. I'm just here for the food. I've been basically eating nonstop since I arrived. I've had more kinds of curry than I knew existed. I've had like 12 kinds of dosas. It's been great. I'm very much enjoying my time here. As long as I'm out here, though, I've been meeting with a number of local startups and developers and trying to get a feel for the ecosystem. I've been to a few events already. I went to a local startup pitch event on Friday. I met with some other developers on Thursday. There are a ton of developers here building some really incredible applications and serving an enormous number of end users. I was told that this is the Silicon Valley of India, and it's very much living up to that reputation. I'm very excited to be here. My favorite part of all of this is that there are a ton of developers here using Firebase to power their apps. I think it's an incredible testament to the power of the internet that developers clear on the other side of the planet from our offices are using our products. But it wasn't always this way. This is us 4 years ago when Firebase was first getting started. The company at the time was just 4 of us with a vision, sitting in a room together. We hadn't even picked a name yet. With such limited time and resources, we had to focus very carefully on the problem that we were trying to solve. What was the most important thing for us to do? We chose to focus on powerful synchronization features, easy-to-use APIs, and great documentation. This is something we chose not to focus on: servers. We had the luxury of cloud infrastructure. So rather than buying, racking, and maintaining our own physical hardware, we ran our software on virtual machines in the cloud. This saved us a ton of time and helped us focus on the things that mattered the most to our business. This was incredibly valuable to us and played a key role in our success. For today's modern app developer, though, having virtual machines only solves part of the problem. Developers still need to write a ton of boilerplate just to get their apps backend working. And they still need to worry about scaling, monitoring, backups, and a ton of other operational concerns. And modern app backends can have very complicated infrastructure. This is the problem that Firebase is trying to solve. So what is Firebase? Firebase is a set of cloud services that provide the common infrastructure that you need to build a modern web or mobile application. It's designed to save you time and help you get up and running quickly with your application, so you can focus on the user experience and the parts of your app that are unique, the ones that matter the most to your business. Firebase has 3 main features: a real-time database for storing, synchronizing, and sharing data, a user authentication service for identifying who your users are and for securing their data, and a static website hosting service for deploying static assets to the web for things like landing pages, mobile web apps, and other static assets. We'll dive deeper into each of these today. Firebase is cross-platform. It supports iOS, Android, and web development. And it binds easily to common frameworks like Angular, Ember, React, and React Native. And for developers that do want to run their own servers, we play very nicely on the server side as well. So you can access your data from anywhere. And I'm happy to say that Firebase is used by a ton of developers. We power the apps for nearly 250,000 of them. And across those apps, we have more than 2 million simultaneous connections. That means that there are 2 million devices connected to our servers at any one time. So let's dive into Firebase's features. First, let's talk about the product I think most of you know us for, and that's the Firebase real-time database. Our database is a cloud-hosted, NoSQL JSON data store. It's optimized for ease of use and easy operations. You simply click a button on our console, and we provision and manage a database in the cloud for you. Firebase works a little bit differently than most application backends you might have worked with. Most of you are probably familiar with this diagram. This is a standard 3-tier architecture. This is how most mobile and web apps are built today. In this architecture, your client device talks to an application server. That application server has a bunch of custom code, and then that server talks back to a database. This design has worked very well in a wired web world, where data was passed with request response, and developers or users didn't really expect their application to do real-time updates or work offline. But that isn't the world we live in today. Today, users have mobile devices with them at all times. They sometimes have network access. They sometimes don't. I know that's especially true here. And they often have multiple devices, too. And they expect their data to be available on all of their devices wherever they want to consume it. So for example, my Uber driver on the ride back from the airport had a phone for the Uber app, a phone for making calls, and a tablet for watching movies. This has become the new normal. Firebase is designed for this world. And it uses data synchronization rather than request response to move data around. To get started, developers just add the Firebase SDK to their application. When your app starts up, we create a local database on the device, and then establish a persistent network connection up to our servers. Anytime a change is made on your local device to the data, we push that update to the cloud, we figure out everyone else who cares about that data, and we push the updates down to those devices so we can trigger callbacks and bring their UIs up to date. This makes it really easy to build modern, real-time collaborative applications, and it helps your application work offline. So in essence, Firebase uses a 2-tier model rather than a 3-tier model, where the client device talks directly to the database without any intermediate application server. This allows Firebase to provide its powerful real-time synchronization features. And it also allows for rapid development, because there's no application server code to write. You just write the client-side code, the front end. It also makes for easy scaling, because our servers can handle that for you. For developers that do want to run their own servers, don't worry. We work well with your own servers as well. You simply connect to the database from your server and synchronize data just like any client would. The Firebase database is designed for ease of use, and it has a very intuitive data model. Your entire database is just one big JSON object that you can address into at arbitrary granularity. You can read a single Boolean, a string, an object, or an entire gigabyte of JSON using the same APIs. And you can address into that data very easily using a REST-like URL. This gives you access to arbitrary granularity. It's very intuitive to use, and it makes for easy debugging because you can take that URL, punch it into a browser, and you see a nice debugger with a real-time view of your data and how it's changing. Let's take a look at some code. This is an example for Android. Here, on the first line, we're initializing our connection to the Firebase data using a URL to specify precisely the data we care about. In this case, we're synchronizing welcome text, which is intended to be a string with a welcome message. All we needed to do was call new Firebase, and our SDK sets up a local cache of data on the device, on disk, and opens a persistent network connection up to our servers in the cloud. We can then start reading and writing data immediately. Here, we're writing a string to the database with a welcome message using the setValue command. And here we say, hello, Google for mobile. So here's another example. This time, rather than writing data, we're reading data. Remember that the Firebase database works using synchronization. So rather than a get command, we're actually adding a listener. And then this onDataChange event fires once for the initial state of the data, and then in the future, every time that data changes, whether the change was triggered due to a local operation or due to updates from remote devices. And here you can see we're simply printing out the value of that message. One of the most powerful features of the Firebase database is that it automatically works offline. Firebase-powered apps will remain responsive and provide cache results even when the network is not available or unresponsive. This is especially exciting for regions with slow network connections, like here, where a huge portion, as you heard earlier, are on 2G networks or have intermittent internet connectivity or perhaps no connectivity for long periods of time. So how does this work? Well, as I mentioned, the Firebase SDK maintains a local cache of data on the device. It actually writes to a database on disk. When there's no network connection, it simply operates against that local cache. Changes that you make through the API are written to flash on the device, and we remember the changes that you make. When the network connection comes back, we take all of those changes, we push them up to the cloud, we identify all the other devices in the world that care about that data, and we push our updates down to them. We also pull in updates from the cloud from other devices to make sure that the local state on disk you have is up to date. And this is all seamless to the developer. The database API works the same whether you're online or offline. You simply attach your callbacks, and you get events when things change. Offline mode is automatic. You don't need to use a special API for it to work. You simply enable the feature using a single line of code. Here, you can see examples for Android and iOS. You simply call set persistence enabled, and it's turned on. By default, the Firebase SDK maintains a fixed size cache on the device. So it stores a certain amount and then automatically evicts data that's unused if you go over that amount. For developers that want a little more control, we provide the keep synced method. This method allows you to specify that a particular piece of data should be kept in cache at all times and always kept up to date. This ensures that this data is always available, even if you go offline, even if the cache fills up. Now, you're probably asking yourself, and this is the most common question I get, what about security? If I'm in this two-tier world, if client devices are talking directly to my database, what keeps a malicious user from accessing data they aren't supposed to? And how can I control the types of data that developers write or that end users write into my database? This is where Firebase security rules come in. These rules provide a flexible, declarative way for developers to control read and write access to their database. They can also specify validation rules to ensure that any data written conforms to a particular schema. I'll show you an example. Here, we have a simple security rules file. The rules written here apply to the path foo, and we're granting read and write access to anyone who wants to access it. But we're controlling the schema using this validate rule, which says that the new data being written must be a string, and it must have a length less than 100 characters. So this is great in controlling schema, but what if I want to provide different permissions for different users? For example, maybe I'm building a social network, and I want to allow a user to update their own profile, but not to update their friends. Well, that's where Firebase authentication comes in. This is our second main feature. Firebase authentication provides an easy way for you to identify your users and control access to the data for those users. It supports common authentication types, including username and password, as well as common OAuth providers, Google, Facebook, Twitter, and GitHub. This is the easiest way for you to get up and running with authentication in your app. Let's take a look at an example for Android. Here, we're using email and password authentication. All we need to do is call auth with password on a Firebase reference, like you see here. We then pass a callback that fires when the authentication is complete or when an error is encountered. And here you can see we're simply authenticating and then printing out the user ID of the new user that's logged in. That's it. That's all you need to do. We'll handle all the work of decrypting and storing your passwords, generating session tokens, authenticating each call, security, and we'll even automatically handle things like password reset emails that we send to users when they need to reset their passwords. Let's take a look at another example, this time for the web. Here we're using the auth with OAuth pop-up method to authenticate a user using Facebook. All we have to do is pass the string Facebook, along with a callback method that gets fired when the authentication either succeeds or fails. And Firebase will handle the entire OAuth flow for you. On the web, we'll even handle the UI components. We'll pop up a window, we'll handle the OAuth, and when you're done, you'll get a callback fired. It's really easy. I think you should give it a try. Don't worry. If you don't want to use our authentication, you already have your own system or you have some custom requirements, that'll work great. We work very nicely with your own authentication system, and we have libraries for minting security tokens on your own servers. So now that we've authenticated, we can now control access to data in our database based on the authentication credentials of the user that just logged in. Let's see an example. So here's a very simple example. Here, we're controlling access to the path /users/$user_ID. The $ denotes a wildcard. So this would apply to any path below users for a specific user. Here, we're granting read access to anyone that wants to read it, but we only allow a write if the UID in the authentication token is the same as the UID in the path we're trying to access. So with this small file here, you can actually control access and say users can only update their own profiles. This is a simple example, but you can do much more powerful things with our security rules. I encourage you to give them a try. The third main feature of Firebase is our static website hosting. Firebase makes it incredibly easy to deploy production-grade static websites. Now, you're probably wondering why. This is a mobile conference, right? This is Google for mobile. Why am I talking about the web? Well, there's a few important things that you're going to care about, even on mobile. First, a landing page. There's a lot of mobile apps out there that have a web presence primarily for discovery. A user goes to Google, they search for the application, they expect to see something and find a link to the App Store. So it's a very easy way to get up and running with the landing page. It's also great for mobile web apps, especially if you're using something like Ionic or Cordova to build your application. It's a great way to host those assets. And finally, a lot of native mobile apps have things like videos, or they have catalog information for an e-commerce app, or other large data that they want to distribute efficiently through a CDN. And Firebase hosting provides a fast, easy way to do that. And our hosting is production grade. It's backed by a global CDN. It's SSL by default. We actually buy and provision the SSL certificate for you automatically. And it's very, very easy to use. All you need to do is tell us what domain to put your site on, and we take care of the rest. This is everything you need to know to use Firebase hosting. You initialize your website with Firebase init, and then you call Firebase deploy. We take your assets, we put them up on a CDN with SSL on reliable, redundant infrastructure. Before I go, I want to talk about a new project we've released that I think the Android and iOS native developers here will find especially useful. It's called Firebase UI. Firebase UI is an open source project that we've written to help you easily bind Firebase data to native UI elements in mobile apps. It's cross-platform, supports both iOS and Android. And since it's backed by the Firebase database, it provides real-time and offline data access by default. It's also open source, so you can feel free to take a look at the code and modify it as you see fit. Just follow this GitHub link, or if you just search on Google for Firebase UI, you'll find it there too. Here is an example of Firebase UI in action. Here, we're binding data in Firebase to a list view on Android. On the first line here, you can see we're creating a new Firebase list adapter that's bound to a specific Firebase reference. The populate view method here is called to populate each item in that list. The chat message variable that's being passed in here contains data that was contained in the Firebase database. And then finally, on the last line here, we're setting that list adapter for the messages view so that we can start displaying data. Before I go, I want to leave you with some advice. As you're starting your new business or your project, make sure to focus on the user experience of your application. Focus on the thing that makes your app and your business unique and that really adds value for your users. Let us handle the infrastructure. Let us handle all the things that are the same for all the applications. We can save you a ton of time and help you get your product to market faster and focus on your users instead. Thanks for listening. If you'd like to give Firebase a try, you can sign up, firebase.com. It's free. Takes about 5 minutes to get started. If you have any additional questions, I'm going to be right outside the doors in the back here. Feel free to come by. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you. Thank you.
Check. Hello? How many of you are app developers out here? How many of you also develop on the mobile web? God, just around 6 or 7 hands. That's it. In this day of mobile apps, especially in emerging markets like India, there's always a constant debate on, do I be app only or do I also have a mobile web presence? So my solution most of the time is just go where the users are, right? Do analytics, and if you feel 99% of your users are coming from app only, so be it. But to talk more about this topic, which is all about instant and engaging with the mobile app, we've got Paul Kinlan, who is a staff developer advocate in the Chrome team. His job is to make the web work well on mobile and telling developers how to build amazing sites. Paul will show why and how you can use the web to build instant and deeply engaging experiences on mobile without the need of an app. Definitely, this will be a big eye-opener to many of the developers out here. Ladies and gentlemen, my privilege to call up Paul Kinlan all the way from London. Paul.
Oh, hey, hello everyone. I'm the guy who hates apps. I love the web. I saw everyone raise their hands before when they said, do you have a mobile site? And like 6 people put their hands up, and I cried a little bit inside. I'm also the guy who doesn't actually follow the rules of the whole presentation. I don't have the standard slides, just because I do web, I do it differently and those types of things. I tell a lie, I didn't actually realize there was a standard slide deck, and I wasn't amazingly prepared for that. But anyway, I think what I want to try and talk about today is about how you can be instant and engaging on the web, specifically the mobile web. Mobile has changed absolutely everything for us. We don't actually, it's hard to say this, but we don't actually need to build the way we used to build on desktop before. We need to think about how the mobile context is applying to everyone. And the web needs to catch up. We as web developers also need to catch up. And if you're an app developer and you're sitting there going, we don't need the web anymore, we just need our app, I think I'm going to tell you you're wrong. You can completely disagree with me. But I want to tell you why you're wrong and also how you can take advantage of the web. And if you still have an app strategy, to use that to drive extra traffic and engagement into your app. So I think we can be instant. I think we can load straight away on the web. And I think we can be ultra engaging as well, especially around things like notifications. Yeah, my name's Paul Kinlan. I'm in the developer relations team. I work on Chrome. I'm based in London. I live in Liverpool. And if you want to, you can feel free to contact me. My email address is paulkinlan@google.com. And we can talk about how mobile is changing the world, web and apps. I've been doing this job for 5-6 years now. And in 2012, I said mobile is massive. And this is at the point when the web, we didn't have a great presence on the web. Every single site was still desktop-based. And no one believed me that mobile was going to be massive. I still say it, and I say it all the time, but we have to think about the user context and the fact that users, especially in markets where there's millions of new users coming to the internet and platforms, they're all coming on mobile platforms. And we as web developers, we need to think about that as well. And we can't apply the old paradigms of desktop development straight to mobile, right? You can't just assume that the user's going to type loads of content and type away and write big documents. They just don't do the things that we used to expect on the web, or especially on desktop machines. And as web developers in the whole industry, we need to get away from that mindset and move into a more mobile-focused mindset as well. And if the majority of you here are app developers, you kind of completely understand that already. So one of the things I wanted to say is actually, Google knows that mobile is massively important. Obviously, we've got Android and all those types of things. And I'm not actually pointing out my blog here. I mean, you can go to my blog if you want. It's okay. It's not great. But it's more this kind of little sign underneath that says mobile friendly. Google recognizes the fact that actually, if you're on a mobile device and you're searching for something, you get better value for the user when the user's actually directed to a mobile site. So we worked on this project which made sure that mobile-friendly sites were marked as mobile-friendly originally. So we badged it. We gave it a nice little badge and everything. And then I think in March last year, or this year, we announced the fact that if your site is not a mobile-friendly site, you will be downranked in search. And when I was looking across a whole range of Indian sites, there's a massive number of Indian websites which are just not mobile optimized and are not benefiting from the fact that every single new user, or lots of new users to the internet, and especially in India, are coming through on mobile devices. So we know it's kind of important. We've also recently announced the fact that full-screen app interstitials as well are also going to be marked as not mobile-friendly. So if you're, at the moment, if you're an app developer and you're starting to try and drive traffic from your site, that's organic traffic from your site directly into your app, this is a bad experience for users, and it's going to be marked as a bad experience as well for users. So instead, the Chrome team, and this is one of those things that I don't know whether it's an announcement, I don't think anyone really knows about it, but if you're on Chrome and your users are on Chrome, you can have this kind of inline native app install kind of experience. So if you're familiar with iOS, where the app install banner appears across the top, we now have this deeply integrated, we know that the users come to your site, they haven't got the app installed, we'll offer them a prompt to install the application, and then rather than direct the user off to the Play Store where you lose traffic and you'll lose engagement, or not engagement, but you'll lose traffic, you can keep the user inside your site, but actually get them to go through the installation process. It's a really nice, clean process for installing applications, and it's available in Chrome at the moment. That's a good experience. Other banner solutions are also kind of good as well, as long as they don't take up the full screen. So this is my second time in India. The first time I came to India was actually 3 weeks ago, and I'm here to do a lot of research because I don't actually know how people not in the US and not in the UK use mobile devices and how they use the mobile internet. And the first thing that someone told me when I came to India was, Paul, don't even try to cross the road. You'll kill yourself. It's absolutely terrible. So to prove them wrong, I crossed the road, albeit it was 6 o'clock in the morning and there wasn't a huge amount of traffic. But I did cross the road and I took a photo of it. But I learned a lot more of this stuff as well, and I learned a lot from businesses about how they picture the web, especially on mobile. So obviously, we know that there's a massively increasing number of users on mobile. I think there was a reported stat of 6 million new mobile users every month. When I think about it, that's the size of the UK every 12 months comes online in India. That's absolutely crazy and phenomenal. And actually, a lot of those users are actually just going through and using apps. And maybe the web is not actually a great medium for those users, and they don't actually know what the web is. I don't quite know, but I think we've got a big problem, and we as an industry need to change the way we promote the web, at least, especially on mobile. But the other thing businesses said to me, and I'm going to be really quick through these, is that we don't go on the web at the moment. We've got an app-only strategy because I need my app to be installed, right? I need it to have presence on the user's device, and it needs to be in all the places that the user expects the experience to be. And the web, it just can't do that. The web is absolutely terrible at that. I need notifications for re-engagement. I saw everyone's hands go up about how many apps use notifications for re-engagement. That's the really big driver of native application installs, or at least in native apps, is that you want to have that continued communication with your users, and notifications give you a great way of doing that. And the web, it can't do it. The web is terrible. And then the network is terrible in India. This is what they said. I didn't say this, but they said the network is terrible in India, and I need to be fast. I need to have the app installed on the device, available offline, and kind of stream the content in, when it comes through, because the users are either offline, they're on 2G or poor 3G, or maybe good 3G. We just don't know. But the web is not resilient to the fact that the user might be offline. And in some cases, it's not always that many, but in some cases, people need deep access to the hardware on the device. And the web, in many people's minds, doesn't give you access to that device. So I grouped them all together, and I kind of classed it as installability, engagement, and performance and capabilities. These are the reasons why people are building apps and the reasons why people are not actually building mobile web-based experiences. And the common theme I got, and people said this to me when I was interviewing them, the web in India in particular is dead, right? If you want an engaged user, you have to go native. And that, as a web developer, that makes me cry, makes me sad a little bit inside. There we are. So this is the common theme, right? The web can't do that. Everyone says the web can't do all these things. And maybe they can't, maybe it can't, maybe it's not the greatest medium for deep engagement. But I want to change everyone's opinion a little bit, and I want everyone to say that the web can do that for a lot of the cases that we just talked about. Now, clicker's not working. There's a kind of a general strategy to the way I've been thinking about this, is that it's all about user experience. You want an engaged user on the web. You want to get someone into your site. If they've hit your site, they come into your brand straight away. You want to build an engaged user on the web. And then if you need to, kind of upsell them into the native platforms, right? You know, you don't want to have to try and force the user into a native app all the time when they might not drop off, like they might not be bothered, they might not care about the app. You don't want to lose that user. And that's the good reason for going on the web, is because, you know, we still want you to go and install native applications, and the Play Store is a great place for that, but we want you to build an engaged user first. And I think you can do that on the web, and I think you can then upsell them to the native experience as well once you know that they're more engaged. So, like, as a web developer, I'll be honest, I don't want the native app stage, but I don't think that's going to be reasonable. But I want you to build an engaged user on the web, and ideally, if you can, keep them there for as long as possible, because I think you can do it. So I know everyone probably in the audience is saying, you're talking absolute rubbish. You're making no sense at all. Just, like, prove it, please. So I went through and I built a product before I kind of came here. And I thought about this, and like for native and the web, the goal is the same, right? It doesn't matter where the user comes from and how they're using the app, using the service. It's the fact that people are using your service. That was my ultimate goal. So I was thinking about it a little bit more. I built this app. I've only put this slide in because I want you to go to airhorner.com. It's my service. It's great. And all it really is a horn. It's actually rubbish, so don't go to it. But then I was thinking about it. Like, if I'm an app developer, no one knows about my app or my site, what do? I have to drive traffic to it. I have to drive traffic either to the install page or to the web page. And it comes from a number of different sources. If you're VC backed, you can probably do a TV ad, a newspaper ad. For most people, it's the, you know, social and search and all the natural organic traffic, all the organic ways to get traffic. Now, I kind of classified this as, and I don't want it to be a mobile versus native debate, but I'm making it mobile versus native, or native versus web, sorry. So on the left is mobile native. I was thinking about this, and on the right is mobile web. And then I went through the idea as like, well, if you're going to install an app, what is the general process? Well, you might type in the experience, or Airhorn, for instance, in search. You know, click on the app that you want to get. The user goes to the store. It's cool. They click install because they need to download it, and it goes off and downloads. They first have to accept the permissions. Then it goes and downloads, and then it goes to the home screen, and then the user starts using it, and then that's when you get a really, really engaged user because they've got a really nice kind of experience inside the app. And then, so I heard an air horn. Who did the air horn? Oh, I can hear it again, brilliant. So anyway, on the web, you click on air horn, and then you're just there, instant access to the experience. The problem is on the web is when we try to get the user to use the experience, we completely break it. Like, we have like phases where you have to go and sign up and do all these extra things just to start getting into the experience. But fundamentally, the fact that you have a link, you can go straight to the application, or the application of the web application experience, no install required. And that's what I want to try and push through with this whole talk, basically. And then there's an interesting blog, actually, and there's a guy called Gabor. This is from a couple of years ago. He says, in a consumer mobile application, every step that you make the user perform before they get value out of your app will cost you 20% of your users. And the way he actually breaks this out, it's not inside the app. It's when you try to go install the app, all the phases that you have to go through to install the application, and then after that, then go and use the application. So I thought, okay, that's kind of interesting. Like, hypothetically, what would that look like? And this isn't any real stats, but I went through and I did this. So don't read into this as anything other than the fact that I'm trying to make a point. And I heard the air horn again, it's brilliant. You have 1,000 users, every single step you lose 20% of that users. So at the point where the user actually uses your application, you've got essentially a quarter of the users that you were there. Now, I don't actually think these are the real stats of the Play Store. The Play Store is a lot better than this. But I can try to make a point. And on the web, right, you know, people may or may not click the link, and your link may not load, so you still lose a whole lot of users. But you start off with a greater number overall. So 800 users that you potentially get just because they click the link and they can start to use your application straight away. But I know everyone in the audience is asking, native has really high levels of engagement. Every single user that you get on your native application is a more engaged user. They do more, they spend more, and they're just generally happier. And I actually think that is pretty true, and I think that's because we're not building the great experiences on the web that we can. So this is the general stat. It's like 262 engaged users is a lot better than 800 unengaged users. 800 users on the web who've loaded your application instantly, but they never come back. They're never engaged. It might not work for them offline. That's what we need to change on the web from our side of things. So why the web? That's the big question, right? Like, why do you choose the web? Well, even with its 800 extra users at the start, the thing that you're trading here is reach. You can reach a lot more users through many different browsers just by the fact that, and virtue that they click on the link and can start using the experience straight away. However, you trade that off, why would you choose an app? Well, you might not have the reach. You've still got a lot of reach and a lot of users, like 1 billion users is still a lot of users, right, on an Android platform, for instance. That's crazy. But then you get all these extra points. You get the installability, it can work offline. You get the performance, you don't have to spend a lot of time loading the first page, those types of things. Deeper engagement with notifications and deeper, better capabilities on the web, on the native platforms. So essentially, you're trading the reach for engagement, and that's the decision that you make, and that actually is a really good decision because actually a user installs an experience and they start using it, and you can get revenue from them. They're the valuable users. Whether the revenue is a purchase or an ad click, those are the valuable users. The rest it's kind of debatable. But I think we can do both. I think we can have the reach, and I think we can have the engagement models as well. And my ideal solution is the web, and I don't think everyone's going to believe me just yet, but I think we can combine both strategies together today to actually deliver really good, compelling experiences. So I can't actually read what that slide says anymore because the fonts have gone off. Yeah, so the web has reached an amazing experience, but now with deep engagement, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. So the big question is, how do you do it? Well, we can focus on performance, and I'm going to dive into some very basic performance things that everyone in this audience with a site will have to do. Installability, how you can make your sites and apps work offline, and engagement, how you can increase the engagement on the web with all your web users. The first thing I'm going to talk about, though, is a thing called Service Worker. And Service Worker, for me, it's the most important technology on the web since the link. Right? It's going to fundamentally change the way that we build sites and applications and the way that your users, if you use Service Worker, will experience that benefit. So the spec, right, it's a W3C spec. The W3C spec says Service Workers are generic, event-driven, time-limited, script context that runs it makes no sense, right? Like you can read it and you can make sense of it when you really, really think about it. But the way I like to look at it is a service worker is a background script. It's a piece of JavaScript that lives in the background outside of the browser, but it sits in between the browser, and originally it was the network. But now, with the advancements in the spec, it sits in between the OS. So essentially, it can start to intercept OS-level events and provide that back into your web experience. So the great thing for me here is, and I know you can't see that, I can't see this properly here, but the page now has an application lifecycle. Originally, the web, you go to a link, you kind of load the page up, the user closes it. There's not really kind of an app-like lifecycle there. There's no install step. There's no kind of like what happens on events and all those types of things when the application is closed. Service Worker gives you that lifecycle. And it does it all in the background. So the thing about this is, as well, is that you're sitting there going, web pages are heavy, they're slow. I don't want a web page taking up all this resource for the user. The idea behind the Service Worker, and again, you probably won't be able to see it, is when it's not being used, it kind of kills itself. The idea behind the Service Worker is to say, if I'm not being used, I'm not needed, I'm not going to waste any resource. And that's one of the fundamental goals behind the Service Worker API. And yeah, like I said before, it can work when the browser's closed. It can wake up itself, do some work, and then go back to sleep. So it can go from idle to an activated state, much like a native application can when it maybe responds to a broadcast event on Android, for instance. Now, it's actually relatively simple. You have your web page on the left, which is just like this is actually Flipboard, and all they need to do is register the fact that there's a service worker. And now what that looks like is just a very small piece of JavaScript. This actually is a minimal functioning piece of service worker. You register the service worker, you get told whether it's been registered, and in the background, the service worker, this SW.js in this case, will go off, install, attach itself to the various events, and then be able to start responding to the actions of the user. Now, like I said, you can install, for later use. Basically, there's an install step of the service worker, and at that phase, you can do the kind of the app install where you make sure all the assets that you need for your app are there always for the user, even when they're offline or like online or have a very poor spotty connection. So that's a really interesting piece for me, but there are a lot of other things other than this kind of install step. There's brand new engagement features as well. So in the future, there's going to be things like, well, right now, we can handle push messages, clicks on notifications. In the future, we're talking about things like discovering beacons that are like Bluetooth LE beacons that are around you, and then geofencing as well. So that the system can say, there's a geofence, I've registered this geofence, just wake the service worker up when the user enters that geofence. So I'm going to focus first on installability. I think that's one of the biggest ones that we know, and essentially this is offline. But the two things that you notice, and there's a bug here, this is PowerPoint, by the way, I should say 1 and 2, is that the two things that most people want when they want installability, they want to get on the home screen and be everywhere where they expect it to be, and they want it to load instantly, irrespective of the network connectivity. And I think that's good. So users, that's the same thing that they want. Users expect the apps to be on the home screen, and then they expect apps to appear in the app switcher. Now, how do you get on the home screen? Well, there's 3 steps that you need to do. You need to firstly use a service worker. You have to have HTTPS at the moment, and then you also have to have a manifest. And the manifest itself is essentially just a small piece of, like a link to a HTML or a link element, and then it's a small piece of JavaScript. And that JavaScript, all that JavaScript does is it describes how the application should look on the system, like an Android manifest, how it should look on the system, and how it should be launched. So you can define the icon and the name, and then also whether it should be launched in full screen and what URL to launch as well. And I think that's actually pretty compelling. As you can see with the animation, there's a lot of different things that are happening there. So you can install the content for later use, but what's that actually look like? Well, there's a single event called install on the service worker, and I don't expect you all to read this today. We haven't got a huge amount of time. But essentially, you have access to a global cache. When you have access to the global cache, you can add things into it. So this acts as the install stage, and it makes sure that all the assets for later are available. So when you actually fetch for something later on, or request like the index.html page, the content is there and available for you. And that's really interesting. But how do you actually make sure that the correct data is returned? Well, there's an event called onFetch, and that onFetch intercepts every single network request that comes from the browser, and it passes it through the service worker. It's like a client-side proxy, but that you get to control. You completely own the network. And what the overall kind of structure looks like is the browser will make the request, it will go to the service worker, and then inside the service worker, you decide what to do. So you can basically say, okay, it's cool. I'm going to check the cache. Is it cached? Index.html is cached. Return that to the browser. If it's not cached, though, you go to the web, and then you connect to it, and then you just pass it back through to the browser. But you might do other things in between, so you might kind of cache content as you go along to make sure incremental content is available offline as well. And this is what it looks like, right? It's 5 or 6 lines of code to get that basic functionality. The request comes in, the service worker wakes up, and then you look for the cache, you look in the cache to see if it's available. If it's not available, or if it is available, you return that straight away. Otherwise, you go and fetch it back from the network. That lets you build offline-enabled applications with 4 or 5 lines of code, but you can completely control the experience. So I think we've got the reach and we've got installability, but what about the other 3 pieces? So on the engagement point, there's quite a lot of things that happen here. We want deeper ties to the operating system. That's why a lot of people build native applications, is they want to be more tightly integrated in the operating system. And people actually want notifications, right? We all saw everyone's hands up go before about who wants notifications. Notifications are a big driver for the reason why people have applications. Now, the deeper integration with the operating system, in theory, as developers, shouldn't have to do anything at all. It's down to us. It's down to the browser developers. And this is a quick example of a video that's playing. No code on your side that's needed. But you can control the video directly from your watch, right? All these different places, the headphones or the watches, you can actually start to interact with the browser. No code, but we need to fix that and we need to make that. And that's one of the things that we're working on at the moment. The other stuff is that you actually want it to look like it's styled to be inside the browser. The meta theme color is a great example of that, right? You can style the address bar, and then when you go into the tab switcher, the styling still applies, right? So it looks like it's an application that's part of an experience, even though it's not. If you choose to launch full screen, again, it looks like a complete native application. And then finally, we get these notifications. Notifications, the thing that drives deep engagement. So we have this message event, and I know I'm going really quickly. We have this message event, which is a push notification from Google Cloud Messenger Service. It sends it into your application, and your application wakes up. And the overall structure, if you've ever built anything with native applications that use push, it's really similar. The server, your server, understands that there's a contextual event for the user, sends GCM, Google Cloud Messenger Service, a message, and then GCM decides what to do with that. So it'll send it to the phone. Then it'll wake up the browser, and then the browser will go, okay, cool, I need to do something. I'll load the service worker, and then inside the service worker is your logic about what you decide to do on that push message. And in every single case, you probably want to raise a notification. And that's all you have to do. So this is the push handler. This is the JavaScript side of things. It's really quite simple. You have all the properties to make things look quite nice. and then you just call show notification with all those properties in. You've already received the push notification. You decide what to do with it, and in this case, you raise the notification up to the user. And this is what it looks like. I did this, took this photo yesterday. It's a notification. It's a system level, proper system level notification. It comes up on the Android device, which means that if you have an Android Wear connected, it gets replicated back out to the watch. And I think that's actually pretty compelling. As a web developer, you can have these notifications and these engagement models without having to necessarily have the install phase. And then you can do other things as well, right? You have a notification come in. You might want to offline cache the local data so that when the user clicks on the notification, there is at least something there for it to load. But that's the point. You get to decide what you do. We've never had that before on the web. And again, this is very simple. You have the cache.add. That's actually pushing it into the cache. On the fetch event that we talked about earlier, it'll pick that up from the cache and return that back out to the user. So again, notifications. You don't want the web page to live around when the notifications are there. You want it to all be asynchronous. So you can raise a notification. The notification is cool. Service worker dies, goes to sleep. Then when the user clicks on the notification, it wakes the service worker up, and then it decides what to do. In this case, open a web page. And then the service worker dies away again. It clears itself out. And this is the code. The user clicks on the notification, and you can do a whole bunch of stuff with it. It's quite simple. And I think for an engagement model, I'm not saying this is going to replace native applications, but for a good majority of use cases, this is a very, very strong model. So we've got installability and engagement. I'm going to focus on performance. And I haven't got much time left, so I'm going to have to go through this really, really quickly, which is good because it's the performance section. So the first thing I heard was we can't do it on the web because the infrastructure in India is terrible. This is what I was told. And I don't quite believe that, because when you look at some really good sites and the way they load really quickly on Wi-Fi, on 3G. On 2G is still a problem, and I'm going to talk about how we can handle some of that stuff later. But if it is an infrastructure problem, apps aren't going to actually solve that problem, because ultimately everyone has to fetch content at some point. So if you're fetching content and it's slow, you've still got to solve the same type of problems. But there are a number of unique challenges that you have to face on the web. So the first thing to do is, everyone I spoke to always focuses on this thing called page load time. How long does it take for a page to load up? The average page load time in India, I think, was 26 seconds, which is, it's terrible. And it's not a network thing. It's some of the sites have been developed, which cause the problems, which I'm going to talk about. The thing that you actually want to focus on is not the page load time. It's time to first render, the first time that someone sees something on the screen. And for a large number of sites in India, it's about 3 to 6 seconds. Which 6 seconds is bad, 3 seconds is okay. What you really want to aim for is less than 1 second. And there are some technical limitations that you're going to have to deal with, but we can do that. The thing to think about, though, is you need to look at this idea of progressive rendering. You don't have to get all the content onto the screen straight away. You can get your brand, your logo, maybe some of the first piece of content out to the user really, really quickly, and then the rest of the page loads after it. That's what you need to focus on. But there are simple things that you can do, and I'm going to go through. The first is that you have to remember about the critical render path. The critical render path is all the things that are needed to actually get something on the screen, primarily CSS and the JavaScript. And a lot of people do this incorrectly. You need to find and remove all those pieces where you're downloading something from the network that block the rendering. So you need to reduce the number of requests for CSS and JavaScript as much as possible, because they stop you from getting something onto the screen quite quickly. And there's a technique called, and sorry for anyone taking photos, by the way, prioritize invisible content. And what that means is you need to take advantage of the fact that the user can't see the entire screen straight away. So prioritize your CSS and JavaScript to only cater for the things that appear in that top viewport. Now, what would that mean? What would that look like in a browser? Well, actually, you're seeing the fact here that there's no kind of nice web fonts. There might not be any images that come through, but fundamentally, the majority of the experience is there and available for the user, either to start seeing it and wait around and understand that something's loading, or to be able to start interacting with it straight away. And one of the techniques is just use all the CSS and inline it in the page as quickly as possible. So there are a couple of things that people do incorrectly, unfortunately, is they need to put CSS before JavaScript. Everyone puts JavaScript before CSS. Just make sure the CSS is downloaded first, because the JavaScript requires the CSS. And inline as much CSS as possible into the page, and then load the rest of the CSS asynchronously later. Now, this is one of the experiments that we did where we prioritized critical content over something else, and in roughly about 4 seconds of shaved off 4 seconds were shaved off the time to first render. So the user could see the site or the content 4 seconds quicker, and you see massive engagement increases once you start doing that. And compress everything, right? The number of people who don't actually compress every single asset, and this applies to native applications as well, is if you're downloading images in, make sure that they're optimized for the device that you're actually sending people through to. And then reduce the number of requests. Setting up new network requests on 3G is painful. On 2G, it's a nightmare. So reduce the number of external requests that go out because the technology under the hood can't ultimately rely on it properly. And think about using pre-connect. If you know that you're going to go and download a resource later on, think about, well, can I start that ahead of time? And there's some technologies that you can use that help you with that. And then remove all redirects. If you have an m. site, that's a problem. You shouldn't have m. something when you have a mobile user because you have to make a new request and then you can increase the page load time by 1 or 2 seconds quite easily. And stop using third-party plugins and widgets. And if you need to actually use them, make sure you asynchronously load them in later on. That's one of the big reasons why Apple are introducing their content blocking at the moment is because these slow down page loads. And plan for HTTP2. It's going to be a big thing relatively soon. And the FT have reported that they can decrease their page load time by 1 or 2 seconds just by turning on HTTP2 for static assets. Now, that's the performance side of things. Performance is very technical and very deep, so it was brushed over it quite quickly. The capabilities, again, right? One of the things that everyone says is you can't build rich applications on mobile. And they're right, but they're also wrong at the same time. So I want to quickly go through these. I'm going to show you code, but you don't need to understand the code. But you have to understand the fact that the reason why most people do native applications is mainly for the re-engagement aspect. All the rest of the stuff comes on after, which is interesting. But you can get access to the camera. It's a really powerful thing. And it's relatively easy to actually be able to do that, and you can do a whole bunch of effects. And if the browser supports it, which most do now, apart from Apple, you can actually have a really nice inline experience with the camera. You can start to access the microphone, so you can take data in and then do work with it. But not many people, even in native applications, do this. You can understand the status of the battery. So is the user on low battery? Should we make these network requests? You can do that inside a mobile web application now. And permissions, right? You can understand what permissions the user has granted and then adapt your user experience to say, hey, we're going to need geolocation and you haven't previously enabled this before. Permissions API, it's a very simple but boring API, but really, really powerful. And one of the big ones that we've announced recently is Bluetooth. So if you have Bluetooth LE on your device, you can start to discover the devices around you without an application install and start connecting to those and engaging with them. It's a great part of the physical web. And the one that is probably quite relevant here is that the Network Information API gives you access to the ability to understand whether the user is on Wi-Fi or cellular. And one thing that's coming down the line is roughly how quickly or how much bandwidth that the user has. So you can make an estimation to say, is the user on 2G or 3G or are they on Wi-Fi? There's a lot of other issues and problems around that, but you have the ability to understand that, and you can adapt your sites and services to that network state. And there's a lot more stuff coming. I mentioned geolocation and Bluetooth and a bunch of others before, but there's a lot of other things coming, all enabled by Service Worker. One of them is background sync. If you're offline, and then when you come back online, an event will fire, so you can resynchronize like inbox state and a whole bunch of other stuff. And periodic sync. You can set it up so every 12 hours when the user is on their battery or charging their Wi-Fi or charging their device, fire an event and then go and download the content so it's available offline. It's not available yet. It is being worked on. It's quite interesting. So we have all these things, all these rich capabilities, but there's one missing piece, and everyone knows this, and it's payments. We don't have a great solution for payments, and I know payments in India is particularly hard. We are working on it. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's happening, but right now you have to use the existing payment gateway and infrastructure. It's not a nice thing at the moment, and that's one of the things that is actually a problem with the web, at least. So I'm kind of nearly finished now. I want to kind of kill this idea that the web is dead, right? I know a lot of people kind of say it, and maybe some don't believe it, but I want to kind of get people away from, say, just push everyone into the native experience. I want you to build engaged users, regardless of native or mobile web. But I would like you to at least think of the fact that when a user comes to your site, you can do more with them, and you can do more with them effectively now that we have all these capabilities. So make the user engaged the second that they land on your site, and then upgrade them to be a native user when they need to. So yeah, I want you to all build engaging experiences. I really like the idea that the site, in most cases the website, is the first touch point for the user. When you have that user there, don't lose them to the fact that they might have to go and make that install step and they might never actually do the install. Do something compelling with them. We have a lot of resources to be able to tell you how to do that. I run this site called developers.google.com/web/fundamentals. It's got a lot of guidance about how to build mobile responsive applications. And we're going to have a lot of information about push notifications and offline stuff as well in the near future. Developers.google.com/web/updates. That's if you want to stay on top of all the latest things that are happening on the web platform, that is the place to go. That's where you'll see all the updates to Service Worker and new kind of advancements to the media stack. And finally, our Chromium Dev Slack. If you want to talk to the engineers on Chrome and the DevRel team and my team, please join our Slack. We have the ability, we have that channel there to be able to talk to you and take questions and kind of give you advice. I'd like to thank everyone. I've run over time. Really build something great for the mobile web. Thank you.
Paul.
Thank you.
Coming to our next topic, how many of you use Google Maps? Raise your hand. How many of you love Google Maps? How many of you know how to integrate your Google Mapping APIs? Half of them. So I think the next topic is for the other half who don't know how to do it. Okay, so the next topic is harnessing the power of location, and our next speaker is Richard Coombs. Richard is a solution architect on the Google Maps for Work team. He's responsible for helping developers across Asia Pacific to integrate with Google's mapping and location technologies. Location is becoming more important in an increasingly mobile world. This talk will examine this trend and look at how you can leverage Google's mapping APIs in your apps. Let's welcome Richard Coombs, all the way from Singapore. Richard.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. So I'm here to talk to you about harnessing the power of location in your apps. As I was preparing for today, I've obviously been having lots of conversations with my colleagues about this topic. What apps on your phone are using location? So I actually looked at my own phone. The first thing I noticed, I have 112 apps on my phone. That's more than double than I would have guessed. So I was going through, and I counted, looked at each of the apps. Which of these apps could be using location to improve the service that it's providing me? 39. 39 out of the 112 apps could or should be using location, in my opinion. Now, my maths is not particularly good, but that's about 30%, just over 30%. Obviously, for my job, it might be a little bit skewed, but what I think would be an interesting thing for you guys to do after this presentation, take a look at the apps on your own phone and think which of those could be using location to improve the service. So what I'd like to talk to you about today is, why am I up here talking about location? Why does it matter? Talk to you about some of the trends we're seeing. Then get into some examples, some real use cases and diverse industries about how other people are using location in their apps. I'd also like to then dive a little bit deeper and use some specific API examples in real-world examples how location is being used. And then finally, and what I think is most important, is how you can get started. I want for you to walk away from today knowing location's important, and I know exactly what I need to do next. So here's some insight that you might not be aware of. At Google, we are seeing a huge increase in searches that are using location intent. Even in the last year alone, we've seen it double. What I mean by location intent are searches about location, or people want information about things near me or where I'm going to be. And that really is being driven by these things that we all carry around in our pockets. Kind of makes sense when you think about it. These little computers are with us the whole time. We're constantly on the move, constantly changing our location, and we always need more and better information. So this isn't some US-based statistic that is only applicable to America, right? We're seeing this same trend here in India and across Asia. This is not only for consumers, but for businesses as well. So from research from Forrester, we learned that 91% of businesses in Asia consider using location-based services to enrich their mobile apps. 91%. to me, that's pretty much everyone. I think it's important to pick out this term, location-based services. Now, what does that actually mean? What it doesn't mean is simply taking a map and putting it in your app. That's kind of the easy way out. Location-based services, to me, means using location intelligence to drive decisions and behaviors of your users. So what I'd like to do is take a look at some real-world examples in diverse industries, how they're doing exactly this. I hope you're all familiar with some of these examples. So we've got Uber for booking transportation. We've got Airbnb in the accommodation industry. We've got Ingress. So Ingress is an augmented reality-based game from Niantic Labs, which was a Google company. And they're using the real world as their platform. So using points of interest and landmarks as part of the gameplay. One thing that all of these apps and services have in common, they are revolutionizing their industries. Literally reinventing the economy of the industries they are in. And the way they're doing that is by putting the user first. I'm sure you've heard that many times throughout today, but it's super important. So we're at a time now where consumer is king. We're in the driving seat. If we don't like the app or service that somebody provides, we've probably got 5, 10, 20 other options to use. And what these guys are doing is putting the user first and using location as a central way of doing it. And they're doing it not only on web, on smartphone, but also on wearable devices too. This question mark up here, you're probably wondering what that one's all about. Well, it's actually every one of you in this room. I would love to be up here next year or the year after and have your app fill that space and know how you're using location to revolutionize your industry. So we've got other great examples in lots of different industries. So we've had an explosion recently of fitness trackers and fitness-based apps. And Runtastic is one of the best ones. So with Runtastic, we can track your runs, the distances you're running. You can compete with others, your friends. You can even count the calories you're burning. All obviously have location as a key part. If you compare that with the middle example, very different. So in the middle, we've got more of a marketing use case. So this is by Foot Locker. So Foot Locker created a really engaging game where you have to travel virtually around the streets of London to try and find virtual pairs of shoes. So they found that this was very, very engaging with their users and was unbelievably good for brand awareness. You've really drawn your users in and engaged them in a way that might not seem like a normal use case. If you're anything like me, this last use case should be an obvious one. I'm guessing that everyone with a smartphone in this room has at least 2 or 3 or even more social or communication apps. So things like WhatsApp, Twitter, WeChat, Google Hangouts, Facebook Messenger, Viber, Line. The list goes on, right? And all of them are using location as part of the service they're providing. It was interesting. Just as I was backstage, I got a ping from a colleague saying, "Where are you?" Probably being a bit worried that, making sure I was going to arrive on stage on time. The app we're using, Google Hangouts, then prompted me to say, "Do you want to share your location?" So literally within a couple of taps, I can share my location. So location is inherently part of social and communication. Where am I tweeting from? Where am I going to meet my friends? So you probably would have heard in the talks earlier this morning that mobile usage in India is just skyrocketing. And what that means is India is actually a mobile-first society. A lot of people in India will have this as their first computing experience. They'll completely skip a laptop or desktop computing experience. So it's very crucial to get that user experience just right on the small screen. And there are many, many ways of bringing location to life in your apps. So Google has this amazing catalog of rich data, whether it's our points of interest, our satellite imagery, our street-level imagery with Street View, and even indoor maps. I was actually pleased to see that the exhibition center here has indoor maps as well. And you can use all of these ways to bring location into an engaging way into your apps. So it's probably worth mentioning as well that it's super easy to create your own 360-degree panorama immersive imagery yourself, literally just by using the camera on your smartphone. So a quick show of hands. Who recognizes the image in the middle there? I can see some hands. Good, good. Well, if you don't, you might not be a cricket fan. So that is the M. Chinnaswamy Stadium right here in Bangalore. So looking a little bit closer to home here in India, we've got some other really good examples of how apps are leading the way using location in their industries. We've got Swiggy for food delivery, Ola Cabs for booking taxis, and Oya Rooms for booking hotel rooms. What you might not know is all of these businesses are just a few years old, some even less than a year. And they were started by people just like you here in this room. And very quickly, they've grown to become successful businesses. And it's great to see that they're using location to improve the service they're providing to their users. I'll touch on these a little bit later as I dive deeper into how they're using our APIs. So earlier this year, Google Maps celebrated our 10-year anniversary. I think it was in February. As you know, Google doesn't do things on a small scale. We do things at Google scale, huge data centers and stuff. And that's no different for Maps. You can see from some of these numbers the scale at which we do things. 1 billion monthly Maps users, 2 million apps and websites using our APIs every single day. We've got more than 200 countries using our directions, so we've got directions coverage. So we've got coverage across the entire planet. Now, unfortunately for us, there is no finish line that we're going to cross and raise our hands and go, yay, we're done, we've collected all the data. There is no victory dance that we're going to do once we've collected all that data, because it's constantly changing. The world is changing every minute of every day. Businesses open, businesses close, roads change. But the point of all this is all the data and all this expertise from Google is available to you. I think that is absolutely amazing. If you think back 10 years ago, before Google Maps even started, to think what is available now for you to bring into your apps and improve that engagement and that data and the services that you're providing to your users, to me, that's pretty spectacular. So whether or not you're just starting out, you've got your idea and you're thinking how you're going to build your app, or you've got an app that's about to go global, virally global, or somewhere in between, we've got you covered. So our goal at Google, and especially with Google Maps, is to provide you, the developers, regardless of your industry, regardless of the platform of choice, access to this data and these capabilities from Google. Whether you're on Android, on iOS, or using JavaScript for the web to do your client side, or you might be more on the back-end data services and you want to use our REST web service APIs, again, we've got you covered. So this is a little bit of an abstract view of how our platform hangs together. What I'd like to do now is touch on some of these examples in specific real use cases. So to do that, I'm going to use the apps that I mentioned from here in India a little bit earlier. So again, Oya Rooms for booking hotel rooms, Ola Cabs for taxi, and Swiggy for food delivery. And in order to explain how this is going to work, I'd like to take you on a little bit of a journey, a user journey, and I'm going to be the user. So I'm lucky enough in my job that I get to travel a fair amount, sometimes a bit too much. But for me, these apps will be key. So if I'm traveling to a new city, obviously I need to book a hotel room. So cue the OU Rooms app. So I'm going to fire up my OU Rooms app, and straight away that shows me here are hotel rooms available around you. Straight off the bat, that's using location to provide me information. What's great with the OU Rooms app is, what does near me actually mean? So they're providing that information on a map. So I can visualize what near me means. Is it the entire city, or is it within a few kilometers of where I am? So they're doing that using the Maps Android API. In this example, obviously we've got the same capabilities on iOS as well. So if I'm not needing to book a hotel room exactly where I am, let's say maybe I'm not procrastinating and I can book in advance, I need to tell the app where I want my hotel room. So here I use the Places API. So the Places API is effectively access to Google's database of points of interest. So we've got more than 100 million points of interest and landmarks and businesses all at your fingertips. These are available in 50+ languages. I think there's 56, Hindi being one of them. And these, again, are constantly being updated, not only by Google, but by owner-verified listings, so the business owner is keeping them up to date, as well as user-moderated contributions. So I can very quickly type where I want to be staying and pick from a predictive list of points of interest or businesses. So once I've found the location that I want to stay in, OU Rooms provides me a beautiful list of, sorry, wrong slide. They provide me a beautiful list of hotels. All the nice photos of what those hotels rooms look like. Now, the good thing about OU Rooms, all of their rooms are consistent across their hotels, so I know I'm going to get the same standard. But for me, location is a key part of my decision-making process. I want to make sure I'm as close to the meetings I'm going to be at or the office that I'm visiting. And so they're providing me with a map button. So very quickly, I can click that button and see all that information on a map. For me, this is by far the most useful thing. Allows me to make a decision very quickly. They're using some customized markers on the Google map, which shows not only color-coded, is it a premium hotel, is it more on the budget side, but exactly how much it's going to cost. So I can zoom into that map and see, right, that's pretty close to where I want to stay, where the meetings I'm going to be at. Boom, I'm going to use that one. So now that I've booked my room, obviously I need to get there. Cue the Ola Cabs app. So straight away when I fire up the Ola Cabs app, it's showing me exactly where my location is. That's reassuring to me as a user. So that's giving me my location in the context of a map. Again, that's using the Maps Android API. So you'll notice at the top here, it's also providing me with address. That address comes from Google's geocoding API. Now, the location is actually being delivered from the phone itself. But what the phone is doing is giving the app a latitude and longitude coordinate. Now, to me as a user, that means absolutely nothing, right? It's just a string of numbers. It doesn't provide context. So the geocoding API takes that latitude and longitude coordinate, translates it into a human-readable address. So, yep, 90% of the time, people are booking taxis from their current location. The clever part of the Ola Cabs app, you'll notice the numbers down at the bottom. They are providing me information, so the number of minutes it's going to take for each of the categories of taxi to reach me. If that's not putting the user first, I don't know what is. So this is using our distance matrix API. So the distance matrix API provides drive time and drive distance information. So from my location, tell me how long it's going to take nearby taxis to reach me. So Ola could have based this just on a radius, right? Draw a big circle around my location, maybe 2-3 kilometers wide, and tell me how many taxis there are that can reach me. But that's not going to be very accurate. What if there's a taxi on the opposite side of a highway? Fine, that might be as a straight line pretty close. It might have to go all the way up the highway, through the underpass, and back to my location. This is where distance matrix can provide a much more accurate answer and keep me informed. So I want to travel now. I'm not going to book in advance. So I want to, I press that book now button, but I also want to know, do I have enough money in my pocket to pay for that taxi journey? So to do that, I've got to provide the destination I'm going to travel to. Again, here comes Places API. So part of the Places API, we have this autocomplete feature. This allows me to type, literally tap a few characters on the keyboard and pick from a list of predictive results. This is based on my location. So using the area around me, what are the most likely places that I'm going to be traveling to? So now that I'm told Ola what my destination is going to be, they can calculate the fare estimate. This is where directions comes in. So Ola is going to have their own equation and mechanism for calculating the fare estimate. That needs to be based on two things, the travel distance and the travel time. If I'm stuck in traffic for half an hour on my journey, that meter is going to keep running. What the Directions API can do is provide time based on real-world traffic conditions. So if I'm traveling now, it can tell me, hey, this journey is going to take 25 minutes. Normally, it might take 10. That's important for calculating that fare estimate. And obviously, the distance is probably even more important. How far am I traveling on this journey? Directions API can also be used to provide up-to-date information as I'm on my journey. Is it going to take me 20 minutes to reach there, 10 minutes to reach there? So we can use this to keep me, the user, informed and up to date. So this is using the duration in traffic parameter of the Directions API. OK, so I've reached my hotel, starting to get a bit hungry, so I want to use the Swiggy app. So when I start the Swiggy food delivery app, again, straight away, they're telling me, we know where you are. They're using the geocoding API. So they found my address based on the location of my phone. But maybe I want to have dinner with a colleague. Maybe we're working late in the office. So I need to specify my location for that delivery. Again, Places API comes into play here. One of the nice things that Swiggy does in their app, they also allow me to use a map to specify my location. So I can pan and zoom and drag that marker around and say, actually, this is the exact location I would like my food delivered, please. The real intelligence of the Swiggy app, though, comes in with a distance matrix API. So hopefully you can see in those color-coded circles on the left side there, it says how many minutes it would take for a delivery to reach me. There's a lot of intelligence behind those numbers. That's the location intelligence. So again, it would be very easy for Swiggy to say, right, here's your service area. We'll draw a big radius around you. But they need to maintain that high quality of standard for their users. They need to be sure that the restaurants they allow me to choose from are within a certain delivery time. So again, they're using the distance matrix to make sure that those restaurants are within a certain distance, and more importantly, a certain time, so that their delivery guys can reach me within a normal amount of time. And lastly, I think this is probably my favorite feature. As a user, I want to make sure that my food is actually coming to me. If I'm hungry, I'm constantly doing this and looking when it's going to be delivered. I can track my delivery right to my doorstep. So every step of the way, I can make sure that that delivery boy is not going in the wrong direction. So with these 3 examples, I think you'll see that location plays a key part in every single step of my decision-making process and the information that's being provided to me to do that. So, more importantly, how do you get started? The simple answer, developers.google.com/maps. This is really the launching pad for all the information you're going to need. It's got code samples, API references, different use cases, so some of the ones I talked about before, highlighted on these developer pages. We also have information about our different plans. So which use cases are free, which ones require a license. So it's free for you to get started. As developers, please go and sign up and get started. If you need more quota, we've got a pay-as-you-go option. If you need more because your app is taking off globally, we've got premium plans for you as well. We've also got a lot of extra goodies. So if you visit GitHub, we've got some Java and Python libraries to help you get started with our web service APIs. We've got out-of-the-box examples for Android as well as iOS. So these are really designed to fast-track your development. We don't want you to have to reinvent the wheel. We want you to go from start to almost finishing your app as quickly as possible. If you get stuck, Stack Overflow. I'm sure if you're a developer, you know exactly what Stack Overflow is. We've got a very, very vibrant forum, Google Maps forum on Stack Overflow. We've got lots of Googlers on there answering questions as well. So if you do get stuck, Stack Overflow is definitely the resource you need. So as a recap, why does location matter? We know that these things are driving that behavior. They're with us the whole time. Our location is moving. We're seeing a lot of trends that point to everyone should be thinking about how location can improve their apps. Can also completely change the engagement you're seeing in your apps, get your users coming back because they like what they're seeing. We touched on some examples of who is using it, from the Ubers, the Airbnbs, to right here locally in India. Then how does it work? Provided some examples of different APIs used at different times. If you forget everything I've just said, or everything anyone else has said today, the main message is location can help improve your apps. So not only make it more useful, more relevant, but definitely more engaging. If that is not motivation enough, we also have our Maps Challenge. So you can either take a picture of that QR code or come and see us in the booth at the back, or visit g.co/Maps Challenge. So you can submit your app idea to us. We've got a panel of judges. We'll have a look. We'd like to see how, and a nice Pegman trophy. So if you've got any questions, again, please come and see us in the booth in the back. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Google is investing heavily on the Google Cloud Platform, also called as the GCP. We at Google want the developers to use the same quality of infrastructure that we use for our own products like Gmail and YouTube, which can scale to millions of users, as it's also known for its reliability and scalability. So in our next topic, we will be covering the Google Cloud Platform in a bit of detail. Our next speaker is Arvind Roti, you heard it right, R-O-T-I, who is a senior solution architect in the Google Cloud Platform team. His job is to help developers to architect their applications to take full advantage of GCP. He'll also be talking about how to build your mobile apps, as well as a little bit on data analytics. Over to you, Arvind.
Hello, good afternoon. Are you excited? Oh, no, that's no good. I'm super excited to be here, and you've been sitting for a long time. So help me out. All of you stand up, please. Come on, let's all stand up. Shake it around a little bit. All right, warm up. Don't hit anyone next to you, okay? We're all friendly. Excellent, excellent. Now that's a lot better. Are you excited now? Let me hear it. Yes, perfect, fantastic. Thank you. Round of applause for yourselves. That's amazing, amazing. So I'm super, super excited to be here. It's been a long time since I was in Bangalore or Bengaluru, and it's my first time here with Google. And I'm super excited as well because I have stuff to talk to you about that I'm really passionate about. And I have three main things that I want to convince you of today, okay? The first one is, to get started with Google Cloud is really, really easy. The second is, especially if you're a mobile app developer, start thinking about data analytics very early on in your development cycle. And I'll try to convince you of why and how. And finally, for those of you who like to live on the bleeding edge and look to what's the future, I'd like to talk to you about containers and how to architect using containers and manage containers. Those three things sound okay for you? Yes, oh my goodness, wow. Okay, the lunch is just beginning to set in. So, who am I? So my name is pretty Indian. So every time I come to India, I give people my passport at the check-in, and they're like, oh, hello, welcome to India, Mr. Roti. And the other really convenient thing about my name is that my email is the same. So it's just roti@google.com. So after this talk, and actually after this track, we'll have a little break. I'll be in the back, okay? So if you want to talk to me and go into more detail, get my business card or what have you, I'll be around. But if you can't catch me, just go and email me, okay? Just remember, don't send it to rotiprata@google.com. Just send it to roti@google.com, okay? Rotiprata was taken, I think. So let's get going, and I'm going to talk to you about, analyzing and running fantastic mobile applications. But first, I'd like to talk a little bit about how amazing it is to be developers at the moment. So just a show of hands, how many of you are or have been or want to be a developer? Awesome, you're in the right track, fantastic. You can read the agenda, that's awesome. So today, I want to make sure that I cover Google Cloud Platform from a very high perspective, just for a few minutes, so that those of you who have no clue what Google Cloud Platform is, has a good idea. But then I'm going to dive in and do some demos, hopefully, if the gods are with me, and also talk about some architecture stuff. What is for sure is that cloud is becoming mainstream for application development. And perhaps more importantly, whether you're a startup or a large company, if you're not using cloud today, it's very, very hard to be competitive. And all I have to do to convince you of this, I think, is to talk about the disruption in the marketplace. Companies that didn't even exist a few years ago are now leading the pack in many, many industries. So, for example, if you look at Uber, Uber owns no cars, but when I came to Bengaluru, I'm booking my cars through Uber, right? When I'm in San Francisco, I book my cars through there. They didn't even exist a few years ago. Everybody uses Facebook. They don't create the content themselves. The users create the content. Airbnb, how many of you have stayed in an Airbnb? Fantastic, nearly half of you. They don't own the real estate, upsetting, the hotel market as well. And Alibaba has no inventory, but they're the most valuable reseller. So this happens in all kinds of industries. So in the media and communication side, mobile messaging is overtaking SMS. Video is shifting online, and there's one report that says in 2016, YouTube will have 10% of all TV viewing globally. TV. All of that video as well means that the video is going onto the internet. So if you look at the internet traffic today, you have YouTube and Netflix with over 50% of all internet traffic. But also, more traditional sectors are being revolutionized. The finance sector, for example. When you want a loan now, it's highly likely that you will not go to a bank anymore. Micropayments enable, people in rural areas to have access to services and finance through their mobile that they could never do with the banking system. And when you want to shop for something, you can do a peer-to-peer payment system instead of using traditional ways. And talking of shopping, when you're going out and doing retail and delivery, many of you will probably go and order online and have it delivered. And Andrew gave a great presentation earlier on Firebase. One of their customers, Instacart, powers Instacart's Shop with Friend feature, where you can actually be shopping with friends. Travel and transportation, we already talked about. I use Uber all the time. And here in India, especially with so many people and so many mobile devices, you can't not talk about Internet of Things and how the Internet is growing with so many devices and what to do with all that data. So we will talk about this, how you can use cloud, but what's absolutely clear is that cloud and mobile are at the center of this all from the start, okay? So the economic benefits are pretty obvious, the cost reductions, etc. But from Google's perspective, what's perhaps even more important is the speed at which you can innovate now. So you can create a minimal viable product, iterate quickly, and if it doesn't go well, you can fail quickly and then start something else. Another good idea, right, that might succeed. So inside Google, the reason why we built the cloud internally for Google a long time ago was to use it to innovate. But what we're doing with Google Cloud Platform and why I'm so excited is that all of that stuff that the cool Google engineers get to play with and has for many years, we're now giving it to you to play with. So you now get access to these services and you can create the next cool apps. So if you look at our infrastructure and the search and analytics and maps, Richard talked about maps just now, all of that runs inside Google's data centers, okay? But what I'm going to talk about today is what you are going to build next, okay? So hopefully by the end of this, you'll think that it's simple. Begin data analytics early, especially in India on mobile devices, and we'll talk about containers. Okay, sounds good so far? Yes, okay, all right. Let's see how we go along. So Google Cloud Platform is actually a collection of services. And these services you can access through a web interface, or you can access it through an SDK in the language of your choice. So if you're a Java developer, you can use a Java SDK. Python developers, use Python. You can do RESTful interfaces directly if you really want to hack it. And we also have command line tools that you can use. So we have over 20 services, but even more importantly, we're growing that number all the time. And we're adding new services and externalizing internal services that we already use inside of Google to the outside world. And these services range from platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, all the way to containers on the compute side. And in terms of storage, we offer, SQL structured data stores, NoSQL. We offer disks, SSD or magnetic. And we also have a huge range of analytic services that I'll talk to you about today as well. So you don't have to memorize all of these icons, and the text is even so small, designed not so that you should read them. Just keep in mind that there are so many services to explore that you take your time and actually try to play with many of them. But all of these services runs on top of Google's global infrastructure. And one of the things I'm really, really happy about in Google is the data center efficiency and how important it is to be green. So what you'll see is that Google data centers use half of what typical data centers use. And there are many techniques they use like that. We like to run them hot, for example. But apart from being green and being good for the environment, that also helps you to save money. So we can actually bring that into the cloud economics as well. And inside the cloud economics story from Google, we try to make it very easy for you to only pay for what you use. So you only pay per minute. And if you have workloads that are batch-related, like MapReduce jobs, for example, where it doesn't really matter if one server out of 200 falls off from time to time, you can get pricing down to just 30% of the normal instance price using what's called preemptible instances. And if you use an instance continuously, so you run a web server or database server 24/7, through sustained use discounts, you always get the best price possible. You don't have to do any upfront payment or reservation. So what we've done and tried to do is to bring Moore's law pricing to you. And as you can see, we've been reducing the prices fourfold in the last couple of years, and we want to keep this leadership in price performance. So everybody knows that we have lots of servers in the data center, but what about the networking? Well, the networking is also global at Google. Not only do we have lots of edge locations that bring content closer to the end user so you can have low latency, also we lay our own fiber across the Pacific and the Atlantic, so you really can get the best out of that performance that Google enjoys as well. And how about security? Well, very few companies in the world can afford to hire the very top experts in security around the world and have these at staff looking after you and our customers as well as internal Google. Another thing that a lot of people don't know is that we actually make our own hardware and software to a very large extent. So we only include the things that we need, excluding the things that we don't need. So that reduces a lot of vulnerabilities as well. For the confidence of our customers, we also do lots of regulatory audits, where third-party auditors come in and put their stamp on verifying that we are following the processes and you can have the certificates that you need to run your business on us. Finally, data encryption. You have data encryption in transit and also at rest. So you can encrypt, actually it is encrypted, and you can also encrypt yourself all the data that you like to. So hopefully that will give you just a whirlwind tour of some of the infrastructure. But now I'd like to change tack a little bit and talk about data analytics. Okay? So for data analytics, all of you have probably heard about big data and all of that. So there's no doubt data is exploding. I'm not going to try and convince you of that. Smart companies are taking advantage of it, but still, when I talk to a lot of companies and developers, it seems like using some form of MapReduce, so batch processing of large data sets, is still the most normal ways of doing it. And in Google as well, that was a very common way. In fact, MapReduce was a paper in 2004 published by Google authors, and is used heavily inside of Google. But Google has moved on to using other technologies because they realized running MapReduce takes a lot of time away doing configuration and management of infrastructure instead of focusing on what matters, developing the logic. So Google's strategy is to have managed services in the data analytics space to let you focus on programming. And if the demo gods are with me, I recorded earlier a very quick demo of BigQuery. So we'll see if we can get this playing. And the data set that I've used is a Wikipedia data set. And it's a Wikipedia data set that records one row for each page view of users coming in looking at different pages. So I'm going to play around with that a little bit, and hopefully you'll see that it's quite simple. So this is the user interface, graphical user interface, the web console for BigQuery. And I'm just going to start writing out in familiar language. It's just SQL. So you can just start writing SQL. And what I'm doing is I'm selecting the title, so that's the title of the Wikipedia page, as long as counting the number of views for each page. The data I'm getting it from is a Wikipedia data set, and the table, which is the last bit here, is called Wiki100M. M stands for million, so there's 100 million rows. And in this case, I want to find out, what are people searching for when they want to search about this place? But this place has an old name and a new name. So the old name was Bangalore, and the new is Bengaluru. So I'm using a regular expression, a compute-intensive task, with wildcards for the letters that I need to, so that I can get both Bangalore and Bengaluru in the same search. I'm then going to group it so that I can count the number of views for each title. And I'm just going to order it so that the most viewed page comes up top. Also, very importantly, BigQuery supports caching, but I've turned it off so that you don't think I'm cheating with performance. Then I just click Run Query, and you can see the results come back. 100 million rows in 5 seconds. And the top views is Bangalore. OK, so Bangalore still 11,000 views. But Bengaluru International Airport, so it's caught up on that regular expression. Very compute intensive. So it took about 5 seconds. And how much data? So this is actually the data that you've selected out. BigQuery is a column store. So it's pre-selected 4.61 gigabytes that was relevant from the data set to process. So what do you think about that? You think we can do better? We can do a lot better. Especially in India, you've got 1 billion people. What if one person goes every day? We need a lot more data. So instead of 100 million, we're going to do 100 billion. 1,000 times more data. And we're going to run the same query and no cached results. So we run query, and I guess we have to go for a coffee, right? Well, what actually happens is There's no index in BigQuery. You don't have to put in any index. It doesn't support it. So it goes down and spreads the data over thousands of disks. So when you run this query, you are actually borrowing thousands of disks from Google and thousands of CPUs from Google for just a few seconds whilst this runs. You also only pay for that when the query runs. And it's done. 27 seconds to crunch through, table scan, 100 billion rows. Okay? And in this time, it processed nearly 3.5 terabytes of data in 27 seconds. Okay? Impressive? Yes, very good. Oh, okay. Thank you. I wasn't fishing for the applause, but just in case you think I'm cheating, let's do a count. Let's do a count of how many rows, just to be sure that I haven't just named this table something else. So we're doing a count. Again, you're renting a lot of CPUs and disks to run it. And let's do a count of the row count that comes back. All right. Oh, there's a lot of digits there. How many rows? So that's 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000, 106 billion rows. But we have customers that have much, much larger data sets. The key message to take away here is I love working with developers who used to have to go for a coffee when they're doing interactive analysis like this. Very often when data analysts are trying out new things, they want to quickly try something and then adjust the query a little bit, try it again until they find it, and then they can put it into more of a batch and reporting mode. So BigQuery is fantastic for interactive querying like this. But if it's going to take several minutes or hours to process the data, it loses that interactiveness. By the time the data comes back, you've forgotten what you were trying to solve in the first place. So by keeping it in seconds, you can experiment and very, very quickly get to a point where you find a query that you really, really like. So what is BigQuery? I showed you a demo, but hopefully you'll agree that it's really, really simple. Okay? All you had to do is to type in some SQL. Also, you'll be happy to know that it scales automatically, no setup is needed, and it's fully managed. You never have to think about disk space or servers or CPUs. It's all taken care of, and you only pay for what you use. For each table, because BigQuery supports both real-time streaming as well as batch load, for each table right now, you can do up to 100,000 stream inserts per second. But we have customers who do much more than that, who do millions of row inserts per second. And all they have to do is just have different tables. Okay? So it's just a simple sharding mechanism. Even if you don't like the web interface and the CLI and the SDK, many very popular visualization tools are also designed to integrate and work directly with BigQuery. Tableau is probably the one that I see most used. So Tableau integrates directly, and you can get great visualizations and the speed of which BigQuery comes back with. So why should you care? You are not a group of data analysts. Maybe some of you are, but most of you are probably mobile app developers. Well, why you should care is I think you should think about data analytics very early on in your dev cycle because it's critical for your business. And the example I love about that is in the gaming industry. Any of you creating mobile games? Not so many. Okay, a few. But you can take this example and probably find a parallel in your own apps as well. So in the gaming world, if you think about it, you're playing a game on a mobile phone. And have you ever had that experience? You get to level 8, you're loving the game, but there's a boss at level 8 that's just super hard, and you never manage to kill that boss, right? I get that all the time. And what do? You know, after the 5th, 6th, 7th trial? Too hard. I forget about that game, I download another one and play that one. So if that's your business, if you're creating that game, wouldn't you like to know how hard level 8 is? Wouldn't you like to know as soon as possible that half of your people drop out and leave your game because level 8 was too hard? Well, that's exactly what this real-time data analytics can give you. It'll give you that information early on, and then you can make a decision based on that. For example, make the boss a little less strong, or insert a magic item that powers up the character so that they can win. So, since you're developers, I've got a architecture up here that shows you how that's set up and how gaming companies use different managed services from Google to achieve this. So on the left side, you don't have to read the fine print. The left side just has lots and lots of events and information coming in. So the most important are gaming events. login, player deaths, level upgrades, etc. So all of these things are coming in, often in JSON format. When they come in, but you also import other data, like, for example, from the Play Store. Maybe you want things that are breaking in your game. Maybe you want to see revenue data. So all of these can be sources into this flow. But your first problem architecturally as developers then is, hey, if we've got all of these mobile players, maybe I'm just starting out, but if my game grows really quickly and I get hundreds of millions of users, I'm going to get a lot of events. So we have a service called Cloud Pub Sub that is designed exactly for that reason. Cloud Pub Sub, you can think of it as a distributed queue, only that we call the queue a topic. And you can have multiple publishers, that's what pub stands for, publishing events, from mobile devices, servers in your games, all of those data goes into that topic. And then you can have multiple subscribers that take that data from the queue. And that could be in real time or it can be in batch mode. It's up to you what works best. So once you have the data in the PubSub queue, another fully managed service we have called Cloud Data Flow allows you to take inputs from somewhere like PubSub and then does transformations on it if you like. So maybe you want to combine it with some other data. Maybe you want to do a lookup of the IP address to translate it into a country or a town or a city. Whatever it is, data flow allows you to only put in the programming that you need to transform the data, and it will take that code and scale it in parallel over multiple machines to be able to scale automatically. So that's the next generation of those of you who know MapReduce. This is what's used inside of Google, we call it Flume. So in the data flow then, you can see that we have two things coming out of data flow. The first one is going into BigQuery so that you can do straight away analytics. And I've already seen you a little demo, so hopefully that makes a lot of sense. What is this other thing? Well, I think you should also keep a raw copy of all of your raw log data, your raw events, somewhere else as well, forever. Why? Because you don't know what questions you will ask of your data tomorrow, 1 month from now, 2 years from now. Okay? So if you put it into cloud storage, you can think of it as your infinite hard drive where you only pay for what you store. Once the data is there, you can then create a dynamic loop that looks like this. The raw data is stored in there, and you can either import it directly into BigQuery or through Dataflow. And why would you want to do this, you might ask? Well, there are two cases I see all the time that makes this a lot of sense. One is if you have a lot of teams that needs different shards of your data to be processed, you can then use this technique to dynamically generate tables with just the right data and the right data sources that each team needs. So you can have 200 dynamic tables being created at the same time, every day, for example. The other one is if your schema changes in the application. So what if your game is sending a few messages to PubSub, but then you realize, oh, I want to start selling items. So now each event message should also include some information about that. I have to change the schema in my mobile game. Well, that has trickle effects all the way to your data analytics space. But with this setup, you're not tied down to a schema in a data warehouse where you have to fit in and lose data that doesn't make sense. So as you change the schema over time, this kind of approach also makes it really, really easy. So hopefully, I've convinced you so far that you should definitely look at data analytics early on in the cycle and that it can be really simple. All of these services are fully managed. No compute, no operating system, no disk you have to worry about. But what about running your applications? So to run your application, Andrew gave a fantastic talk earlier about Firebase. That was incredible, huh? How many of you are Firebase developers? Quite a few. It's amazing. So, Firebase is absolutely fantastic. But because Andrew has already spoken about it, I'll mention a few other technologies that you can also use. If you're making a new application right now today, I would recommend that you look at App Engine, which is our PaaS. And if you're creating a new application, maybe you're like me. In the past, I would have started with a very traditional architecture a few years ago. So in App Engine, you get platform as a service and load balancers and web and application service, etc., all included for free. And this was actually the first cloud service that Google released as well. But if you were like me and you were more traditional, maybe your app backend started like this: a web server and maybe a MySQL database. And that's fine to get going, right? Maybe it's on the same machine, maybe it's on the same virtual machine. But then what if you get successful and you need to be highly available and you need to scale? Well, very soon you've added lots of other stuff. I know I have done many, many times in the past. So your architecture starts looking like this. Reverse proxies or load balancers, but there's not enough just to have one. You need one to fail over in case the first one fails. A range of web servers to load balance that traffic to scale. And then your database becomes the bottleneck, so you need to put up master-slave configurations, replication, and so forth. So suddenly, you're starting to spend more time managing your infrastructure than writing code and improving your game or application. Okay? So is there a better way? And yes, there is. If you're writing a new app from scratch, also have a look at App Engine that has everything you need included. Not only does it have everything you need, including caching and task queue for asynchronous workloads, it also doesn't cost anything to get started. No upfront payment, and you only pay for what you use. You pick your favorite programming language, Python, Go. I love Go, by the way. If you haven't tried Golang yet, try it. It's awesome. PHP, Java. But then you might ask, well, how far will it scale? But you don't have to worry about that, because some of the largest apps in the world use App Engine. And the example that I like to mention is here. So Snapchat, at the latest count, sends 700 million pictures and video each day, and they run on App Engine. And you can see some of the comments here. They're very vocal about it as well. So they started, at Stanford, 2 students, a little project, but then they grew to tens of millions of people. And these kinds of things, before cloud would have been just impossible. But all of you out there, some of you may be the next Snapchat. Okay? So what if the App Engine, what if you already have an app where you need to choose and have more insight into, which operating system you have? Well, you can use Compute Engine. So Compute Engine gives you virtual machines that you can use and configure. You choose the operating system, Windows or Linux, and then you start running. For Compute Engine, so this is like infrastructure as a service, you also have SSD disks for really, really fast access. And you can scale to really big machines if you need to crunch some serious data. 32 CPUs, 200 gigabytes of RAM. It's also incredibly cost-effective, okay? So we try to be, leaders in this field. And ESG, an analyst firm, did a study where they compared us, against another cloud provider, and especially in the startup market, okay? In some of the startup workloads, they saw savings of up to 88% by running on Google Compute Engine, okay? So we're hoping to be, at the forefront of price performance as well. So that's Compute Engine, but what about containers? We're having a container revolution at the moment. Probably all of you have heard about Docker. And I want to spend the last few minutes just talking about containers, and I'm super excited about it, and I'm working a lot on the architectural side there to see how we can architect applications on containers. Some of the great things about containers is it gives us hope for the nirvana of migrating workloads from public cloud to private cloud to bare metal. For developers, it's a great way to encapsulate your application so that you don't end up in the packaging hell, right? Oh, but it runs on my machine. It doesn't run on the server? Oh, okay. So you eliminate that. For the IT and the operations team, you don't need the package install and dependency hell as well. The unit is the container. So what's different? Some of you maybe used more to virtual machines than containers. So very, very simply, virtual machines offer you running instances or virtual machines on top of a hypervisor. But you're replicating the operating system, the guest operating system. So each virtual machine has a guest kernel that runs a copy of an operating system. So with containers, you're sharing that kernel, okay? So it becomes a lot more small scale. And with Docker, when you update a Docker image, a container image, you don't have to move the entire image. You only the only thing they track are the changes. So it's like Git. So it's very, very fast to update containers. But this is only part of the story. So you have containers, but how do you manage many, many containers? What if you have hundreds or thousands of containers? And this is a new paradigm where I think we can all learn something from Google's experience, because everything inside Google runs on containers and has for many, many years, over 10 years. So the experience inside Google is don't program individual servers, program clusters, okay? And let the system, let the software find the right physical hardware to put a workload. It turns out computers and software are much better at doing that than human beings. So the way you should think of the data center is the data center is the computer, okay? It's just an ocean, a cluster of compute that you can run your containers on. And that's exactly what Kubernetes does. So Kubernetes is an open source software that is a cluster manager that you can run either on private clouds or bare metal, install on your laptop, or we even have a managed service in Google Cloud called Google Container Engine. But the beautiful thing about Kubernetes as well is it's not just Google. Google started it, but made it open source, made it public, and there's many partners, including Red Hat, VMware, Microsoft, CoreOS, Docker, Mesosphere, who are all working together and contributing to this code. And if you want to contribute, you can just go to GitHub as well and start contributing to it. So how does it work? Very quickly, instead of Docker containers, the smallest atomic unit in Kubernetes is a pod. And a pod is one or more Docker containers. Why is that, you might say? Well, sometimes it makes sense to combine a few Docker containers together. And in this example, we have a Docker container with a web server running, but another Docker container running a file puller, pulling data from a content manager. But they have a shared volume inside the pod that they both look at. One writes to it, the other one reads to it. So the pod is the smallest unit. Kubernetes manages pods. How do you manage? How does Kubernetes manage pods? They use labels. And labels are just arbitrary key value pairs. You can make up whatever labels you want. So you are in power of how to manage the infrastructure. In this case, we've created 3 labels. One called app, which is presumably the name of the application. Maybe you have many applications running. The other one is phase, so that's if it's in development or test or prod. And the last one is around the role of the server. Is it a front end or a back end? But these could be any that you want. And once you have the labels defined on each of the pods, you can then use something called a selector to select the ones you want to apply an operation against. In this case, we have a selector called app equals nifty and role equals front end. And then you can apply whatever you want against that selection. Okay? So super, super simple. The other thing we have is a replication controller whose job is it's an infinite while loop. That's just checking, you know, hey, your config says we should have 4 pods running. How many are running? 4, okay. Hey, how many pods are running? 4, okay. How many pods are running? 3. Oh, hang on a minute. You said we should have 4 pods running, but right now there's only 3 pods running. I'm going to start up another pod and add it to the service. Okay? So it takes care of scaling, it takes care of availability. But super simple, right? So once you have all of this in place in your configuration file, all of this is then glued together in what we call services. And in the services side, you have the clients coming in, and this could be your mobile devices, and you have one interface, a virtual IP address, that is the portal and load balancers to all the back-end pods. So this is a great way to start building microservices, where you use containers, Kubernetes, and services to expose your APIs. But then you have a black box inside where you can change the internal variables as long as the APIs stay friendly to the rest of the world. Okay? And Google's been spending over 10 years running containers. Everything runs on containers inside Google. And right now in Google, we spin up over 2 billion containers every week. Okay, so Google has a lot of experience for a long time about this technology, which is why we've been so fast to market, I think. And internally, our technology is called Borg, so Kubernetes is externalizing that. So hopefully, you've seen that not only do we want to make a great cloud, we also want to contribute to, open innovation. We want you to help us. And that's why we have and we will be open sourcing as much as we can and making things collaborative. Because it's not just about making it an amazing cloud in Google, it's also about creating an ecosystem and making the whole IT industry move forward and the developers moving forward. So very quickly to summarize, I hope that you all are convinced now that 3 things. Google Cloud is simple to get started with. Okay, you saw the BigQuery, super easy. You should start doing data analytics early on, even if you're not the data analyst. It's going to be critical for your business and for customer retention. And finally, if you're on the cutting edge, try out the computer and Kubernetes to play it. So I hope you all agree that it's an amazing time to be a developer, but it's even more amazing because it's free to get started. So if you want to get started on Google Cloud, just go to this address. Actually, I don't think you should even write it down, just Google it. And get started. It costs, $300. You get $300 of credit for 60 days, and that's how you get started inside. So I'll be at the back of the room, after the next presentation. Come and look for me. Do you all remember my email address? Roti@Google, not Roti Prata at Google, yeah? Fantastic. I'm super excited. I'm going to be a lot more in India coming forward, so I'd love to meet you all in person soon. Thank you very much for your excitement and energy, and you're going to have a great rest of the day as well. Some amazing speakers coming up. So thank you very much.
Okay. Coming to the last presentation and session for the day. But I promise you, this guy's energy and enthusiasm will really blow you away. He's a pocket-sized dynamo, not pockets. We do have to believe that size really matters. The topic is all about best practices for designing your app. There are 2 ways of learning how to design a good app. One is you make enough mistakes, and you learn it the hard way, or you talk to experts who have made enough mistakes in their life in terms of app development and learn what are the do's and don'ts so that you don't repeat that, right? So this topic is highly relevant for Indian developers who are constantly challenged by performance issues of their apps. Looking at the infrastructure of the country today, it's all about how do you really make your app smooth so that it consumes less data, so in turn it consumes less power, so that you get enhanced battery life. So let me introduce you to Amrit Sanjeev, who is a program manager at Developer Relations team at Google. He is also responsible for helping the agencies develop products on Google platforms better. Over to you, Amrit.
Hi, everyone. Big crowd. Happy about it. Quick question. How many of you guys are Android developers here? Yes. This is a talk for you guys. Basically, if you look at an app today, it has to deal with a lot of different hardware, network conditions like ours. All these things matter. And when you want to kind of create an app which performs well on different platforms, different conditions, you need to start adapting things. You need to start being smart about how these apps perform their functionality. One size shoe fits all model doesn't always work very well when you are going to cater for such variety of devices out there. So today, what I want to kind of talk about in the next 30 minutes are things that you might want to do in your Android app to kind of work with these 3 parameters. Basically, the 3 suspects: memory, network, and battery. These 3 things, which are very closely associated to performance, which are very closely looked upon by your users, and also to make sure that your app performs really well across this platform in all these variety of devices out there. To start with, I want to go into memory. When it comes to memory performance, unless you get an out-of-memory exception, most of us are happy with it. Please slide for why it's not always a great idea to use that. But a lot of guys have seen, hey, I have a memory problem. Let me turn on this one. Memory problem gone. No, memory problem's got not gone anywhere. You've just postponed it from coming. Most of the time, if you have an out-of-memory issue, either you're using the wrong resources in your app, basically by size, larger bitmaps and things like that, or you are basically allocating too much of memory unnecessarily, or there's a leak. None of these 3 reasons go away by making turning on the large heap. So let's come to that a little later. How many of you guys have used that last flag? Allocated different data structures, different algorithms? different libraries for that instance. I have seen applications which actually switch to a different library altogether so that it's more memory efficient on lower RAM devices, and then switch to something which is slightly more faster, maybe a little more memory intensive, and work around that problem. So in each of these slides, I'm going to talk about one concept altogether where you can improve in terms of thinking about memory. Let's talk about services. Services, the standard definition is long-running process in the background. Not really all that right if you look at it. It's long-running, it should only run as long as it's got work to do. If it runs longer than that, hey, it's time to revisit why you are actually using a service there. Services should not be running in the background, sleeping, waiting for events to happen. That's not the way services should be used, because they consume memory, they consume CPU, at the end consume battery. So one way that a lot of people do work around this is to use intent services. When you use intent services, what happens is that as long as the work of that service is complete, it automatically shuts itself down. Secondly, it always queues all your requests. A standard pattern when you look at services has been you spawn a thread inside the service so that the work can be offloaded to that. And when it comes back, you hand the result back using an event bus or callback, whatever mechanism you've designed in your app. But when you get multiple requests, multiple threads starts getting spawned, which means more memory gets consumed. With an intent service, everything automatically gets queued. When you have this queue, it means that at any point of time, only one of your requests is getting processed. The moment that processing is complete and callback is done, you take the next one, which means you're a little more efficient when it comes to memory there. So that's one trick that you could actually do when it comes to services. Looking at UI, a lot of times when we attach resources to UI like bitmaps and things like that, you assume that, hey, this is needed all throughout the life cycle of that activity. It's not always right. You might be able to prune memory off when that thing is not on the screen, or when you're going into the background. Things like that, you will be able to release certain amount of memory. On-trim memory. How many of you guys have used this callback? Again, few. More people should look at it. This is a way that the system tells you that, hey, I need memory and I'm pruning it off. Maybe you are the next candidate for it. You could avoid being the next candidate for it by actually releasing certain memory, releasing the memory that you're not using at this point of time, which delays your system being recollected. There are multiple states at which this comes in. There are multiple flags that I've mentioned there. I'm not going to go through each one of them today, but this is critical. You guys, it's good to take a look at each of them and understand when this gets called and release certain resources. Maybe you just want to flush the LRU cache. Simple thing. You get an on-prem memory, you flush the LRU cache that you're using. Save some memory. Or remove a bitmap that you're not showing on the screen right now. Remove the handle to the bitmap that you're not showing onto the screen right now. These are small, simple tricks that you can do in order to reduce the consumption of memory on your device, on your app. Large heap. I just mentioned about it a little earlier. Large heap, what it does is when you turn on this flag, the system allocates twice the amount of memory for your heap. This doesn't come without side effects. This is used in genuine cases where you have things like games where there is a lot of assets to load and there is a real requirement for memory to be there. Yes, they use it. But don't necessarily, most apps out there don't really need to use this. If you're using it, think about why you're using it, and also have a clear justification for it. The reason being, this also makes changes in the system. The GC works differently. There is a lot more data that has to be swapped when your context switch happens, which means a lot of memory, the context switches are going to be kind of slower. So GC will be more aggressive. When I call GC just not on your application, but on the system state itself. Because you're taking more memory, the system in a whole will have less for it to work with. So it will again be garbage collection will happen more times. And that again slows down the performance of the entire system, which in turn affects your application. So some of these things have to be taken, and you need to understand the kind of whatever you are actually trading off for the extra memory. Don't use it blindly. It doesn't always help. Moving on to bitmaps. This is one area where everybody who has an out-of-memory problem, 99% of the people come back to this and say, hey, yes, I'm loading a few bitmaps in it. When I'm loading it on this device, I have this problem. But most other places, it's OK. You need to take care of it, loading the same image on different places, especially when you are having different sizes, screen sizes. Android has multiple screen sizes, multiple densities, which means that your view port will be different for different screens. And one of the things that you usually do when you work with bitmaps is to downscale it to the right size, so that when you downscale it, you're using the closest size that you need for the screen, and again, thereby reducing the amount of memory that it really needs to use. The other thing is a WebP format. Anybody using WebP format here? WebP is another, good. Those who are using, great. Others should explore the option. WebP format is a format natively supported by Android from 4.0. So your image view does render a WebP format without any issues. 4.0, 4.0 onwards, it will do it without transparency. And 4.2 onwards with transparency. That's 4.21 onwards with transparency. But the interesting thing about WebP is that it is roughly about 25% smaller, a compression format, which makes the file sizes 25% smaller when compared to the corresponding PNG without any loss of image information. That really matters. You might say, oh, that does account to maybe 100 KB a day. That's not a lot. The user is willing to do it. But look, imagine it this way. Every image that you serve to your users is 100K difference is there. Now, imagine you have 1 million or 10 million users. Look at the amount of bandwidth you're going to save, which you pay for from your server to kind of serve your clients, where everybody's pulling that extra 100 KB of data. Extra 100 KB of data, extra 100 that much of information to be passed, that much of information to be rendered, that much in the device's memory again. So a lot of things get saved. Your network transfers become faster. Network transfers become faster. The amount of data that you're serving becomes less. Your rendering becomes faster because you have taken less amount of time waiting for data to come over the wire. So things actually work really well. Secondly, use an image cache. If you have 10 images that you need to work with, start working with an image cache so that when certain things are not required, the system can reclaim that memory, and you are not trying to hold everything in memory all the time. So an LRU cache is something that is commonly used for something like this, where if you use an image cache, it will actually improve the performance drastically. Because whenever memory is needed, the last and the less used one gets reclaimed, and then if you need it, you load it back into the memory again. The last one, do you see any difference in the images, those two parrot images? Can you visually find any difference? They are different images, by the way. It's not a trick. I haven't changed one small thing left to right and then asking you to find the difference here. It's just that they are actually rendered in two different formats. One uses the bitmap format 888, which takes 4 bytes per pixel to show, and the other one uses 565, which is nearly the same quality, but uses half the amount of space. So just by using the right format of bitmap image, you would be able to save a lot of data being loaded into memory. Something like a 4 MB image could be a 4 MB image. If you're actually using 565, you can actually nearly store it in 2, which means less amount of allocations, less amount of garbage collection. Your system on a whole has more memory to work with, much better state of the system. So try use the right format. The reason why I've called out 2 of these libraries is because, one, Picasso has a great API set. Glide has a very similar API, but it's really, really good when it comes to scrolling views. When you want to add things to list view, when you want to add images to a list view or a grid which scrolls, Glide really works beautifully well there. It automatically pauses when you're scrolling, then restarts when you've stopped scrolling, things like that. You should look at the code of how this is done so that you understand the best practices when you start writing code. It's not about blindly using them that matters. It's about also understanding how these libraries are written. What are the best practices when writing code like this? What are the things that I should take care of? Reading such libraries, the code through it, will help you understand those best practices also. As a developer, you might be able to apply some of them elsewhere. Maybe when you're writing your own image library, or when you're actually applying similar concepts across the board for something completely different. But do look at some of these open source libraries so that you understand the best practices around these. Data containers. How many of you use hash maps in your code? A good number of people here. How many of those have over 1,000 data points in them at any point of time? One or two? One, two. Yeah, maybe three. But the whole point is there's a comparable data structure called array map. How many of you used it in your apps? Some of you guys have. That's brilliant. You should be using the appropriate containers which are best suited for the Android platform. Like hash maps and array maps, when they're under 1,000 performance-wise, under 1,000 elements, performance-wise, there is not much of a difference. 1,000 is a point where it starts slightly degrading compared to hash map, the performance of array maps. But array maps is a more appropriate container to use. It is faster. It has less amount of memory. It uses less amount of memory to work with. So when you have these data structures which are more tuned for the platform, please reuse them. If you have not gone through them, please look them up, see the situations where you want to use it. Android uses standard Java, but then data structures and things like that are there for you guys to tune your code a lot better. Saves a little bit more memory, becomes a little more performant. And who doesn't like an app which is performant? Your users will be delighted if you increase the performance by 10% or even 5%. As long as it is noticeable, people will be very happy with it. So small performance improvements like this will help you improve. Like my first slide had the statement, every inch adds to a mile. These are the small inches that you'll gain at every instance, every screen that you're running, every time it's running through this data structure. Small improvements, but they will overall matter a lot to the developer, user. Next is networking. A lot of times, everything works. I use Wally. I use another library, Cronet. One of these works very well. Now, why should I look at it? A lot of times, you really need to look at this because things are more complicated. Apps are becoming a lot more complicated. They have a strong reliance on the server because there's a lot of work that they do. They want to send data to the server, bring data back to the server, sometimes information. And this reliance needs things to be really fast, networking to be optimized. And one of the things that we always face is network conditions that are very volatile. How many of you guys here have 4G connection on your phones right now? How many of your phones show 4G connection? Few of yours. Are you getting 4G speeds? No. That's a reality. Does the apps that you write know that? And can they behave differently? You can find this out. It's not that it's too difficult. It's just that you have not thought that direction. You cannot always rely on the fact that, hey, I have networking working right. That's it. If network is not there, I'll show a nice-looking dialogue saying, you are not connected to the internet. That's not a great user experience, trust me. In Western countries, when developed nations, that might be the exception to the norm. Once in a while, you might not be connected. Maybe you turned into airplane mode, and you forgot to change that, and that's when they come. For us, this is more of a day-to-day affair. So your apps need to be smart. They need to adapt. They need to know that, hey, the network speed is not great. Maybe I should switch over to something which is low res. So let's talk a few things about it. Anticipate and batching. Not all data on your screen is equally important, what you show on your screen. You might want to anticipate what's really important for the user. Maybe prefetch a few of those things upfront and keep. Prefetching helps when your network connection state is better. You are on Wi-Fi. You want to prefetch a few of the most important things for the user and keep it ready so that when the user uses it, and most of the times he will go to these things, at that most of the times he'll be delighted. But assuming that you don't know, like 100% of the time he will do those things, is not always a great thing to do. The reason being, do you want to delight him for 95% of the time? Or do you want to not delight him for 100%? Saying that I didn't understand how you would. Every app has a certain way of usage. And you are actually not collecting that stat. And that is the reason why you are missing how to tune the app based on the user. You know how your user uses the app. You just ignore that data. All the clicks you know, all the swipes you know the pattern in which user goes through information in your screens. Still, you assume every user is equal. Every piece of information on the screen is equally important to the user and try to fetch it all together. Why? Second part is in terms of batching. Not all data is equally important for the server either. You don't really need to always send data immediately to the server. The server can wait for some time. So it is best when you actually batch things together and send it across to the server. And the reason for batching is that it basically uses it optimally uses your network. The network radio, when it comes on, when you start sending data, the network radio turns on. It goes to its full strength, sends the data, then it waits in a low power state for about 10 to 15 seconds, and depends on which hardware it is. They are tuned differently by different manufacturers, but they wait for a certain amount of time and then go off. If you keep sending a small 10 bytes of data every screen, most probably your hardware will never shut down, and that's where your power drain happens. That's where people start seeing things. And you want to avoid doing that. Wake locks. How many of you are using wake locks in your applications? Yeah, slowly hands are coming. If I wait for another 10 minutes, yes, more hands will come, I know. But wake locks, again, you've got to be very careful how you use them. There is a genuine reason why you need them, but a lot of times you can get away with things like keep screen on. That's an XML parameter that you want to do. Or use a wakeful broadcast receiver, which basically does the work and then releases the log. Or acquire a wake lock with a timeout, so that even if you forget, the system will release it after some time. These are all good practices that you should do when you actually work with wake locks. Avoid it if you can, but if you really need it, use some of those best practices out there. Syncing data. Now there are 3 slides to this, okay? So I'll explain each one separately. Now, what component do you use to sync? Do you write your own algorithms for syncing? Or do you use something like sync adapter to do the work for you? How many of you guys write your own syncing algorithm? Some of you guys are doing it. If you have an absolute need for it, do it. But otherwise, there are components like the sync adapter, job scheduler if you're 5+. And how many of you know about GCM Network Manager? Anybody using that here? Very few, right? So the rest of you, how many of you guys are using sync adapter? More? Yeah, a few more. Cool. GCM Network Manager is basically job scheduler which can it's backward compatible. There are certain small differences in versions below 4, but that you can look up, but majority of the cases they'll run the same way. Again, use these components basically because they take the system state as a whole before they start sending data. So if you have if application A says I want to send something, application B says I want to send something, like maybe 1 minute apart, this will combine them together and then send it together. So basically you'll tell it, I want these conditions to be met when I send the data to the server. Maybe I should be connected to power, it should be an unmetered network, or it could be something like the battery should not be less than 20%. You don't have to write any code for it. You can tell these components, these are my conditions to be met, and then send it. When the conditions are met, the data would automatically send. But at the same time, it also batches things together so that it uses optimal use of the hardware that it is. Maybe if it is a Wi-Fi network, it's going to optimally use that. If it is going to be the mobile network, it's going to do that. So use these components for sending data to the server. GCM Network Manager is really, really easy to use. All you got to do is write one service and extend it from a GCM network service, and that's it. Really, really easy. Compared to sync adapters, there's a lot less code that you got to write. So if you haven't explored that, do that. Now, again, some of the adaptiveness when we want to think about it. You really want to start adapting to the network state, like we mentioned earlier. If you're on 2G and your system knows, you know that you're on 2G, you want to go and fetch information which is less dense. Maybe you don't want a high-density image to be loaded. You want to go and pick up a low-density image or a low-res image for that. Use the device usage pattern. If you see that your users are going to use certain things at a certain point of time, then start syncing that data upfront. Give that data more priority. All this delights your user. It doesn't reduce the need for other data, but it improves the performance and the user's delight, better user experience, because what he wants, the system is catering for it really well, really fast. Look at a typical example of a newsreader. If you have like 15 sources that you 15 different sites that you actually look for, or you subscribe to. If the newsreader is going to download every site's data, and it's going to take 1 second to download all this data per site, it's going to take 15 seconds to download the whole sync. Now, you always look at 1 or 2 sites all the time. you want to and you know that the user looks at all that. What if in the first 2 seconds, those 2 sites are loaded and is ready for you to use? That's how adaptiveness really needs to matter. Again, measure and optimize. Anybody used Traffic Stats API? Use that if you want to optimize your network calls, to understand what network calls are actually taking a lot of data, what is transferring a lot of information, where should I kind of put my effort in tuning my network calls. Again, polling, bad idea. Use GCM. When there is data, the server will inform the device, and the device will then go sync. Periodically waking up every now and then and checking if the data is available is not always great, because a good amount of time there won't be any data. You will actually start, wake up the CPU, wake up the radio, run a service. The service will make a connection to the network, go there, see that there is no data, and come back and shut itself down. That's just battery usage and network usage, just to check. You're turning on radio, you're using all that thing. So again, use GCM for something like that. Again, exponential back off. If you don't get some data right now, don't say that every 5 minutes I'll go keep checking it. Exponentially back off so that the number of times the system checks for that data when you start polling information is lesser, and it kind of optimizes based on how long the user does not get that information. So if you were not to have connection and you were polling every 5 minutes, you're going to poll 20 times. If you were exponentially backing off, most probably you'll poll 3 or 4 times. That's it. Less number of invocations of the app, less number of network usage, less amount of network usage. Like today morning, like Sandeep again mentioned, network is equal to money for people. If you are actually going to consume unnecessarily data, people are not going to like that app. A lot of times people look at the amount of battery used and the network used to decide which app to be uninstalled. 3 or 4 years ago, it was the disk space used. Users used to look at how much disk space got used, and then they decided whether it needed to remove the app or not. Now they look at how much battery they're using. Last one, optimize your data APIs. Some of the data APIs that a lot of server-side exposes are designed to be used by servers again. You must understand that any amount of JSON that you're sending out that is getting parsed, or XML that is getting passed on your device, is all creating objects. There is memory allocated for them. There is GC that is going to come in more often because there is more data, more objects that needs to be cleared up after the parsing. All these are expensive. All these things are expensive. So you really want to kind of reduce the amount of data to a minimum that is being used. If your data is, if you're sending 5 MB of data and you're using only 1 KB of it, reduce your API size to that 1 KB. There are more than one instance where this happens, where it was designed, where it wanted to send all the things in the world, and then you just pick and choose what you wanted to use. So that is something that you want to kind of really work on. Compression. Is everybody enabling compression here for their data APIs? If you're not, you should. Because the kind of compression that you're going to get is 3:1 or 4:1. Saves a lot of time. All you got to do is, when you're actually parsing it, change it to GZIP input stream instead of input stream reader, GZIP input stream reader, and that basically would save you a lot of time and money. Just do the multiplicative that we talked about earlier. The one where you are serving a small amount of information to one user, but then multiplied by the total number of users you have, then you'll see that there's a huge amount of data that you'll save, which is cost that you're unnecessarily incurring because you just decided not to compress your data. Battery performance. How many of you want one more hour of battery on your devices? Is there anybody who doesn't want another hour of battery? I mean, I do. I mean, I really struggle to maintain this battery performance for my app because I install a lot of apps, try out a lot of things. A lot of them run in the background. Again, why is this important? A lot of apps on the device. They are more and more complicated. They need more data from the server. They need more resources on the device, which means the consumption of battery is a lot more. And there is a lot higher reliance on hardware. A lot of them use GPS. A lot of them use Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. All these other hardware parameters, hardware extensions are also used by these apps. So it's always important that everybody consumes less. It's not just your app, but overall, for the system's health, it is best that everybody consumes less amount of information. Seen this slide before? Was there a couple of slides earlier? I purposefully put it because syncing data is considered to be the #1 drain where people make a mistake. Your app gets used once, and there will be 10 things that are wrong in there. But in the syncing, it syncs 10 times a day. And when when battery performance it's not optimized to use all the best practices that we mentioned earlier, it kind of consumes 10 times. And the battery performance becomes really bad. It is really tied to the UX. Things like this are really tied to the UX of your app. A lot of people think it is UI, but a lot of it is down to the UX again. You really need to kind of work and improve the performance of your app in these 3 factors, and you'll see that the users will automatically get delighted. Sorry. Hardware usage. Again, use coast location whenever possible, standard things, adapt to the battery state. Don't start syncing data. Don't start getting fine location when your battery is less than 5%, because they'll drain faster. At the end of the day, you want to ask the user, hey, your battery is low. Do you really need me to take it? Camera app, for instance, when the battery is low, it doesn't actually try to take a picture. It says too low and stops the user from actually draining it out completely. Things like this are something you want to really look at to improve. Reduce the screen overdraw. Really, really important. If you're a UI designer, if you're a UI developer, look at this aspect. Overdraw of the screen, again, it takes quite a lot of considerable amount of additional CPU if you have not tuned it well enough. Use the tools like Hierarchy Viewer, use the tools to kind of see overdraw, which is there on the device. You can turn on overdraw GPU profiling, and then you can see screen profiling, and you can see the overdraws on the screen. Use all of this to kind of improve the performance of the app from this perspective. At the end, understand the cost. Every app uses these things differently. In your app, you need to understand how costly it is. Like, is network the biggest cost? Is transferring data the biggest cost, or is it parsing data the biggest cost? Then you need to apply. All optimizations are not equally important in all. You don't really need to optimize, over-optimize, or prematurely optimize, as they would say. And you need to find the areas which are the bottlenecks for you, which are the cost is very high, and then start optimizing it for that. And that's it from me. Thank you, guys.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the develop track. So let's give a huge round of applause to all the speakers out here. We're going to take a quick 30 minutes break, but when we get back, we'll be having Rajan Anandan speaking to us. Please sit down. I'm not yet done. I got 2 more minutes to go. We got Rajan Anandan, then you got Ronnie Screwwala talking to us, and we got Sebastian Thorn, and the most awaited, we got the Startup Awards, which will be announced. Okay? And before we wind up now, finally, I want to thank each one of you, especially the developers out here, who have really pushed us really hard to get all the global programs from Mountain View and San Francisco to India. We got close to 1,200 developers, 1,200 startups, which have been incorporated every single year. That's a great sign. But the sad part about it is almost 50% of them die post 18 months. So there's a huge mortality rate. So what exactly is happening in the ecosystem, right? So on one side, you got great people who are coming out with startup ideas. Then you got close to 550 angel investors. You got 80 VCs in the country. You got infrastructure in terms of incubators, accelerators, who is able to give you free access. Why are we failing again? So what is the missing pie in the ecosystem? And it's the mentor network. So we came out with this program called the Google Launchpad program. How many of you have heard about the Launchpad program? Okay, so this is a program for the early stage startups in India. And we pick up the 20 best early stage startups who are in an MVP stage, or they are already in the market with a little bit of attraction. They could be both in B2B as well as the B2C category. And we mentor them over a period of 5 days. And each day is dedicated to a particular technology. We start with product management, UI, UX, technology, go-to-market, and the final day is the pitch day. We just wound up our third batch of Google Launchpad program on this Friday. And we are happy to say that out of 55 startups that we have mentored in the last 7 months, almost around 8 or 9 of them went ahead to raise their first angel round to the tune of 100K. So that's a huge amount of achievement for all the startups. And apart from Google Launchpad program, we also did bring the design sprints to India. We did 7 design sprints in India, and we also brought this Google Developer Summit, which is a 2-day program, and we have done 2 such programs in Bangalore. It's a 2-day event with close to 200 early-stage startups. First day is a similar kind of a track like what we did today, and the second day is hands-on code lab. So we are here to make each one of you successful, right? And this is the best time to be a developer, especially when you're in India. You're getting the same access in terms of tools and infrastructure which could be possibly available to a developer in Mountain View or San Francisco, right? So continue to interact with us, help us to help you and serve you better. Thank you.
Insightful day so far. Before we begin with the rest of the proceedings, we'd like to give away some more amazing prizes to the winners of our quiz pods. Please welcome Jeff Galvin, Director of Online Partnerships Google, on stage to give away these prizes to the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our winners a huge round of applause in random order. Purushottam Gupta. Sidram Kodiki. Pankaj Aditya. Yashal Shakti Kunugo. And last but not least, Francis. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a huge round of applause, our winners of the Quiz Pod competition. A huge round of applause once again for our winners, ladies and gentlemen. We'd also like to thank Jeff for having done the honors of giving away those prizes. In our post-tea session, we will now hear from top industry leaders on building sustainable business. We will also share with you the winners of the Google for Mobile Startup Awards. But before this, I'd like to invite on stage Sebastian Thurn. Sebastian is a multi-talented computer scientist. He was a Google Vice President and Fellow and a Professor of Computer Science at Stanford University. He is CEO and co-founder of Udacity. He was also the founder of Google X Labs. We are indeed honored to have him here with us. Without any more delay, please welcome Sebastian Thurn onto the stage.
Welcome, 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 welcome this afternoon to our final global session here. It's a pleasure being here among all of you, app developers, Googlers, non-Googlers. I'm here to tell you something about education. But before I do this, I want to tell you a bit of my own story. In 2007, I got the chance to work at the most amazing company ever built, called Google, in Mountain View. I was teaching at Stanford at the time as a professor, and I was the most unlikely of all candidates to join Google because I had only one skill, which was public speaking, and I'm not even that good. Then I got the chance to work on crazy Google projects, like this one, which is Google's self-driving car. That, getting back to a passion of mine I had for decades to make cars drive themselves, mostly because my wife thinks I'm a lousy driver. If you come to Mountain View, you can see these little bugs all over the place. So I founded and ran the project for a while. And then I started Google X, and together with the founder, Sergey, we invented this thing here, which is the smallest computer ever built that sits on your face. Allows me to take a picture of all of you and send it home to my wife. Google Glass. And while the fate of Google Glass is still open, it's been handed to Tony Fadell, the founder of Nest, who I'm sure will do a fantastic job, much better than me. It was really amazing that I got a chance to work on the next generation of compute platform. We did crazy things at Google X. We built this thing, which is another computer, even smaller, which is built by Brian Otis. And it's a contact lens. It has an entire computer embedded inside, whose sole purpose it had become to measure your glucose level if you're diabetic. So this enabled you to basically read out your glucose level in a non-invasive way. The best way other than this is to poke your finger and measure your blood 5 times a day. And then we built balloons that went into stratosphere, big devices that would carry a payload, a little radio device that could become your internet backbone. And the vision had become to populate the sky full of balloons that would carry these passages and bring the internet everywhere in Project Loon. In fact, that project is very close to launch in the Southern Hemisphere. So we did crazy stuff at Google X, and are still doing crazy stuff at Google X. But the reason why I'm here is not because of Google X. The reason why I'm here is because I want all of you to do crazy stuff, even more crazy than ever had a chance to do at Google X. So I was trying to put together a questionnaire of what skills do you need if you were to join my former Google X group. And going through this, things come to mind like Android, embedded systems, artificial intelligence, machine learning, product design, optics, probability, robotics, material science. Looking through the list, I pretty much have none of those skills myself. I guess a little bit of robotics maybe. But those are the skills that are needed today to be successful in a place like Google X and many other places. In fact, if you live in Silicon Valley, you see a vast new engagement in the field of artificial intelligence to build great new smart machines. You see the Android platform taking over the world. More than 80% of new smartphones are Android at an unbelievably fast pace. And these are skills that just didn't exist when I was a student. So in all this marvel of technology, I asked myself the question, how about the people? How can we keep pace with what's going on? And together with Google, most notably Peter Lubbers, who runs the development relationships team, but many other people, all the way to Sundar, we came up with this idea of building a new style of education that would reach everybody. In fact, we came up with the idea of democratizing education so that we, the people, aren't left behind, at least for now. Today, I came to India to introduce the nanodegree program for India. Today is the day we'll be launching in local currency with a localized site, nanodegrees. Nanodegree is a new, thank you. Nanodegree is a new degree which you never heard of before. If you're familiar with college education, you know bachelor's degree, you know master's degree, you know a PhD, which is way too many degrees.
And all of those have been invented in the 19th century. Nanodegree is the only 21st century degree. It's been actually developed not just with Google, with AT&T and other companies. And today, we're bringing it to India. So what is it? The idea of a nanodegree is that everybody can learn everything at home. It has two versions. One is free, and India is the second most frequent user of nanodegrees after the United States in the world when it comes to free education. So everything you can do in nanodegree, you can do for free. But we also have a for-pay version, which provides extra services. The proposition to all of you and all of India, every able learner in India is, take a nanodegree and you have the skill set it takes to basically find a job in a place like Google. Okay? Thank you. And why is Google interested in this? Well, Google wants the smartest and best of you to work for Google or its partner companies. So from the employer perspective, the value proposition is, well, we find you better people. The nanodegree concept was born when I was teaching at Stanford University in Silicon Valley a few years ago and put a class online. The class was called Artificial Intelligence. See anybody here sign up for this class? AI? See a few hands going up. Okay, thank you. That class signed up 160,000 students, and it became the first massive open online course. And I was teaching this class online with some of you and at Stanford's campus. And in the end of the day, I was able to compare these strongest Stanford students with the strongest students in places like this one here in Bangalore and all over the place. And it turned out when I stack ranked the strongest online students, people like you and me, with the strongest Stanford students, I never made it to Stanford, so people not like me, it turned out among the top students, the top 412 students, came from outside Stanford, and the strongest Stanford student was number 413. And that's when we all realized, wow, there's fantastically amazing people out there who just don't have access to Stanford. So what I'm bringing Stanford level education to the world. And that made us eventually form the nanodegree program. The elements of the program, for those of you who care, there's 3 elements. There's a lot of content, mostly projects. In our Android nanodegree with Google, these projects mean that you get to build your own apps. There is a lot of services, mentors, people who help you one-on-one, grow your skills. I'll talk about this in a minute. And then there's a certification that's being accepted by more and more Silicon Valley companies. We have 7 nanodegrees. We have one on iOS. We have launched with Google in May something called Android Developer. This is Google, Peter Lubbers is the brain behind this, Google's best attempt to codify what you need to know to be on par with Google's best developers. In fact, Google uses it internally for training its own people. We have another one built in part with Google called Front-End Developer, and there's more coming. A full-stack developer, a data analyst. That's all about data science, about big data. How can you crunch big data? A very hot topic. We have an introduction to programming nanodegree for those of you whose spouses want to get into computing. And then we just launched last week a tech entrepreneurship nanodegree together with Google, actually built by Google, by Peter Lubbers' team, where you can learn how to make a business out of your app. So if you care about building an app and making money with it, this might be just the right nanodegree to enroll in. It's built by industry, and Google is one of our strongest partners. I mentioned AT&T before, but there's a whole bunch of those, including Facebook, Amazon, Twitter, Verizon, Cloudera, GitHub, Salesforce, Autodesk, Reddit, and many others, and that circle is growing. These are the companies who build the content. So think about those companies building the education for you. When you go into those classes, they are the instructors, they make the projects, and they are the ones that educate you. Why do we care about this? Because those companies know exactly what skills are needed to get a job in Silicon Valley. Now, students are getting jobs left and right at those companies and others. We just picked a few, Adobe among them, Google, AT&T, again, various pharmaceutical companies, and Udacity. We actually hire our own students. In fact, we hire quite a few of those. Talking about this, maybe we can have sound. This is Kelly.
I think it took me so long to get...
let's see, Kelly, let me rewind this, got a job at Google, from Google. She was a sales rep before and became a software engineer inside Google.
I'm Kelly. I'm originally from New Jersey, and I moved out to San Francisco about 1.5 years ago. I think it took me so long to get into computer science because no one told me about it. And I wish that I had been introduced to it earlier, but then again, it's not too late, so that's why I'm excited about these programs, such as Udacity's program. And I think that if I had been introduced to computer science during my undergraduate degree, I definitely would have pursued it. One of the things I'm really excited about for this nano degree program is I feel like it gave me a really good foundational base in web development, and I'm excited to put that to use in the workplace. So what I love about programming is just the whole problem-solving process, and I actually love how at times it can be extremely frustrating, and you can sit in front of your computer for hours confused and just frustrated, but then that moment when it actually works is just the best feeling.
It is a new path to jobs. We went through our database to look for people in India, and among the many people, we picked 4 to highlight. On the left is Vishnu, who just now finished his iOS nano degree, not Android, iOS. We have that too. And he's from Bangalore, and he's also one of our code reviewers. He, in his free time, makes money reviewing projects for more junior students in the same field. In fact, it turns out you can make a living out of becoming a code reviewer for Udacity. And I have a hunch he's in the audience. Vishnu, are you here? Want to stand up for a second? He just graduated with an underdegree in iOS. We have Faraz. He's from Mumbai. He's doing a front-end nano-degree. He's now building up a startup with a friend. Anu is also from Bangalore. She's actually a working mother and could never take time off for college and getting a nano-degree in big data science. And as a result, will be able to become a data analyst when she's graduated. And then finally, we have Aparna, who is also taking on nano-degrees right now, just signed up for one, took lots of free courses, I should say. She's also one of our code reviewers. She was quoted in the New York Times recently as having made enough money to fly to Europe and back. I don't know what that really means. And she's also training for a marathon. Quite an amazing person. Aparna, stand up. Turn around. Good. These are our students, and there's many more students for this program. I mentioned the Grader Network. One of the things we found is the best way to learn is to have a buddy, someone to talk to, someone who gives you feedback. So learning at Udacity is not watching boring lecture videos. It's all about doing something yourself. You build the most awesome apps yourself. So to get feedback, we recruited a network of our own students mostly, and we pay the money. So if you pay us money, we pay the money to them. So they grade. In fact, typical grader turns around your assignment within 3 hours. For those of you who've been to college, that's probably unheard of. Gets a score of 4.8 out of 5. So if you're a student at Udacity, you get to score your grader, and that score is between 1 and 5. So they do fairly well. Vishnu has a score of 4.9, he tells me. It's actually better than this. And they make on average $3,000 a month. In fact, our top grader last month made $28,000 US just grading assignments. So that's actually a career path as a grader. But the key career path is actually as an app developer or as an entrepreneur that you can go into. We've been growing 30% every month as a company, and our Google courses make us grow even faster. And we would love to, today we're actually moving into India. And it's a big deal for me. I've actually come here to announce this. We had a press conference this morning, and I'm super excited to see all of you because we believe India is probably the single most important place to be after the United States. You are the second largest developer population in the world. You are. You are. And I've been told your growth is so much faster than the United States that by 2018 you'll take over the United States. We'd like to see this happen faster. You will be the software backbone of the world. You're going to run the world if you write all the world's software. You are the second largest group of students on Udacity already with the existing non-India offerings. You somehow do this anyhow, okay? You've been growing 2x last year, And when it comes to nanodegree, you've been growing 5x last year. So you're all already getting heavily involved. Now, today, we're making the nanodegree cheaper. We're making it 9,800 rupees a month. That is significantly cheaper than what we charge internationally today anybody else. When you come to our site, from an Indian domain, you'll be directed to the Indian version, and if not, go to udacity.com/India. And as a special promise to you, if you finish, when you finish in nanodegree, you can ask half your tuition back. And then your monthly tuition becomes 4,900 rupees a month. And to make it even better, Google has teamed up with the Tata Trusts and with us to offer 1,000 scholarships, which are basically tuition waivers. So if you sign up right now, you can go to the scholarship page and apply for a scholarship and be among the lucky 1,000 first ones. It's a one-time offer only to get a scholarship, to get admitted to either the Android nanodegree. I guess the Android nanodegree. The scholarship is limited to Android at this point. And finally, Google has promised to invite the top students of Android to a job fair hosted by Google and its partner companies in early 2016. What's going to happen? We're going to pick the best students among you and anybody else who signs up, who makes the most progress, who's most proficient, who helps other students the most. You're going to pay them the plane ticket, or if you're in Bangalore, the bus fare. Invite you over to meet with recruiters from these various companies to see if you should have a job at Google or Google's partners companies. It's something we're doing in Mountain View for American people in November, and we're repeating here in India for all of you to participate. This is just an example of Google's commitment to really make you the best app developers in the world. While roughly half the software engineers, or the second largest nation software engineering is you guys, there's still opportunity to do better and stronger and build stronger apps and dominate the world with the world's best apps. Right now, the dominant country is the United States, but I think there's so much potential here, so many insanely smart people, insanely well-educated people, that I think India should really rise to this and become the software backbone of the world. So sign up now and be in demand. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sebastian. We at Google wanted to recognize the great work that all of you are doing, and thus we call for submissions for the Google for Mobile Startup Awards 2015. We'd like to thank you for an overwhelming response and for submitting over 600 entries. It was a tough task for our eminent judges to decide the best 3. Now, to discuss the insights and give away the Startup Awards, may I invite Rajan Anandan, Managing Director and Vice President, Google South Asia and India on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause. May I also invite one of our eminent judges, Dev Khare, Managing Director, Lightspeed Venture Partners, to join Rajan on stage. Please also join me in welcoming our second judge, Gautam Mago, Managing Director, Sequoia Capital, on stage. Over to you, Rajan.
Thank you. Can you hear me in the back? Great. So first of all, thanks so much, everyone, for spending the day at GFM. Hopefully, all the sessions have been very helpful to all of you. We've got these two highly in-demand venture capitalists who've actually gone through 600 applications and picked the winners. So, but before we announce the winners, I thought I'd just ask both of them a couple of questions to get their perspectives on what they find interesting as investors, what they look for, etc. But before we get to that, between the two of them, by the way, they have $1 billion of new money. $1 billion. So guys, you know, those of you that are looking to raise funding, Just don't let them get out of the room. And there's only one way to get out of this room. It's that way. You know, you can go this way, but you eventually have to get out that way. So
Only Dave is carrying checks in his pocket.
yeah, and you know, by the way, I'm sure you have Paytm wallets. You know, you can just transfer money now through mobile wallets. So let's start, guys. So thank you for being judges. You know, I'm going to start off by asking both of you. You know, everybody wants to build an app these days. There's an app just about for everything, right? But as investors, when you guys look at these app-only or app-first businesses, you know, what do you look for? And maybe, Dave, you can start with Lightspeed. But what are the kinds of things you're looking for as an investor to invest?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think, this is a truism in some sense. An app is not a business in some sense on its own. So what we look for is the underlying business that's being built behind that. What problem are you solving? Is it a large market you're going after? Are you building something that's useful at the end of the day and not purely a feature of something that should be a larger
So what's an example of a feature? Tell us an example. Give us 3 features that are just terrible businesses you would never fund. And, you know, don't be shy. I think it's going to be helpful to everybody.
Wow.
It's okay, Dave, go ahead. All those businesses you said no to. But you guys never say no, right? You just say, we'll get back to you, let's keep in touch.
And you've got the branding to always say yes to everybody, and you open up your check.
You know, I can say no, you know, I don't have an issue saying no. Okay, but give us 3 examples of just, you know, apps that are just not businesses.
I think I'll give you one example, and then Gautam can come in. I think we've seen lots of gaming companies out there on the Google Play Store and other stores. I think just one game on its own, for us at least, does not a business make. We're looking for a roadmap. We're looking for world-class designers who work at other world-class companies and some sort of broader business there that is not just hits-driven. That's one example of something that's not a business, but an app.
Got it.
I mean, I can think of a bunch of transfer file apps, Zender, and a bunch of others that are terrifically used, but it's hard to see how you make businesses out of them.
Transfer file apps.
Yeah, I mean, that's one use case, one example, but there are a bunch that
So
you could
give us
say.
an example of, you know, a company you've been... Yeah,
Let me add one thing, Rajan, which is that to what they've said. I think the key for an app in today's world, I mean, distribution is immensely challenging thanks to Google.
No, we make it possible.
And also challenging.
Yeah. We help you distribute
I can
apps.
get some of my own back. I'm just kidding. But I think what we look for is a repeatable use case. It's very hard to have an app on a user's phone unless he really, really needs it every week at worst. And so I think if you don't have a repeatable use case, it's quite hard to see how you actually generate distribution that sticks.
Right.
And so when it comes to app-based businesses, apart from what they've said, one of the things we look for is repeatability.
Repeatability, okay. So, you know, real businesses, not a feature, repeatability. What else do you guys look for? I mean,
I think the number one thing we all look for is a founding team to have the passion and the grit. And it's hard to sort of measure necessarily. It's something you sort of intuitively feel, as you know. But somebody who can, a team that can break through walls, keep going when there's insurmountable obstacles, might sound like generalities in some sense, but it's important, and it's the only thing I think that separates winners from losers in the long run, because everybody faces the same issues. So I think that's a key one. It's not specifically something about the app itself. One other thing I've talked about is design. And I think India has evolved a lot in the last 10 years from very crowded, browser-based sort of interfaces to very clean and simple sort of interfaces that are coming out now. So design is something that's super, super important.
Got it. Okay, so let's shift gears. You know, it seems, you know, all the companies, both of you fund, and most of the companies that are out there are essentially trying to replicate something that's been done, you know, elsewhere, right? It used to be the US, now everybody's looking at China. Are you guys seeing like truly original, innovative ideas that are either trying to meet a India-specific need or global need, but that's not really been done before? Are you seeing any of those yet? And if so, we'd love to hear about some, or maybe you'd say, I'd love to also hear saying, no, we want to fund proven models.
No, so I think we would love to see ideas that are very unique to India. I think both Lightspeed and us are invested in a company together, which is actually quite a unique to India business called Oyo, But
Oyo.
leaving that aside.
Yeah, we are familiar with Oyo, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
That's also an app now, is it? I thought it was like hotel rooms and stuff.
App also. Everything is an app, as you said. Right?
Yeah, okay.
But no, but the point I think is we would love to see more India businesses. I think we are seeing a lot focused around language, around local languages, around education. I think there's lots of India-focused businesses, at least in those two areas we are seeing a lot. We'd love to see more. I think one of the things that we think about is the next 500 million, because the first 100, 200 million is sort of done and dusted in some degree. And those are the people who are used to, they're sort of similar to the people in the West, by and large, right? I think the next 500 million will be very different. And so starting to see education, local language, agriculture to some degree. We haven't yet invested.
Will you guys really fund an agriculture app?
We're looking at stuff, yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow, guys, not bad, huh? This is what happens when you have $1 billion of fresh capital. Agriculture is also in now.
But it's a big market.
Very good.
Right? Very big market. Right?
Yeah.
So the information asymmetry is very high. I mean,
how do you make money
build
on
a
an
business
agriculture app, by the way?
Don't know.
Huh?
How do you make money?
How do you make money eventually in agriculture?
We haven't seen it yet. Right?
Okay.
We haven't seen an agriculture. I mean, what I mean is not an app that grows crops, but an app that eliminates information asymmetry.
Right. I'll give you another example. I think, but first one overall commentary. I think there's a very powerful and self-reinforcing narrative in India that all that gets done and developed by entrepreneurs is stuff that exists elsewhere. I don't think that's true. There's lots of examples where it's India businesses that are now being exported abroad, models that are being exported abroad. Airtel being a very old example of that, where it's a marketing company and everything else is outsourced, hadn't been done anywhere else in the world. Now it's being done everywhere else. It's gone from India anywhere else. I'll give you an example in our portfolio. We've got a company called Indian Energy Exchange. India has a very unique problem, probably not the only country. We have a lot of blackouts, right? That's an Indian problem. It hasn't been solved in India. This company is solving it by taking power that's created in one part of India, whether it's hydroelectric dams in the Himalayas, and letting somebody in Karnataka buy it. So Cisco in Bangalore buys off this marketplace,
right,
off of unknown producers on the other side. That's a very Indian problem. This solution doesn't exist anywhere else. Indian company developed it. They've grown very big doing that. They do something like 2.5 or 3% of India's electricity today. A very Indian problem solved by Indian entrepreneurs. And there's lots of other such examples. I know there's a narrative, but I think there's a strong counter narrative as well. Lots of Indian businesses developed by entrepreneurs.
Right. So you're saying local languages, agriculture, education, energy. What about on-demand grocery? I mean, are you guys still funding those kinds of businesses, or you moved on from on-demand grocery, on-demand X, on-demand Dobies, on-demand? I mean, I don't know. Like there's so many on-demand
On-demand, everything is well funded.
Huh?
On-demand, everything is well funded.
I don't know. I've been out of the country for a month. I mean, is on-demand still hot, or is it gone, or I mean, like?
It went and then it came back.
Is it back? It's back. Okay. That's good. No, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I go, I come back, and things are new. You know.
On-demand advertising.
On-demand advertising. There you go. So let's shift gears. You know, it seems valuations were very crazy until about 3.5 weeks ago, and now I'm told that I haven't been to Bangalore in about a month, so things apparently are cooling off a bit. But when you think about an app-driven business, you know, it may not be only an app, but could be an app that's tied to, you know, Oyo or, you know, any of those kinds of businesses. Tell us a little bit about how do you guys think about sort of the potential to create value, meaning at some point have profits. I know it's a foreign term for us, especially for you guys. But how do you like, I mean, I hope it's not foreign at some point.
Unfortunately,
you know, but,
whenever we try to generate profits, you realize all of them have to go to Google. So that's the problem.
yeah, keep them coming, keep them coming. That's good, we're okay with that. But tell us a little bit about how do you guys think about that? Because I think it might be helpful for the founders and the folks who want to start up in the room. How do you think about sort of building something that creates value over time?
Yeah, I can give it a shot. I think it's every business has to get to profits, right? And the path to get there is different for many businesses. There was a point of time when I think people were willing to believe anything and everything about future profitability. At the end of the day, sort of all of the investments that get made at startups from various stages, seed stage onwards, take a call on future profitability, right? And so future profitability is uncertain, but it varies with the assessment of future profitability varies a lot with the mood of the market, right? So I don't think anyone will tell you that they don't want the companies to be profitable. I think the question is how long and what capital will it take to get there. I think there will come a point of time, not too far in the future, when profitability will be of intense focus. Already, I think there is a fair bit of focus on unit economics. It's just an evolution of the ecosystem, candidly.
Are you guys now, I mean, are you seriously looking at unit economics or?
At different stages. For a seed stage investment, or for a seed stage, it doesn't make sense to look at unit economics yet, right?
But what about Series A? I mean, if you want to raise 5 billion Series A, unit economics, important, not important?
Less important than the market that you're addressing and the pain point that you're solving. I think at Series B stage, I think it becomes more important.
And I think one lens that we look at is sort of what is the ultimate endpoint. And before we make the investment, we have an understanding with the entrepreneur, and hopefully they have brought it to the table, that this is what they're going to build at the end of the day, and this is what the business will look like, unit economics, thesis.
Right.
What we don't like is where we just enter into an investment with no view of where it's going to end up. Both the entrepreneur and I should be on the same page. This is what we're building towards. Yes, unit economics may be negative today, but here's how we're going to turn it around over time, and then we track based on that. I think if one doesn't have an idea of where you want to end up, then all roads look good, and it's hard to figure out whether you're succeeding or not.
So basically the good news is unit economics is still not that important. I mean, I'm just
at very
trying to
early
summarize.
stages, it's...
Huh?
I
mean, just like, because they shouldn't worry about unit economics, is that fair? And then
I don't think so.
Early
I think that's wrong. I think that's wrong, Rajan. I think there must be at least a potential for a reasonable unit economic business. I think the reality of the business and the potential of the business are somewhat different. I think if you're all you're doing is giving $1 away, that's hard. I wouldn't do that today. Although you could have argued 12 months back, a lot of people were doing that, right?
Right. Got it. So basically what you're saying is
it is more important now than it was, and it certainly is important.
So this whole trend that we were seeing, which is some company raises Series A, then they give away meals for free. I give you the meal, I give you cash, then I give you Paytm voucher. Correct. Basically you give me lunch and you give me cash. Has that ended now? I mean, I don't know. I've been away for a month, so I don't know. Maybe it's sort of...
I think there are certain segments where there's an initial customer acquisition strategy where that makes sense. You want to get to a certain size of audience and then test for repeatability and virality and those sorts of things. But I think endless giving away without any view towards unit economics and getting to some sort of profitable business doesn't make sense from our perspective as well. We've passed in the past on businesses that had that sort of view. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong, but at least that's our view consistently over time.
Yeah, now just the last question before we get to the awards. You know, you all looked at a large number of these submissions, right? I think, you know, app-centric businesses as part of this awards. Give us some observations, 2 or 3 observations of what kind of struck you as you looked at them. Maybe we can start with you, Gautam. Just, you know, things that just struck you.
Personally, I would have liked to see more of the unique India for India innovations that you talked about. If I was to take a critical approach to it, a critical lens to it, I probably didn't see enough.
Did you see any, by the way? Did you see any?
One or two,
unique?
a few. I think in general, the quality of the end product we see from a design and UX standpoint continues to sort of upgrade itself every few months, few quarters, which is a great thing. Because I think that's the only thing that allows us to compete globally. And I think you're seeing, there was a point of time, maybe 12, 18 months back when the US companies didn't see India as very important, so you didn't have to compete with them. I think every meaningful market you'd expect now the US companies will compete relatively early on, so we have to keep upgrading our product and design skills, and I can see that happening, so that's a good thing. So I could say, if I was to say one good thing and one critical thing, those would be my 2.
Good. Dave?
The 2 things. One is that we see this generally in our business, and we saw this in the list as well. Whenever one company in a certain sub-segment gets funded, we suddenly see 30 companies approaching us in that same segment with little to no view towards differentiation. So if you all are thinking about businesses, don't think that way. Think about something new, a different angle, some different way of attacking that same market or a different set of markets. We see a lot of Me Too's, which is one observation from the list. But the second one would be, there's an evolution of sectors and how things evolve in India, right? We used to have travel commerce, product commerce, now services commerce, or online to offline is what's hot right now, right? But there's 3 or 4 other sectors coming in the future that I think are interesting. One is digital commerce or digital media, generally speaking. Content businesses on mobile, I think that's underinvested in India. We'll see a lot more there, whether it's video, music, news, games, etc. As people start to be able to do micropayments, hopefully Play will have carrier billing one of these days, and we really make that happen. Another area that's interesting is software for other businesses, so software as a service or cloud for Indian businesses. I think that's an interesting area. And the final one is a collection of niches in fintech, health, and edutech. I think those are interesting businesses, all underinvested right now. So I would say sort of e-commerce and services commerce, completely overinvested. And if I look at the list, we saw some of those companies there again and again.
Got it, got it. So both of you are basically saying you'd like to see new and different ideas that are not kind of the Me Too of everything else that's been done, right? All right, great. Well, guys, before we announce the awards, give our 2 judges a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and announce the winners.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to announce the Google for Mobile Startup Awards 2015 in random order. The winners are Slam Dunk.
Yeah.
There they are, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a huge round of applause.
Congratulations. 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 Come, why don't we come this way? Let's take a picture. Come, guys. Okay, come on. All right. Hey, before you guys leave, why don't you just tell the audience what, does this work, by the way? Yeah. Tell us what Slam Dunk is. Because it's probably a new, original, not e-commerce, not services commerce idea. Okay, go ahead.
So Slam Dunk is a company focusing primarily on wearable technology and using technology to unleash sporting potential in India. So we've already got an application out in the market on Google Play Store, which is Slam Dunk Cricket. So just pairing up a watch and our app, you can view how you have performed your bowling actions and such, and we're expanding into other sports as well. So.
All right, great, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next winner, MoneyView.
Congrats, guys. Why don't you tell us a little bit about MoneyView?
Sure. So MoneyView is a personal finance app which makes managing your finances rather simple, smart, and secure. We believe that MoneyView, managing finances is a need that everybody has. We are looking at 200 million smartphone users, 400 million people who hold a bank account. So our app is targeting everybody, anybody and everybody, and I would like all of you to use it, and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Please give them a huge round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. And our final team, please give it up for Which Apps?
say a few words about which apps?
Which app is based on a very basic human insight. As humans, we've always discovered books, movies, and music by word of mouth. Even apps, word of mouth is the topmost way for people to discover them. Coffee conversations, beer conversations. We automate word of mouth for apps. So you discover apps that your friends use that you don't have. And we're trying to solve the app discovery problem. That's it. Thank you.
Perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we have a big round of applause for all our 3 winners? And a big round of applause for our 2 judges as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gautam, and thank you, Dave.
Great.
Rajat, I'd like to request you to stay back on stage for the next session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we've all been waiting for. Let me now invite Ronnie Screwvala, the quintessential entrepreneur and maverick, for the much-awaited fireside chat. Ladies and gentlemen, Ronnie Screwvala.
Welcome, Ronnie. Okay.
It doesn't get bigger than this, does it?
No, I think
good fun.
This is as big as it gets, Ronnie. Ronnie, thank you for joining us.
No.
Before we start, guys, I'm going to introduce Ronnie. Ronnie obviously doesn't need any introduction at all. How many of you in the audience are entrepreneurs, where you're building your own company? Okay, great. So
We got to
you see
change
about
that a
half
bit,
the
right?
room. How many of you are not entrepreneurs, would like to be entrepreneurs?
Now we're talking.
There you go, there you go. So pretty much the whole room, Ronnie, I think is, and I think if you're an entrepreneur or you would like to be an entrepreneur, there's nobody better to listen to and learn from, I think, than Ronnie. As many of you know, Ronnie has built businesses across every imaginable part of the media and entertainment value chain, if you will, or media and entertainment segments, from animation to gaming, from cable television to TV production, movies, and so on and so forth. He's best known as the founder of the UTV Group, which several years ago he sold to Disney. And just as somebody who's built so many successful businesses would essentially decide to, probably not do much, at least for a few years, now he's off building 3 more businesses that he'll talk about. So Ronnie, thank you for joining us. Let's give Ronnie a big round of applause and welcome. So Ronnie, let's start with your early days as you started up. Literally, you pursued theater as a hobby and then plunged into starting cable TV in India, and around the same time also started a toothbrush company. What was going on? Tell us a little bit about your early days and what was going on.
Well, I think I came up from a middle class or low middle class home, and we were staying in Mumbai in a place called Grant Road, actually. And I think my early days or the bell of entrepreneurship must have been at the age of 10, because around that time is when we had this one building which was right next to Novelty Cinema, which was at that stage one of the few single screens. Didn't know 30 years later I'd be attached with movies in some way. And that was the only vantage point, because there was no television in those days, to see a movie premiere. And I started by selling tickets on our veranda at the early age of 10. And I think that would maybe have been my first tryst with entrepreneurship. But I think soon after college, for me, it was about looking for opportunities. And I think when you're young, and when I'm saying young is anything between 18 and sometimes up to 30, there is a certain naivety about you. At some stage, you need to look at a different level of clarity. But I think in those early days, when opportunity knocks, you kind of look at it differently than maybe after you're 30 or 35. And you look at opportunities very differently. So at that stage, I think I've been blessed that a passion that I wanted to do, like theater, then converted into a business. But my early days in theater gave me the sort of what I would call the clarity, the confidence, and the collaborativeness that I think I wouldn't be sitting here or doing half the things that I did if it wasn't for the fact that when you're sitting just as a hobby and performing to a stage of audience of 1,000 people every Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, working with a team of 6 or 7 people that are on stage at the same time, you shed all inhibitions. And I think those were my days, great learning. And I think for anybody, sometimes a hobby can lead to serendipity, can lead to a business opportunity, can lead to anything else. And I think cable TV and media sort of grew out from my theater days, where I was just quizzical enough to figure out what else one could do in the entertainment field. Yep, toothbrushes was the outlier. And I think that was an absolute opportunity. I was traveling coincidentally to the UK, and my dad, who was at that time managing director of a company that was making hairbrushes and toothbrushes, and I walked into the factory with him as a guest because that day I didn't have anything to do in the UK. And there were two machines lying there on the side that were looked like they were going to get installed, but they happened to be 2 years old and they were scrapping them. And at that stage I thought, why would you want to scrap machines that are 2 years old? Well, cut to a long story short, I sort of put my stake on them and said, I'll buy those two machines because they were going at scrap value. Came back and decided to meet multinationals and figure out how to start a toothbrush business. I hadn't a clue I was going to do that. So I think those are the days when you can take those big leaps and see how it goes.
And what's your sense, Ronnie, you know, as you look at India today, I mean, you know, everybody I think in this room is trying to build the next snazzy or cool tech business. But do you think as you look at sort of the broader India, there are large number of opportunities to do the kinds of things that you did, which is, hey, you saw an opportunity to make toothbrushes, you jumped into it and started making toothbrushes?
I think there are incredible opportunities. And I sometimes worry, actually, that the herd mentality in India is still very, very, very high. And, you know, in a herd mentality, the best thing you can do is, the best view you can have is the backside of the person in front of you. And that's not a great place to be. So I think there's a lot of innovation that's happening. I think in the technology space, I would say there's a fair amount of copycatting. And I think India needs to get to that next level where I think it's ingrained in our minds because we never really respected intellectual property. We don't respect copyrights. We don't think patents is a big thing. But if we do, I think there's a tremendous scope for innovation. But what I think is happening in waste management, in health, in education, and sectors like that, and I think Sebastian's presentation here is just one more eye-opener, where he's absolutely said this is the second largest market going to the biggest market. There are incredible opportunities. I think the media today doesn't evangelize them as much as they do to anything digital, app, mobile, or e-commerce, and that's unfortunate. But there is an entire ecosystem out there, and it's working, and it's surviving, and it's getting funded big mega bucks too.
Yeah, terrific. Now, going back to, again, your early days, Ronnie, did you start out with this big, bold vision, or did it kind of evolve over a period of time? You know, you have founders these days that say, I want to build a unicorn, and they set out on this path.
No. Absolutely not.
How did it evolve for you? And what do you think the right thing is as an entrepreneur?
It has to evolve. I think, again, you need to have a vision. Right after that, I think you need to have an incredible culture for the company you build. And I cannot overemphasize the importance of culture, because the more at that early stage of the first 20, 30 people that join the company, if they have the same culture that you can replicate across, then that 30 people are going to be your best ambassadors for life, and they'll grow with the company. So I think it evolved. When we started off, media and entertainment was very, very, very nascent. Attracting people and talent into the industry itself was a big, big challenge. Telling people that this was a career option was meaning going to their parents' house and telling them how their kids could actually be safe in media and entertainment. And I think that's similar to some of the new sectors that are opening up today. But I think it evolves. It is not something that you can start doing that, because half of it is I want to build a unicorn, and the other half, which is equally worrisome, is I want to exit this business in 4 and 5 years.
Yeah, what do you think about that? I mean, a lot of founders now want to exit.
I'm just amazed. I am truly amazed, because it's a recipe for failure before you can start. I cannot imagine how anyone can actually start a business with a plan to exit. Because firstly, exits are for the people who come in and not. If you're a seller, it's always for the buyer and never for the seller. 2, you can never time it. And third, I'm just bewildered as to what is the business you're building. You're building a business with a rearview mirror to figure out what somebody else would like your business to be 4 years from now, and you haven't a clue. So you're not building with your conviction. You're building it with somebody else's conviction who you don't know who that person is, who's going to look to buy your business 4 years from now with no definition, and the world's changing every 2 and 3 years. So I think it is, if anyone's looking with that quotient, maybe media has sort of sidetracked that issue because you have a few success stories which never talked about the 20 failures the person went through before they went to that.
Right.
And I would not recommend it at all.
Yeah, and I think also, I mean, obviously the venture capitalists care a lot about exits. So what you're saying is they obviously need to care about exits.
Yes, but I think that's the business of a founder.
Yeah.
The business
of
an investor is very, very different. But a business of a founder is very, very different.
So Ronnie, you started very young. How important is it to start while you're young?
I don't know. I think it's personal for everyone. The jury's out. I didn't go out and do my chartered accountancy and MBA. My father desperately wanted me to do that, and I was the only raccoon in the whole family that decided not to do that because I was clear. I failed in my intercommerce. After done stupendously well in my school, I came out an arrogant individual and felt, there was nothing much more to study. And then I plugged in the first year in college, and that gave me incredible lessons. And when people ask today, what's your biggest failure? And I'm saying you can never define what's your biggest failure because it's at that time what's your biggest failure. So at that time, I thought forever my CV is gone for good because I'm never going to get a job. I'm an intercom failure. And then the next happens, and then the next happens. And failures become setbacks. And then it becomes in the rearview mirror, and then you move on. And I think that's what it's about.
Right. Good. Don't worry. You can be young. You can be old. You can start.
Well, let's put it this way. I'm feel right now in the businesses that one is starting up.
You're starting up 3 companies.
Yeah. So I think there is no age barrier.
Got it. Let's move on to kind of more from starting up to kind of scaling up and sustaining. Ronnie, you transformed the television industry, and then you did that again with movies. What were the key insights? I mean, how do you kind of go from one industry? I mean, they are related at one level, but also at another level, they're very different. It's almost like saying, I go from building a SaaS company to building a consumer internet company. They are as different as that, I think. But what were the insights that drove you from one journey to the next journey?
Yeah, so 2 things. I think one, I was obsessed with scale from day one. And I think today in India, we don't build too many scalable enterprises. And the problem is that we think of our business as a great idea, then we go out there and then we hit a glass ceiling very soon in life. And a glass ceiling is supposed to be broken, it's not supposed to remain static. But what happens is that we start diversifying. And when we diversify, we lose focus. So I think you need to have an obsession for scale. I think India is a market which is permanently going to be a price-sensitive market, but it's going to be a market of numbers. But if you don't think big and you don't think scale, I think that's a setback. So to me, from day one, it was not a choice. I think the movement from television to movies, etc., happened at a time when we wanted to move from a B2B company, as you said, we had an animation studio and post-production, and we said we wanted to build a brand called UTV, and there was no way we could build a brand unless we make a consumer connect. And therefore, from being television producers, we started 10 broadcasting channels. And from being a B2B supplier, in 18 months we moved. And to me, the big screen, without that, we couldn't really build a media brand. Our first 5 movies were total disasters. I think anyone with any gumption would have moved out of the movie industry.
How did you stay in it? What made you stay in it?
I didn't think I had a choice. And I think sometimes that holds you in good stead as you go forward. I did not have a choice. I was very clear I wanted to build a B2C company. I was very clear that I wanted to build a brand. And you couldn't do that unless you were out there on the big screen also. So I think the process we did was when you can't beat them, don't join them. Not when you can't beat them, join them. Because here we had generations of, we were entering an industry that was 90 years old, very strong incestuous relationships, and in a good way incestuous. And here we were the outside guys. So I think changing mindsets in most sectors and industries is a big challenge. So you start with new mindsets. So I think we started with finding new directors and new writers that wanted to change. But I think what we were fortunate is that we caught a wave where I thought the younger generation wanted to look and have an alternative. And our turning point was a movie we did called Rang De Basanti, which, that was the turning point for us to figure out, okay, so here's our studio. And these are brand-defining moments for a company. So each one, when you're looking at brand, I think the way people mix up marketing and brand, it's still quite a soft issue because, I've seen people in our investee companies and they keep saying, I'm spending 10 crores on marketing, but 4 I'm capitalizing as brand. And I'm saying, but you haven't started building a brand yet. Brand is about culture. Brand is about not something that's going to convert into sales. And I think for us, bottom line, we didn't have a choice.
Right. So, just one of the things you mentioned is just building critical scale in your book. Dream with your eyes open. You talk extensively about inflection points, right? Now, as you think about sort of, I think almost everybody in this room is trying to build a tech company of one sort or the other. How do you think about, what do you mean by inflection points, and what do you mean by pursuing these inflection points to build scale? So tell us a little bit more. I don't know how many of these guys have read the book, but I think it'll be helpful for you to kind of give them a few nuggets.
Let me give it in a best example. And I can go back 30 years and tell you that for most people, today the industry is much more mature, the consumer is much more mature, democratization of reaching out to people is much more mature. We started cable television in 1980. No TV set, just one single channel, and then that was our option. It took us a year to sell the concept in the first place, and again, a lot of people would have given up, but we went through it. After 1 year, we had 10,000 subscribers, which for most people would have been pretty big, but we had set our goal of having 1 million subscribers in 3 years, which everyone thought we were crazy. And we just sat down and brainstormed for a home day, because again, we said we were obsessed with it. So the low-hanging fruit was, we went and talked to every single 5-star, 4-star, and 3-star hotel to convince them to put a second cable channel in their hotel room. It took a lot of doing, because nobody had the scale of TV sets that could come in there and get put in there. And a lot of people told me, well, why are you worried about what the hotel problem is and what the TV manufacturer's problem is? And I tell a lot of entrepreneurs today that when you're building your own ecosystem, everybody else's problem has to be yours, otherwise you're not going to be able to break out in the market. So we sat with the TV manufacturers and started telling them how they can get into color TV sets. And we started what is now still prevalent, which is the advertising, where every hotel advertises their new hotels and their other hotels and their restaurants as part of the reason why they would have to absorb their costs. And we went from 10,000 to 200,000 and 300,000. And the big penny for us came in because everyone who's experienced it at a hotel went back, and now it wasn't such a big concept to sell. I guess I'm giving this as an illustration that if you're obsessed with it, at any given stage, for whatever you'd want to do, you'll find a market, you'll find the consumer need, and you'll go out. And we didn't have budgets, we had no VC investors, so it's not like we could take full page ads.
So how did you do this? I mean, today, everything that you just described sounds like a Series D funded, company. I mean, but how did you do it?
It was door to door. I think the best way we learned about cable TV was door to door. The best way we learned about television and understanding the real consumer was actually sitting there and talking and listening to people in groups of 100, 200, and 500 and honing our skills. I don't think a Rang De Basanti would have happened if we didn't feel that younger audiences at that stage wanted to watch a breakout movie.
Yeah, terrific. Let's talk, just shifting gears a bit, about your values and philosophy, Ronnie. How do you deal with failures? And how do you think about failure? And how do you deal with them? Because I think all the founders in the room at some point have gone through it, and we'll go through many more times.
I think it's very personal, firstly. I think the chapter that I've dealt with failure in my book is called that failure is a comma, not a full stop, because actually that is what it is. The point is, how do you treat each failure as a setback? Personally, I think what's worked for me in life is at a very early stage, after many, many failures, I think I recalibrated myself to figure out what's my worst case scenario. Now, it's difficult because you're right out there, you've got 100 people working for you, you've got to keep a smile on your face, your shoulders can't droop, so you've got to sound inspiring at any given stage, and yet you still have to figure out how you're going to get out of that solution. And I think for me, what works has been, for the longest period of time, what is my worst case situation? And that I have to do it in solitary. And if you do that, it takes sometimes a day, it may take a week, but your brain starts acclimatizing to what's your worst case situation.
So what's the worst case? I mean, is it worst case shutting down the company, or is it worse than that?
No, I think, well, I didn't think that was ever an option, so I never went down all the way to that abyss.
What's the worst case then,
to that abyss, actually.
So what's the worst case then, in the hierarchy that you went through?
No, it could be, at many stages in the first 3 years, I think we skipped payroll in our companies 3 times. And the first time that happened, when I addressed the 30 people at that stage and told them exactly what our crisis was, and I was saying, we'll get 50% of your salary for 3 months because I know you all have EMIs, but we're going to go hell for leather and we're going to build our business. This is not the time to economize, etc. But I'm going to sign every check and every voucher in this company for the next 1 year. At the end of that conversation, I think it was, to me, the culture of the company, UTV, got formed at that abyss. because 17 people of the 30 took me out for a drink, not knowing full well I don't drink. So I had the fresh lime soda. I think they needed the drink. And from that moment onwards, I think when you talk about bad news, you got to give it all together. You got to be extremely candid. And I think if you start giving it in dribs and drabs, you create a completely different environment. So I think a lot of that has to come back to conviction. Did I knew when I was talking to those 30 people that I really had the absolute solution? Absolutely not. Did I have the conviction that we're going to get out of this? Absolutely yes.
Right.
And I think at the end of the day,
it really boils down to conviction.
It does boil down to that.
Yeah.
And I think, when we finally sold the company to Disney, and for a year, I must say I got the max amount of flack saying, you're into exit businesses. You started toothbrushes, you sold it. You started a channel called Hangama, you sold it to Disney. You bought Vijay TV and you sold it here, and now you sold UTV. And I think what I was trying to tell people is, guys, for 20 years, I stayed the course. Show me 10 more people in media and entertainment who started up in 1991 and stayed on till 2012, and then let's talk about exit.
So why did you sell to Disney, Ronnie? I mean, what drove you to? You could have stayed another 20 years. I mean, you're building 3 more companies now. You could have built it, I don't know, into like the largest in Asia or something.
So I think a couple of things. One is, when you're passionate about your business, it's not the same thing as being emotional about your business. And I think if you can draw the line between being extremely passionate about your business and being extremely emotional, and I think at no stage was I emotional about my business, which means that every given stage you had to step out and say what's good for the company. Second, as I said, I didn't go out to pursue that. Disney was a partner with us, and we were very fortunate to have them as a partner. So they would discuss their strategies for India. They would be part of our strategy for discussion, and it all sounded pretty similar. So one fine day, they popped the question. And to me, at that stage, my first answer impulsively was, out of your mind, no way. But in the next 30 days, what did I think was the best thing for the company? Here was a brand that we had built, but we were going with the #1 media brand in the world. It can only go to the next level. And George Lucas sold Star Wars to Disney, and his reasoning was pretty much the same. He said, I've done, Indiana Jones is a different franchise. Star Wars is my biggest franchise. But I'm not going to let it go. I can't do the next one. But I want to house it in someone who can take it to the next level. And I couldn't think of a better one to do that. Second, I was already at 22% of the company. The next level of funding that we needed to become, as you said, go global, would have diluted me beyond what I thought was my motivation level. And the 1,200 people that were working for me, for them to work for the Walt Disney Company, has been an incredible pleasure for them to go forward. So I think it was win-win.
I think we should give Ronnie a big round of applause for building a company for 20 years and exiting to Disney. So Ronnie, let's move to the last section before we open it up, and we're going to open it up to questions. This is about starting up all over again, as well as some of your views on the startup ecosystem. So most people at your stage, built and sold several companies, sold this amazing company, built UTV, and then exited, would have decided to take it easy a bit, maybe do some angel investments. But no, you decide to start 3 more companies. 1 in education, 1 in digital, and 1 in sports, kabaddi. So tell us a little bit about, what made you do this? And 3, at the same time?
I think after I sold Disney, for 2 years, I continued to manage the combined entity. And then in December 2013, I decided to move out of media and entertainment. And I took my longest vacation of 10 days, went to New Zealand.
10 days, longest vacation. Take notes, especially the Googlers in the room. 10 days.
There'll always be a discussion on work-life balance. So
work-life balance. Yeah, take notes.
So I wouldn't fully recommend the 10 days. That's just
10 days. Ronnie, longest vacation ever is 10 days.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I have to fix, Zarina, my wife, tells me I have to fix that. But my daughter gives me a quota of 7 days for their annual vacations we have to figure out, but that's another story. But in those 10 days, I think the penny dropped for me, because during those 2 years, I did do a lot of investments into some interesting companies. But in those 10 days, I just realized that I was a doer and not necessarily an advisor and an investor. And when I came back, I felt I had to start from ground upwards. And I think the only difference for me was that I wanted to do it with co-founders and not really run it myself. Because we had started a huge foundation called the Swadesh Foundation, which we're working in rural Maharashtra, and that takes 40% of my time. So there's nothing I wanted to do full-time.
Okay.
So it was absolutely important for me to find co-founders. And I think the next 9 months, I was just meeting people to do that. Kabaddi is represents my DNA. So if what gets me up every morning at this stage is to try something phenomenally new, make it extremely disruptive, and take it forward. So here was a game
Where did you even come up with the idea of kabaddi? I mean, well, I'd never heard of it.
In all honesty, Anand Mahindra and his brother-in-law Charu had it for the last 5 years, but there were no takers. And he was sitting on a dinner table with my wife Zarina, and he was saying, we're trying to do this kabaddi. And she said, my husband's as mad as you are. He just call him up and he'll want to back you on kabaddi. And I was abroad. She told me the night before Anand could call me, I had spoken to him. And then it started going. But I think 3-4 things. You take a sport that's been around for such a long period of time. All of us say we're doing that. But you take it out of the matti and you put it on the mat. Started a brilliant job in its coverage and giving it the razzmatazz. We didn't want to go with that run out of your breath situation and made it 30 seconds.
Right.
But I challenge anyone who switches on television today for that 40 minutes to switch off that. And what we did, we got some hot boys. 30% of viewership on kabaddi today is
Hot boys. I don't think we're all going to qualify, gentlemen.
Right. 30% today viewership is women on kabaddi. Just to give you a reference, only 10% female viewership is on cricket.
That's amazing.
Is on cricket. So I think we did something right. We gave a few crew cuts to some of our captains. And a sport was born.
That's amazing. So now tell me, given your approach of now building ventures with co-founders, Ronnie, I mean, I assume you could have 10 of these companies, right? I mean, are these 3 the ones you're starting with and you'll keep adding them as you go?
No, I think if anything I learned in retrospect was focus. If I had great mentorship during my years of growing up, and if there's one thing somebody could have pinned me down and given me some good advice on, would have been focus, I think we would have gone at a different scale. So I think that's been my learning over the last 20 years. While staying the course is a good learning, maybe more focus than I thought I did at that stage is what I'm doing. So I definitely feel today, less for more is really where I want to be.
Terrific. Actually, on the topic of focus, are you still investing actively in startups? I mean, would love
to. Okay. Not really. Selectively, 1 or 2.
What's your take on what's going on in the ecosystem currently?
So I think, there are businesses being built. And I know everyone talks about bubble, non-bubble. And my view is 3 or 4 things. One, I think the businesses are real. 5 years back, for people to assume that this kind of ability in a nation that was so strong on touch and feel, didn't have a credit card penetration, had huge skepticism on home delivery, I think the businesses have grown. Valuations, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so really that's where it's going to go. My bigger concern is, I think at that startup level, now it's like almost every building society has 4 people that want to back a startup lest they feel they're getting left out. So I think if you ask me, there's a fair amount of bubble happening where anyone who's got, the punchline for everyone seems to be, I got a great idea, full stop. And then you pause and you expect everyone to get up and say, you got a great idea? Okay, I'll back it. And I think that is fallacious, and I think that's raw. And that's where a bubble could actually go about differently, because not many of those people have really what it takes to get to that next level or any level.
Yeah.
And the problem is they're getting funded at that level also. Yeah. So it's good and bad.
And if you were to back, let's say, you were to invest in a startup today, what would you look for?
I think always first is the entrepreneur, that vision, passion. I know there's headroom and the scale of the industry, but when you're at an angel part, yes, you want to look at the sector, so each one will have a preference on a sector. But I think spending time with the entrepreneur is the most critical aspect. And frankly, even after that, we can have whatever board meetings we have. I think those to me are not very fruitious because they're formality. It's just, if that person knows how to survive and knows how to grow and knows how to survive, I think they'll continue to build. Because in India, the market is out there to be taken. It is a mass market. It's a price-sensitive market, as I said. But it's there to be taken.
Terrific. Last question before we open it up. What advice would you have for all the founders, as well as people who want to be entrepreneurs in the room, Ronnie?
I think you need to be very clear and measure your quotient on your risk appetite. Again, my first few lines in my book are that entrepreneurship is not an outing. You can't make a deal with yourself and say, I'm going to try it out for 2 years and see. Because if you are, pretty much like if you're planning to build a company to exit, the chances of failure are 99%, because you can't time whether your success is going to happen in 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. And when you have a plan B, when it comes to the extreme things of life, I'm a strong believer that plan B distracts. Plan B is good in management schools. Plan B is good when you're presenting. Plan B is good when you're in a sandbox. But in the real world, when you have plan Bs, it hugely distracts you from plan A and does not give you that gumption and conviction to go forward. So what's your risk appetite? What's your ability to not back off and say, okay, if this doesn't work, what the hell, I'll go back to a job or I'll go back to my family business. Don't start then.
Yeah. But then how would you think about, I mean, the reality is, especially in the tech space, Ronnie, 9 out of 10 companies do fail, and then these founders, the good ones, end up starting again. How would you think about that in that context?
I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
Pivot is perfectly fine.
Pivot is fine.
I worry, yeah, and I think you've used a very important word called change. I worry because I think we need to be proactive about change. And I find that 9 out of 10 people are intimidated by change. Yes, in a company, you're always intimidated because you feel, I'm working in a company and every 3 months, the management keeps having a brilliant and best idea sometimes, but that's just being nimble. So you need to check how do you react to change and actually how are you going to be proactive to change. But pivoting, starting afresh again, as long as you're staying the course on entrepreneurship, I think that's fine.
Yeah, entrepreneurship is not an outing. I think that's a good one. All right, let's open it up for some questions. I think we have, where are the mics? Hang on one sec, guys. There's supposed to be somebody with mics. Yeah, there's mics here. So those of you that have questions, if you can just line up. The mic is not going to come to you. We have a new model where you go to the mic. So there's a mic here. There's a mic here. So line up. We can probably take 5 or 6 questions. Okay, go ahead. Just tell us your name. And please try to focus on Ronnie.
Okay. So, hi Ronnie, this is Pranay. My first question to you is, how do you build a team? As you said, culture is very important. So what are the key elements which you look for in building a team?
It's difficult. I think I've been through that journey twice where attracting talent becomes extremely difficult. And my simple answer to that, because it is an extremely difficult task and it is extremely complicated, so the least I can do is answer it simply, is that people join companies, small companies and startups because of the passion of the founder or the entrepreneur. So if you can be extremely communicative, and you've got to inspire. People want to come and work for you at that beginning stage, number one. Number two, a lot of people make the mistake that I don't have the money, and so you hire people at that very range. The chances are 2 things are going to happen. That company won't grow very fast because you brought people at a certain approach and mentality. So the challenge is not just getting people. The challenge is getting people who can stay with you and grow the company if it's growing at 40% a year or 200% a year. Because otherwise what will happen is those people will get outdated or may not be able to grow to the next level. They'll feel extremely jilted because they feel they're part of the founder group, and then politics comes into a company. So I'm just adding more complications to that. But bottom line, if you can't pay, inspire.
Terrific.
Hello, Ronnie. This is Amar here.
Hi.
My question is, actually there are 2 questions. Which one was your first company which was get funded by VCs? And my another question is, what are the key aspects which we needs to consider while approaching the VCs?
So I started cable TV, that didn't get funded ever. I started Toothbrushes, ran it for many, many years, never got funded. I started UTV at that stage with 37,500 rupees for 6 years, never got funded. But that was the first company that ever got funded. Murdoch made an investment through News Corp, and 3 weeks later, Warburg Pincus made the first investment in India in our company. And that was the first time I was looking at shareholder agreements. At that stage, FIPB didn't have a category called media and entertainment, so we got our clearance under tourism because we were doing in-flight programming. So that was the category that people had given. That's how
did you
early
approach
stage it was.
Actually, how did
Hey
you
guys, he built a cable company without raising any money. You can build your app. No need for venture funding. But I do think, Ronnie, we seem to now have this obsession with fundraising. I mean, all our founders just want to raise angel A, B, C, D. You know, I mean, what do you think of all this? I mean, it's amazing. You built all these companies with basically the...
I think it's become a bit of a benchmark for people, and that I think is a problem. Because they're not moving forward unless you get funded. And I'm saying, what does that mean? And I've genuinely had people who said, I'm trying to raise 10 crores and this guy is saying no. I said, well, have you gone out to raise 10 lakhs? He said, well, why should I do that? I'm trying to raise 10 crores.
Yeah, right.
And I'm saying, because nobody's giving you 10 crores, and why don't you cut your coat according to your cloth? Proof of concept, do whatever you need to do. Bring in people, share, get co-founders, whatever it takes from that perspective. So that's one. Second, I can only tell you, your first funding, as difficult as it may sound right now, is always going to be your easiest. Because you have multiple choices at that stage. Take it or not take it, do whatever. Cut to 1 year later, 500 people or 30 people working in your company, 6 customers, and you're running out of money. You watch your blood pressure at that stage and what the challenges you'll face on your second round of funding.
Okay, great.
Hi, Ronnie. Since you're like an icon in the media and entertainment space, I want to ask you a question specifically on that. If you just look back at the internet history, you have sites like Napster and Netflix and YouTube, which kind of dominated media. India, you're going to see video kick a lot once data drops. So what do you think is the big play in media, Indians, like Bollywood streaming online or like the Savans and Ganas? So what's your big take on media combining with tech? Yeah.
So, I think digital is a big play. There's no question about that. I don't want to silo it because it's going to be a new definition. I think if you start taking cinema and long form and short form, I think the digital space is where the consumption is going to happen. My only worry about that is that it's going to be substantially advertising dependent. The whole of media and industry sector here, which is a 75,000 crore sector, could easily today have been a 4 lakh crore sector if all of us and the whole of India started paying for content. But we haven't for 25 years. And I think in the digital medium, that's going to be the next challenge. And therefore, we're subservient to an industry called advertising. But that's good and that's bad. But I think the digital spectrum is really where today I don't think anyone, unless you've got a bouquet and you've got 60 channels and you want to start 62, that anyone would be starting a television channel in today's day and age.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask one-on-one question firstly. So you mentioned in your talk before that companies have budgets for marketing and they have budgets for building brands. Now, when you are having a marketing budget, you have tangible targets that if you meet them, you know you are successful, you had a successful campaign or not. But if, like, you look at budgets for, like, brand building, brand awareness, how do you make them tangible? Like, what do you look for?
So I think what I was being very emphatic about was that actually your budgets are for marketing and people allocate 30-40% of that to branding, which I think is false and fooling yourselves at an early stage in life. My experience, UTV, we never spent 1 rupee on brand. What we did, the content that we made, the culture with which people saw us as being either cutting edge or innovative, those were the brand building exercises for us at any stage. But I don't think there's a single ad, commercial, communication that we ever did. But if you saw our movie logos, whether it was the 3 fingers going here or the colors that flare, memorable ones, but we never spend any money on it ever. So brand is mostly built not necessarily by spending money on it. Not necessarily.
Would you agree that that would be a good factor to agree if you have a good brand, like for a sustainable business?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you're a B2C company, you have to start thinking of culture and brand from day one, I think. And you don't need money for that.
Don't need money to build a brand. Got that? Okay, awesome. Let's go
When
here.
all else fails, there's always Google.
Yeah, then you can spend a little money on digital marketing. Okay, go ahead. Let's go, guys. We're only going to take, let's take 2 more questions and then feel free to write to Ronnie. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Ronnie. My name is Apurv Sharma. First of all, thank you. It's been truly inspirational listening to you so far.
Thank you.
My question is, I'd like to understand what is the thought process that goes behind you before coming to decide what startup you want to do? And what logic gates do you apply before saying that, yes, this is something that I want to take forward?
So I think when I was starting up, and that's pretty much what everyone's looking at here, it was very much opportunistic. It was a combination of what I thought I was most comfortable with. And as I said, I loved the concept of at that stage, ironically or serendipity-wise, to do theater, to do front of camera hosting, all as hobbies. And to me, it was how do I convert a hobby into a business? And it was opportunities. Cut to 30 years or 25 years later today, it's a lot more about what impact I want to make and what gets me up every morning and how disruptive it is. So that's just my benchmarks.
Thanks, Ron.
Great.
Hi, Ronnie. My name is Rohit.
When you started in 1991, about 20 years back, media entertainment industry was very fragmented. Cut to where we are today, 20 years from now, it's very corporatized, right? The big boys are playing the game. What do you think, apart from the digital, which you answered the question, what are the opportunities in the media and entertainment sector for the startups?
So actually in 91 it wasn't fragmented, actually it was non-existent. October 2nd, 1992 was the first time that ZTV was born and satellite television came in, and then from then the entire business went. Second, it remains fragmented because the entry barriers in media are pretty low. Anyone can decide to be a television producer, anyone can be a movie producer. Anyone can look at being a game producer. So actually the entry barriers are very low there. I think the opportunities today are in the B2C businesses in media. And you've got to look at that where it's B2C and you can get customers to start paying. So I think definitely the digital space, the game space are all aspects that are very, very, very scalable as you go forward.
Great.
Thank you.
Do you want to ask one more question and then that's it, guys?
Hello, sir. I'm
Hi.
Pankaj Aditya.
Hi.
Sir, my question is, what's your success mantra?
Well, I think it's changed over periods of time and it's kind of evolved. But I think right now it is absolutely love what you do and try and do it by being extremely disruptive for me. But that's right now. 25 years back it would have been very, very different. But it's definitely one thing that stayed was massively love what you do. And chances are, if you can stay the course and love what you do, you can't go wrong. You will fail hundreds of times, but you won't go wrong.
Thank you, sir.
All right. All right, guys, let's give Ronnie a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ronnie. So many lessons for us to take away. Stay the course and love what you do. Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. So that brings us pretty much to the end of the day. I just wanted to wrap up with 2 or 3 thoughts. First of all, thank you all for coming and staying engaged all day. I know it's been a very long day. Most of you probably got here at 9 and it's 6:15. We're supposed to wrap up at 6:15, so I'm actually almost there. As all of you know, we're at a very interesting stage. With the internet in India, 350 million internet users, over 150 million smartphone users, and at the current growth rate, we'll have 500 million Indians online in 2.5 years, and we'll have 400 million smartphone users. That, I think, is why all of you are here, which is it creates this incredible opportunity for all of you to build businesses that are mobile first, in many cases mobile only. But I think there's a way to go about it right way, and there's a way to go about it which is the wrong way. We heard from Dave, as well as Gautam from Secure and Lightspeed, of what some of the wrong ways are, as well as some of the good ways are. And I'm hoping that through the course of the day today, you've learned at least a few things you can take away, where you can build products, specifically mobile apps, the right way. So thanks again for coming. Hopefully you've had a chance to engage with a large number of Google team members here. We call ourselves Googlers. There's about 100 of us here. I hope you've met at least a few of them. The only thing I'd end by saying is please feel free to reach out to us. Our teams are here to help us. We're only as successful as all of you are. And thanks for all the support, and look forward to seeing a large number of you building very, very interesting, sustainable businesses over the coming months and years. Thank you and have a great evening.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending Google for Mobile 2015. This has truly been an inspirational day. We hope you enjoyed it as much as we did, and we look forward to seeing you again. Till then, keep calm and code on.